Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 3 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Mushoku Tensei as Rudeus Greyrat. The playlist is above. And with that being said, let the tale begin. Chapter 51, The Lawful Elven Man's Journey. Thank you so much for doing this for us, Laws. Zenith let out a deep sigh and said, with Rudy like he is now and with the babies. Laws tucked the letters into his side bag and smiled. There is no need to thank me, Zenith. After all this time, I would like to think that our families are close enough to not need such formalities. Zenith smiled and said, that's true. It was early morning, before sunrise. Since the trip to the citadel of Roa would take half the day on horseback, Laws arrived early to make sure he had plenty of time to spare to reach it before sunset. At the moment, he was standing in the living room, meeting with Zenith before heading out on his journey. Laws adjusted his coat and checked his bag one more time before glancing over towards Rudy's room. How is he now? Zenith let out a strained smile. He's better, but I think he's still recovering. Mentally. Physically, he's fine. But it seems that he's been more shocked than we thought he'd be at losing his sight. Laws frowned. That Paul. What was he thinking? That guy mentioned it to him. Since they talked every day, Laws knew that Paul was planning on heading back to the Azura Kingdom to resolve things with his family. But Laws didn't think that his friend would be crazy enough to knock Rudy out for a whole week just to prevent him from running after Paul. And then there was the fact that Rudy was blind now too. Laws's frown deepened and he said, "You will not mind if I punch your husband in the face a few times, will you? Go for it. And make sure it's at least 3 times no." 6. Laws smiled. Understood. The door opened. After that, a gentle-looking woman with light brown hair walked in. Laws's wife. Zenith's eyes lit up and she said, "Rose. I didn't know you were coming over." She smiled and said, "Well, since my daughter is here and since Laws is going to be leaving for a while, it would be too lonely at home. I hope you don't mind if I impose?" "No, no." Zenith smiled and said, "I could actually use the help. Lily is great, but since we can't count on Rudy to help watch the kids or help with chores. I mean, Roxy helps, but she's a bit clumsy." Rose laughed. "I understand." Laws looked at the 2 women and nodded. "Well then. I should depart before the sun rises." "Oh!" Zenith waved and said, "Thanks again, Laws." Rose walked over and gave Laws a soft peck on the cheek. "Stay safe, husband." Laws smiled and gave Rose a warm hug. "You as well, my Rose." Rose blushed. Laws waved and said, "Then I am off. I will make sure to bring back news as soon as I can. Ideally with your husband at my side for a proper accounting. I'm counting on you, Laws." Laws smiled and then left the house. Rose had already fitted the horse for travel. His rations were ready and packed, and he was properly equipped. A warm fur coat, his bow, spare knives for close combat, along with his good luck wooden pendant. Laws mounted his horse and then glanced back at the Greyrat household. Specifically, he looked towards the window where his daughter and Rudy were still fast asleep. A faint thought crossed Laws's mind. A minor worry. His cute young daughter sleeping in the same bed as Rudy. But he quickly brushed it aside. Unlike his father, Rudy was a pure and innocent child. And the same was true of his daughter. There was nothing between them but a strong and pure friendship. Though Laws was beginning to wonder how much longer that would last. The elven man spurred his horse forward and then frowned, thinking to himself. Rudy was 7, and the same was true for Sylphiette. That meant there were 8 more years until they were adults. But it was common for love to bloom before then. And while Laws himself did not find his Rose until later in life, he knew that it was unusual. And from how his daughter looked at and cared for Rudy, it was only a matter of time until that pure friendship turned into something more. Perhaps I should make it official? He and Rose were already considering it. Rudy was a well-mannered and talented young child. He also cared for Sylphiette a great deal and genuinely enjoyed being with her. Not only that, but around her, he acted like a proper child and had a relaxed appearance that he didn't show around anyone else. At the same time, Sylphiette adored him and had gradually become more independent and strong-willed since spending time with Rudy. They were good for each other. And while they were both still young, it wasn't too early to start laying the foundation for marriage. Although, there was one problem. Is it fine? Laws looked up at the surroundings. A sliver of the sun had started to peek out over the horizon, giving just enough light to see by. Snow-covered plains. The silhouettes of Bina village in the distance. The towering mountains, and the barely visible citadel of Roa in that direction. It was quiet. Not a trace of wind, leaving Laws with just his thoughts. Which meant that he couldn't be distracted from the troubling problem that came with allowing Sylphiette to marry Rudy. One that he would have to deal with in the future as well. Will you be able to let him go, Sylphiette? They hadn't noticed it. Rudy and Sylphiette were best of friends and treated each other without any prejudices or preconceived notions. It didn't matter to Rudy that Sylphiette had green hair or was part elf. And it didn't matter to Sylphiette that Rudy was human. But it would matter later. 10 years, fine. 20, it was all right. But after 30, 40, 50. Even if Rudy trained all his life, he was human. And humans had a short lifespan. 100 years, max realistically, 80. Meanwhile, Sylphiette would comfortably live to be at least 200. All the while looking the same as she did when she was 20. Laws was already dreading the day that he parted from Rose. While they were the same age. While they were both 26 right now, he was already starting to see it. The ravages of time weighing down on his beautiful Rose while he stayed the same. No. It is her choice. Laws shook his head and focused on the path ahead. For now, Laws would just leave them be. As much as he would love to have Rudy as a son-in-law and know Sylphie would be well taken care of, he also didn't want to give them a tainted happiness when they still weren't aware of the future that waited. So instead... A brief flash. In the distance, he saw a pair walking through the snow, barely visible in the morning light. A man with silver hair and a white coat, bearing a crimson sword on his left side. And walking beside him. A strange sense of nostalgia. A tightness in his chest that he couldn't explain. The source of that was a woman walking beside the man. An elf woman with curled blonde hair and amber eyes. She carried a sword and shield with her and wore a revealing short skirt and tunic, even in the cold. Laws pulled on his horse's reins, slowing its gallop to a trot, staring at the pair. At the same time, he found himself subconsciously brushing his wooden pendant. The woman paused, turning to look at Laws. When she did, a flurry of emotions passed her face. Regret. Sorrow. Happiness, and then resignation. A flicker of a memory. A hazy recollection that Laws could barely remember. A beautiful woman holding him while letting out a sad smile. The woman turned away, saying something to the man. And then the man turned to look at Laws. Bright green eyes that seemed to be unfathomably deep and ancient. Wait! Laws turned his horse towards them. He didn't know, but he had to find out. Find out why that woman was so nostalgic. Why his heart hurt when he saw her. And why that man also seemed strangely familiar. As if he had seen him before as well. Laws spurred his horse into a gallop. The man shook his head and then rested his hand on his blade. Laws tensed, subconsciously reaching for his bow. And then the wind kicked up, sending a flurry of snow across in front of him. Laws was forced to bring his horse to a stop. And when he did, the man and the woman were gone. But that didn't mean he was alone again. Laws Dragon Road? A stern and sharp voice called out. Laws froze. It was another man. Different from the first. Silver hair. Harsh golden eyes. He wore a white coat as well, but this man's coat had a fur collar, framing his head as it attached to a billowing cloak. But more than that, He was dangerous. A primal instinct screaming at Laws to run. One that even the horse seemed to feel as it trembled in place. Laws gulped and then called out. "WW, who are you?" Odd." The dangerous man muttered to himself and said, there should be no reason for Laws to leave Bina village. Especially with Sylphiette being trained under Roxy Magurdia. Laws froze. Sylphiette? Roxy? Hearing the familiar names, Laws forced down his fear. He glared at the man and then drew his bow, notching an arrow. "Why do you know those names? What are you doing here? And Laws should not be this fearless as well." Interesting. The dangerous man shook his head and looked at Laws. Laws forced himself to not flinch. "I would not ask you to believe me, but I am just passing through on a whim." "Your name?" "I am Orsted." "Orsted. Fine." Laws lowered his bow. "But behave. A king-ranked water mage is protecting Bina village, so don't get ahead of yourself." "King-ranked? Interesting. So Roxy Magurdia reached such a level." After muttering that, the man looked away from Laws and started walking off. The moment he did that, Laws felt a weight lift off of him. And at the same time, his horse started bolting away. Hey! Laws quickly dropped his arrow and placed his bow on his back before grabbing the reins. "Calm down!" The horse whinnied and kept running. Laws glanced back at the dangerous man, still worried. But he forced himself to stay calm and focus on his horse instead. It would be fine. Roxy was there to protect everyone. Right now he just had to get to Paul. Get to Paul and warn him about the dangerous man who showed up the moment he left to go settle his personal affairs. Curses. Why is it that all your good intentions always result in such trouble, Paul? Chapter 52, I see. I saw nothing. Only darkness. When I first woke up after being knocked out by Dad, I didn't think it was that bad. I'd dealt with being blind before, after all. Well, being blind and immobile. Compared to that, being able to move around, interact with people, and still live a relatively normal life was great. Especially since Sylphie was here to help me through it. Not to mention that Master Roxy was nearby, so I didn't have to worry about being W's manipulations. She would definitely figure out something was wrong and blow that guy away if he showed up. So it was fine. While I was fumbling around, both in terms of my mana and my body because I couldn't see, I was alive and healthy. Nothing was really wrong with my body. Mom gave me a clean bill of health, and Master Roxy verified it. So it was fine. I was fine. And as the day went out, I managed to forget about being blind. Well, kind of. Still sucked, but I got over it. At least, I thought I did. And then it was time to sleep. Sylphie's parents let her sleep over. And while it was embarrassing to ask her, Sylphie was willing to sleep nearby and hold my hand to let me know I wasn't alone while I slept. Really, I didn't know what I would do without her. But anyway, I closed my eyes and went to sleep. Nothing changed. After all, the world was dark either way. Or so I thought. But it wasn't. Flashes of images I couldn't remember. Only terrifying distorted impressions seared onto my mind. I couldn't remember the details. No, it was like my mind was rejecting the details. I couldn't remember what I saw. But I could faintly remember what they were about. Dad, dying while he shoved me away, saving my life while giving his in exchange. Mom, forever trapped in a dream state. Me, drifting away from Norn and Aisha. Despair. Regret. Grief. Loss. And then cold wrath as I indiscriminately massacred countless people. It was a nightmare. A nightmare that I couldn't distinguish from reality because nothing changed even when I opened my eyes. No. One thing did change. And that was Sylphie. I didn't know why. But in my nightmare, she wasn't there. So because I could feel her nearby, I knew when I was awake and when I was dreaming. Because I could feel her hands laced with mine and her warm presence, I could tell that the nightmare was just that, a nightmare. But it was still terrifying. What was the dream and what was reality? Was the world going to change again when my vision came back, like it did before? Was I going to suddenly get sent to a different time again and lose all that happened here? Was this all just an illusion that being dreamed up for me? Or was I actually dying from Dad's attack? I didn't know. But I clung on to the hope that this was real. That the time I was living with Sylphie and Master Roxy wasn't a dream. That the terrifying scenes my mind rejected were just nightmares. That the future I saw where I was in a coma for a year and a half, as well as the scene with the old man and the broken magic circle, was just a delusion from my mind connecting random bits of information. And then I saw it. Faint light, drifting in from a nearby window. The familiar walls of my room, with my sword, book, and scarf leaned against the wall nearby. Sylphie nuzzled up beside me with her beautiful light green hair, now long enough to reach her shoulders. But not only that, the familiar lights of elemental mana drifting around. And because it was winter, more green and blue of wind and water than brown and red of dirt and fire. My vision was back. I blinked, slowly bringing my left hand up to my eyes. I could see it. My hand, rough and calloused from training with Dad. And then within it, my crimson mana, glowing as usual, no. A bit dimmer than usual. It seemed like whatever I did had sapped a lot of it away. As for my right, I turned over to see Sylphie quietly sleeping with my hand held in both of hers, hugging it to her chest. Seeing that, I smiled and brushed her hair. Thank you, Sylphie. She was fast asleep. Probably exhausted from helping me through the night. I carefully unlaced my hand from her and then got out of my bed. Sylphie frowned, as if unsatisfied with me leaving. And for a bit, she sleepily reached over to grab me. Seeing that, I felt my heart warm up. I carefully fixed her hair and pulled the blanket over her. Patting her head, I said, "Sleep well, Sylphie. You deserve it." Sylphie's ear twitched, but then she relaxed, her breathing slowly drifting back to a regular rhythm. After another once over to make sure she was comfortable, I left the room. The moment I did, I heard the faint sounds of cooking coming from the kitchen. Pots clattering, water simmering, the usual. I rubbed my eyes, making sure I wasn't just dreaming. And for good measure, I subtly cast a few spells just to make sure. Fire, water, wind, ice, lightning, earth. I pulled a tiny bit of my mana to conjure tiny balls of each element before dispersing them. No problem there. In that case, I conjured a tiny ice dagger and then pricked my left pinky. A quick sharp pain. But then my mana drifted over to my pinky and converted into a spark of gold healing mana. With that, the pain vanished and the wound sealed, leaving just a drop of blood as trace that it happened. So, about 75% chance I wasn't dreaming. I'd take those odds. Better to be on this being reality than actually go insane doubting whether I was awake. Considering what I knew how to do, it would be for everyone's benefit that I remained lucid and in full control of my mental faculties. So anyway, probably not dreaming. Because I wasn't, I walked over to the kitchen to see what was going on and definitely hug Mom and Mama Lily. Except, when I walked over there, I didn't see who I expected to see. A kind woman with brown hair and brown eyes. Not a world-class beauty, but still pretty. And also someone who I still didn't know the name of. Good morning, Miss Sylphie's mom? She froze in the middle of stirring something in a pot and then quickly turned back to look at me. Rudy? Seeing me standing there, she let out a bright smile and then walked over. Good morning. And since you're here, I'm guessing you can see again. That's wonderful. I rubbed the back of my neck and smiled. Yeah. Sorry for making everyone worry. Are you here to help out because of me? Sylphie's mom smiled and said, a little. It's more because I'd be all alone at home though. Oh. Right. If Sylphie was here and Laws was out sending the letter to Dad, that meant Sylphie's mom would be home alone. Wait. I blinked and said, did Mr. Laws leave already then? Macham. Sylphie's mom turned back to the stew and scooped up a bit with the ladle she was using to stir. After staring at it, she seemed to be satisfied and put a lid on the pot to let it simmer. After that, she brushed her hands off against her dress and walked over to me. Smiling, she said, hopefully your father will be back with him tomorrow to give a proper explanation. Right. An explanation. I doubted that he had a good one, but I was open-minded about it. Well, assuming he let me practice my healing magic on him. Master Roxy was here. I was sure that she could keep Dad from dying. And a guy like that only really learned a lesson if it was ingrained in his body. His head was just too dense to hold anything for long. Wait. Mr. Laws is bringing back Dad with him tomorrow? Sylphie's mom ruffled my hair and said, that is the plan. At least, that's what your mothers hope for. She pulled her hand back and sighed. Though, Laws seemed pretty upset. It's rare for him too. Hopefully nothing goes wrong. I quickly walked over to the wall and knocked on it. Sylphie's mom blinked and said, what are you doing? A good luck charm. Because goddammit, I was not about to tempt fate on something like that after all the BS that just happened. Which reminded me. Needed to start working on countermeasures and plans to avoid future setbacks like this ASAP. Being W was a sly, sneaky, conniving son of a bitch. And it looked like I definitely underestimated that bastard. Plus, I needed to take inventory of everything. Whether there were changes to my body, how much mana I lost, if any. Whether my mana had changed. I also needed to redo my mana training. Considering that I was completely helpless just by being blind, it seemed like I had been relying way too much on my mage sight to use magic and manipulate mana. Needed to start practicing on moving it like a natural extension of my body in case something like this happened again. After all, there wasn't anything actively preventing me from using mana while I had been blind. I just didn't know how to do it. Well, there were incantations, but considering how those always blew up in my face, they weren't on the table. So training to use mana like an extension of my body, definitely priority 1. Priority 2 was training my senses enough to work without my eyes. No, more than that. I needed to do some serious research into Ultra Instinct. Drag *NB *LL over-exaggerated it a lot, but it was based on a real thing. The body's senses were more than just the basic 5. Humans had an innate sense of space and time as well. Proprioception was the sense of perceiving how we moved our bodies, so improving that would let me be able to move around in relation to everything else. Probably. Needed to do testing on that. As for time, I could remember it. Was it because I was juiced on adrenaline? Mana? Or was it the high-tension mana relationship I figured out? Either way, I clearly experienced time slowing down when I was pissed off enough to kill Ghislaine. Needed to apologize to her sometime too. She was clearly roped into all of this by Dad because he wanted to pull a G*Q on me like when G*Q may go *N fights to *L, trying to pull out my inner rage and power probably to see if I could help him in the coup. Apparently not. Though I knew where I stood in relationship to the average swordsman now. Still fairly sure I could kill them. But I wasn't fast enough to do it other than in an ambush. A straight fight still ended with me dead. Rudy? Sylphie's mom called out to me. I blinked and realized that I had just trailed off into my own world. I smiled and said, I'm fine, Miss Sylphie's mom. Just thinking. Sylphie's mom laughed and said, you know, Rudy, you can just call me by my name. There's no need to be so polite. Though it's cute. I started to sweat. Rudy? Is something wrong? I don't know your name though. Silence. And then Sylphie's mom laughed. I felt my face heat up and averted my gaze. Sylphie's mom shook her head and then said, I suppose that's true. I never did properly introduce myself. She walked over to me and then knelt down to my eye level. After that, she patted my head and said, "I'm Rose. But you can feel free to call me Miss Sylphie's mom if you want." Rose. All right. So Sylphie's mom was called Rose. Got it. Easy to remember. Which made it all the more embarrassing that it took this long to learn it. Ugh. What was this, genetic? Maybe I inherited a bit more from Dad than I'd like to think. At that time, I heard footsteps coming over from my parents' bedroom. Rose? I thought I said that you just had to get things ready, not start cooking. My mom walked over, hugging a groggy and bundled up Norn in her arms. Another pair of footsteps. Mama Lily, walking over with a bundled up and gurgling baby Aisha in her arms. Yes. It's appreciated, but you are a guest. It would be rude of you to cook. Sylphie's mom, I mean, Miss Rose laughed and said, "It's fine. I'm happy to take a load off for you too." My mom frowned. But then she noticed me and said, "Oh. You're up already, Rudy?" A forced cheery voice. My mom let out a strained smile and then said, "I'm holding Norm right now, so Mommy can't give you a hug. But I'm not ignoring you." Mama Lily let out a silent sigh and then put on a forced smile as well. The same is true for myself, Rudy. I am currently holding Aisha, otherwise I would also hug you. But know that you are appreciated and loved. Kind and thoughtful consideration. To make sure that I wasn't worried, my moms kept things normal as best as they could while going out of their way to accommodate my blindness by saying what they were doing. But they were also clearly worried. The stress was already weighing on them. Realizing that, against my will, my eyes started to tear up. "Yeah? Rudy?" My mom's eyes widened and she walked over. "What's dash?" "I am sorry for making you 2W worry." I sniffed and then brushed my tears away. "Damn it! Stupid kid body. You're not supposed to show my emotions like this." "Cool. Stay cool. Calm down and..." Ah. Speaking of calm, a nostalgic and recently familiar cool female voice echoed from the distance. Shortly after, Master Roxy walked over. Wearing just a simple blue nightgown, she blearily rubbed her eyes and looked over. "Is that Rudy?" She yawned and said, "Good morning. How are your eyes, Dash?" "Master Roxy." I couldn't help it. Seeing her familiar reliable figure after just hearing her voice for a day and dealing with all the stress. Like with my tears, I reflexively ran over to hug her. "Are Rudy?" Wait a moment, you are much bigger than you used to be, so giga." A loud thud. Both of us falling onto the floor. Is what should have happened. But instead, a blinding light. Thousands of magic circles suddenly flaring to life. Seeing that, my eyes widened. Holy foo dash. "No!" Master Roxy quickly swept her hand through the air and said, "Bad magic circles. No attacking Rudy." The magic circles suddenly dissolved, fading back into ambient mana. No. They were still there. Just mostly invisible. Translucent enough to where even I could barely see them. Master Roxy sighed and scratched her head. "Sorry, Rudy. I usually leave that active when I sleep. Forgot to deactivate it." "I see." I nodded and said, "As expected. Master Roxy is still an unsurpassed master of magic." Master Roxy froze. And then she let out a deep and suffering sigh. Chapter 53, Devotion and Support. "Are you sure I can't just dash?" "No, Rudy. You are still recovering from mana exhaustion." "But I just want to dash." "No. But I feel dash." "No. And my answer will not change even if you continue nagging me for another hour." I pouted and crossed my arms. Sylphie giggled and then patted my head. "It's okay, Rudy. Just rest up until you're back to normal, okay?" "Fine." It was noon. After that mishap with Roxy and seeing the insane magical array that she developed, I dragged her outside and politely requested that she taught me what she did to make it. Politely requested meaning I nagged her about it for an hour. I had some ideas on how she did it, but it was also completely different from the way I would have implemented something like that. If it was me expanding on magic arrays, it would have been a stack of compressed and 3D magic circles that freely swapped out as needed to be configured into the spell needed. With that, a magic circle could be used as a core and then serve as a control module. In programming terms, I would have predefined the interface and class for each spell, then instantiated a new object for each spell in a main method before running input through a UI to activate methods on that object. In normal terms, I would have built up a toolbox of spells to be used at a moment's notice and pulled each out as needed. But as expected, Master Roxy took my idea and ran with it, making something even better. My way of doing things would have been reliant on me as the user. Kind of like how an idiot wouldn't be able to use a computer, my idea was something that only someone specialized in it would have been able to use, like me or Master Roxy. Sylphie didn't really understand magic circles, or rather, she didn't see the point in them when she could just make things work, so she wouldn't be able to use it. But Master Roxy's. It was ridiculous. Her version of magic arrays was basically a clockwork mech made of magic circles. I couldn't even begin to see how and where it all began and ended, but it was set up to automatically react to outside events, chain together to cast spells using ambient mana, and then disperse or reform as needed. Not only that, but it wasn't centralized. Instead of having a control module, it just kind of worked all the time when it was there. Like a permanent loop with feedback built in to update it and churn out new pieces. And because of that, Master Roxy was free to move, chant spells, or cast separate ones from those that her magic arrays had. I wanted it. Like, real bad. But I didn't want to be annoying, so I let it be for now. Definitely needed to secretly start experimenting on making something similar though. It would be the perfect countermeasure to surprise attacks against people faster than me, like Ghislaine had been. But for now, I took a look around. We were sitting outside by Mom's tree. As always, it stuck out from the surroundings because of its bronze bark and fluffy white leaves with golden lining. And as always, it emitted a familiar warmth from the radiating healing mana. That didn't mean that warmth was actually there though. The leaves were covered in snow, and the area around the tree had snow drifts as tall as I was. Emphasis on had. Sylphie, being the resident queen of winter, had shoved all of the snow away and left everything cleared for us to relax. And then Master Roxy, being super cautious about my health, had placed down a big magic circle to warm the surroundings, making it feel like spring despite being the dead of winter. All of that to say, magic really was incredible. And I really wanted to start practicing again. But since Master Roxy insisted I didn't, and since mana exhaustion was apparently a super serious condition, I would listen to her. For now. But tomorrow. Roxy sighed. I'm starting to think I really should have stuck around longer now, seeing as my precious disciple is so nonchalant about his health. I gave her an innocent look and said, but I learned everything from Master Roxy. Didn't you stay up late a lot to practice and study magic? Sylphie narrowed her eyes at Roxy. Roxy cleared her throat and said, why yes. But I'm much older than you, Rudy. Growing children need their sleep more than someone like me. But Master Roxy's still growing, aren't you? Roxy blinked and then walked over to pat me on the head. Stay cute, Rudy. But also start watching your tongue. You don't want to be like Paul and be a no-good heartbreaker. My eyes widened and I quickly nodded. You understood, Master. Right. I couldn't be like Dad. He was lucky that Mom and Mama Lily had a good relationship together, and that I was there to convince both of them to get along. If not for that, it would have been messy. People would have been crying and resentful on both sides. Nope. Definitely had to stay single or pick a single lady. Besides, I wasn't like Dad, who liked more than one girl anyway. Heck, I didn't even think I actually liked a girl like that yet anyway. Right. Definitely not yet. Rudy? Sylphie tugged my shirt. I flinched. Why yes, Sylphie. She pointed at my sword, leaning against the tree, and said, "Are you going to practice sword fighting instead of magic then?" I sighed and slumped my shoulders. I guess so. Since Master Roxy says I can't practice magic, I might as well work on that instead. Sylphie frowned and said, "Why can't you practice magic?" She looked at Roxy and said, "Miss Roxy doesn't seem that special. And it's your mana, isn't it? Don't you know better than anyone else how you feel?" Roxy's eye twitched. I noticed and quickly said, "I do. But Master Roxy has a lot of experience with these sorts of things, so dash." "But she's not you." Sylphie looked back at me and said, "Miss Roxy might know a lot, but Rudy's a lot smarter. You think that Miss Roxy's magic circles thingy is cool, but it's nothing that you can't do, right?" I mean, technically, if I sat down and took notes about Master Roxy's magic arrays, I could probably replicate it. Though it would take a few years at least, it was technically possible. Roxy cleared her throat and said, "It may be true that Rudy has a much sharper mind than I do dash. I don't. But that does not mean that he should march ahead without consulting anyone else, especially after suffering such drastic consequences. You may not be aware because you are a child, but mana exhaustion is nothing to scoff at. And you might not know because you're an adult, but knows a lot about mana. More than you, I bet." I looked between Sylphie and Master Roxy. Sylphie crossed her arms and moved in front of me, as if protecting me. Master Roxy frowned and adjusted her hat with her right hand. I raised my hand and said, "You know, I don't mind dash." Roxy lowered her hand and said, "I am happy that Rudy found a friend to support him. But there is a difference between support and blind devotion that allows reckless actions." Sylphie nodded and uncrossed her arms, lowering her hands. "And I'm happy that the master who Rudy cared so much about came back to help protect everyone, but you don't get to say what Rudy can or can't do. He's already worrying about enough things already. Should I be stepping in on this conversation? I feel like I should be stepping in on this conversation. But I also had a feeling that things would get messy the moment I did. Just a sort of gut feeling. So instead, execute diversionary tactic. Hey. I pointed off randomly into the distance and said, "Who's that?" Roxy paused and turned to look over there. Sylphie paused as well and also turned to look. Good. Tactic, successful. Wait. I blinked, realizing that neither Roxy nor Sylphie were moving. Instead, they were staring in the direction I pointed with serious expressions. Roxy, pursing her lips and reaching for her staff. Sylphie, trembling a bit but then forcibly standing her ground by taking a step forward. I frowned and then turned to look where I pointed. And then I froze. It was a man. One with silver hair and golden eyes. A harsh, no-nonsense gaze, a white coat with a fur cloak that concealed his entire body beneath it. But more importantly than that, a dense and familiar white mist radiating off of him. Not holy mana, but instead, being W. Chapter 54, Turning Point 1. Master Roxy immediately stepped in front of me, holding her staff. "Rudy. Stay back." Sweat poured down her face. At the same time, the magic circles from her magic arrays system flared to life. Sylphie grabbed me, wind mana flowing around her, ready to fly away at a moment's notice. "Let's go, Rudy." Sheer panic suppressed with pure resolve. From both Roxy and Sylphie. "No." I shrugged Sylphie off and stepped forward. "Our Rudy?" Master Roxy glanced back and glared at me. "Rudy! Stay back! Have you met Being W yet, Master Roxy?" "What?" Roxy blinked, caught off guard by the question. I stared at the man approaching and said, "That guy's been messing around my life for a while, and I need answers." The man approaching us wasn't Being W. That sinister white mist was extremely dense around him and seemed to be casting a spell of sorts, but there was another mana beneath it. A regal gold and silver mix that was completely inviolable. But more than that, the man approaching seemed hazy. As if he was a person that wasn't really here. Like a mirage, his silhouette was a bit blurred. Though whether that was a result of being trying and failing to interfere with him, the man's natural mana, or some other thing, I didn't know. But I did know one thing. The man's face was harsh. His golden eyes were narrowed, and overall he had the appearance of the endgame secret boss from some old JRPG game. But because of that, I was suspicious. Not about him, but about his circumstances. Moreover, I felt a connection between us. It wasn't rational. It wasn't anything concrete. But it was a gut feeling. Something deep within me that said this was a person who wasn't against me. I glanced back. Since we were at Mom's tree, we were a fair distance from home. But still close enough to where everyone could get caught in the crossfire if things went south. The man was still far off in the distance. We had about 10 minutes before he arrived. So I took the time to think. He was an unknown factor. There shouldn't be any visitors. Master Roxy and Sylphie were put on edge by him. Being W seemed to be doing his damnedest to try and affect the man. But failing that, Being W seemed to be casting a spell around the man instead. I felt a strange connection with the man. A faint familiarity like I met him once, a long time ago. The man looked harsh and dangerous, but he didn't actually have any hostility. Even so, he had a demeanor where he would be ready to fight at a moment's notice, as if he was used to sudden combat. The timing was weird. Showing up right after I woke up and got my sight back. It was too coincidental. And the man was powerful. Like my current state, the man's regal gold and silver mana seemed to be a bit dim. But even so, I could tell. His mana was equal to no. It was better than mine. Not just in quantity, but in quality. Like how my mana was dense enough to fold in on itself and dominate other mana, his was similar. But rather than folding in, it seemed to just continually produce light. Put in other words, if my mana was like a huge planet with intense gravity, his seemed to be a bright star with equal pull but constantly emitting light. In other words, strong. Stronger than anyone I had seen or even imagined. The strongest. I would go so far as to call the man that. So the question remained. Why was he here? I walked forward. Rudy! No! Master Roxy called out after me, but she stood in place. As if frozen by fear. No. She actually was frozen by fear. Rudy! Sylphie called out as well and tried to walk after me. But she stumbled and then collapsed on the ground, her legs trembling. I glanced back at the two and then smiled. I think that guy's here for me. Don't worry. I'm just going to have a small chat with him. You're lying. Sylphie desperately pushed herself to her feet and shouted. You're lying, Rudy. Stop! Don't go! She tried to take another step with her shaky legs. But again, she collapsed. And when she did, her eyes welled up with tears. But not because she was sad. Instead, they were tears of frustration. Master Roxy grit her teeth and tried to move as well. But she couldn't. Her entire body shook with the effort, but it didn't move. Why? She looked down and then glared at her legs. Why are you like this now? Move! Move! She grit her teeth again and then looked at me. Rudy! Stay back. Listen to your master and stay back. That person's dangerous. I know. That's why I'm going to talk with him. Are you stupid? An idiot? Just what have you been doing these past few years? Not enough. I walked forward, ignoring Roxy and Sylphie. I could see their point. The man was strong. Unbelievably strong. Enough to where you could probably sense it without seeing his mana. But since Roxy and Sylphie could see what I saw, I was sure that they were even more affected. Paired with the fact that I had been unconscious for a week and blind for a day after, me walking out like this was probably their worst nightmare. Considering how much they cared for me, this was like their worst fears come to life. But I had to. The man didn't seem hostile, but there was a chance he was. And if we waited for him to approach us, then there was a possibility of hostilities breaking out close to home. To where Mama Lily, Sylphie's mom, and my two cute and vulnerable baby sisters were waiting. I couldn't risk that. The man was strong, so it was highly likely that even a casual blow could destroy everything at close range. So to mitigate it, I had to engage first. In the best-case scenario, this was all a misunderstanding and we went on our ways. In the worst case, I had to buy time. No, I was the one who could buy time. Master Roxy's magic circles were complex, inventive, and powerful. But her mana wasn't dense enough to face this storm. Even a basic water ball from the man would blow her away. Sylphie's way of using mana was creative and diverse, but she wouldn't be able to control this. Not only that, but she didn't have any fighting instinct. To begin with, Sylphie was a peaceful and kind young girl. Expecting her to enter the dragon's den was sending a lamb to slaughter. I had been training with her with mock battle games to give her reflexes to help in actual combat, but this wasn't the time or place to test those. To begin with, the man wasn't someone you could react to. I adjusted my gray scarf around my neck and walked forward, forcefully resisting the urge to prepare magic circles or gather mana. The man continued his approach, snow blowing around him as he walked across the field. I stepped beyond the boundary of Master Roxy's warming magic circles and instantly felt a chill fall on me. But I ignored it and continued walking. 1 minute. 2. 3. 10. And then we were standing across from each other. As if we came a mutual understanding, both of us stopped at a distance of about 10 feet. A gap that could be crossed in an instant if things got serious, but one that showed respect for space. The man gave me a sharp look, his silver hair shifting in the wind as his golden eyes narrowed in thought. I felt my hair shift as well, and had to resist the urge to shiver from the chill. Instead, I just stared back at the man. "You aren't looking away." The man muttered and then looked past me. "Roxy Magurdia and Sylphie at Dragon Road, that's the same. But you." He looked at me and said, "I don't recognize you." "Roxy Magurdia? Sylphie at Dragon Road?" I could understand in knowing Master Roxy. She had become pretty famous after her antics and exploits in Chiron Kingdom and the Strife Zone. But to know Sylphie's full name. Wait. Sylphie didn't have a last name though. Laws never took one up. And most people didn't have last names unless they were noble. So why did he call Sylphie at Dragon Road? Was she actually a secret princess or something? A long-lost heir to some fallen kingdom? The way the man said it was like reciting a fact, not speculation. So it was strange. Even more questions to consider. But before I had time to consider them, Being W started to act up. The sinister white mist suddenly stirred and shot out to affect me. But I was ready this time. I learned from my mistake before. That bastard took advantage of my anger to sneak in and influence me last time, causing me to end up in this whole mess. So to prevent that, I made sure to continually cycle my mana through my body. Just like how certain ninjas channel chakra to break out of illusions. And like I thought, Being W's mana dispersed. But unlike before, I didn't hear anything. No staticky words or his familiar and damnable voice. Instead, it was just silence. Silence and the man continuing to look at me. "Are you finally frightened into silence?" The man spoke again, his voice cold, but also a bit fatigued. As if he was weighed down by an incredible burden. It was a tone I recognized. After all, I heard it all the time in the past. Not expecting anything, but not giving up. Taking on all the harsh judgment from reality but continuing on your way until the end. Recognizing that, I relaxed a bit and shook my head. And to put him off ease too, I smiled and said, "How could I be scared of someone as cool as you?" "Cool?" The man's mouth twitched. A genuine flicker of amusement. But that was all. As if he had forgotten how to smile or show any other emotion but serious, that twitch was all there was. "Yep. Cool. And you seem super strong too. Did you come to help keep us safe while my dad's working?" A casual test. Praise, mixed with childish innocence and expectations. He wasn't a bad guy. If I judged him right, then he actually should be similar to how I used to be. At least, up until the end. "So then, who's your father?" "Paul Greyrat." "Ah, but I guess he's technically Paul Noto's Greyrat?" The man frowned and said, "Paul should only have 2 daughters. You're his son?" "Oh crap. Did I make a mistake?" "Right. Dad was running a coup. Since he was apparently the proper heir, the focus would be on him. And since girls weren't given any weight in terms of inheritance, the enemy would focus mostly on my dad since he was the one who actually had the chance to take over. That was, unless they knew about me. And it seemed like Dad had been trying to hide who I was, and the man just learned my existence. If he was an enemy. No, better to not jinx it. I smiled and then nodded. "Yep. Though." I frowned and said, "I'm trying real hard to not follow in his footsteps. Dad's a bit, well, not the best role model?" The man gave a non-committal response and then became quiet. I stared at him. He stared back. After a bit, I tentatively asked, Is there a reason why you're here, mister Laplace? Did you successfully resurrect?" I blinked. "Laplace? Why was the demon god's name suddenly being brought up?" "No. You've strongly inherited his traits, but you aren't him." "Wait, what? I inherited Laplace's traits?" The man spun around. "Ignore me." This was nothing but whimsy. Forcefully ending the conversation, he started walking off. Our interaction was over. I didn't know why he came, and he brought more questions than answers. But we dodged a nuke. Satisfied with what he learned, the man left us behind. So I should have been satisfied as well. But I was worried. No, I was hopeful too. Or maybe I was just desperate. "Wait!" I called out to the man. He paused and turned around to look at me, silent. I stared at the white mist drifting around him. At Being W still trying and failing to interfere. "Do you know who Being W is?" The man's golden eyes turned sharp and he completely turned around. "Being W?" I nodded. "Right. The sinister presence who's like white mist and keeps influencing people." A breeze blew past, scattering the snow. The man was silent, carefully observing me. And then he said, "No. I don't." "Ah." I frowned and said, "Maybe you know him by another name?" "I think. A faint memory. That old man in my dream, cursing someone out. And that's someone's name. He might be called Hidegami?" A faint blur. White from the snow drifting past as a breeze blew. My eyes widened. Chapter 55, continuation of the story. The man vanished, reappearing directly in front of my eyes. His white coat billowed, still fluttering from his rapid movements. At the same time, his hand reached, aiming to grab my neck. A sudden attack. I was caught off guard. But my body wasn't. Instincts that I picked up from fighting Geislane took over, catapulting me away from the man with a gust of wind while forming stacks of magic barriers to stop his attack. The sound of shattering glass. The man paused, tilting his head in thought. Those reactions. Enchantless magic? No, instantaneous magic circles. He lowered his hand and stared at me. As I thought, You truly did inherit a lot from Laplace. However, dash. Rudy! Master Roxy's scream cut through the air. The moment it did, blinding light surrounded the man. Her entire magic arrays sent and primed to fire a magical bombardment. At the same time, she shot herself forward, catapulting towards me with a gust of wind. Wait! I glanced towards her and shouted, Master, no! The man's eyes flicked towards me for a moment, frowning. Master? Hm. After that he looked towards the magic circles and said, for Roxy Magurdia to reach this level. Interesting. So if dash. An eruption of mana and an explosion of force and sound. I reflexively covered my eyes. And when I did, I felt someone grab me, pulling me back. Stupid! Are you stupid? You must be stupid. What did I tell you about being stupid? Master Roxy's panicked voice. I opened my eyes and saw her standing in front of me, staff pointed at the man. The magical bombardment was still continuing. Ambient mana was sucked in through the magic circles and converted into a barrage of spells. But impressive. Layering magic circles to amplify basic spells to higher ranks of power while creating synergy in each attack due to the arrangement. And then to use ambient mana as a power source instead of your own mana. How efficient. Master Roxy's eyes widened and she started to shake. I am possible. A gust of wind from behind. Sylphie. She quickly moved to my side and held out my sword. Rudy! Here! Master Roxy noticed and she snapped. What are you doing? Run! No! Sylphie turned to face the man and said, I won't leave without Rudy. And I'll fight too. If Miss Roxy is going to fight, I will too. Are you stupid? You're the one who can run away the fastest. Take Rudy and go back to Dash. Disturb magic dot. A pulse. Distorted ripples spreading through the air, like jagged blades. Everywhere they touched, mana ripped apart. Including Master Roxy's magic arrays. Coo! She winced, stepping back and clutching her head. Ho! I quickly took my sword from Sylphie and drew it. This is stupid. This was extremely stupid. Should have just kept my damn mouth shut. Gah! I should have realized it. I was already thinking that guy was like a secret endgame boss. Just like in the old JRPGs, those people tended to show up in the first arc and become unbeatable boss fights just to show the player that life was cruel and that the hero couldn't always win. And also that sometimes the best choice was to not fight. If this was a game, it would be the point where I turned off the console and reloaded my last save. Except this was reality, so I couldn't do that. Instead, I had to figure out a way of this impossible fight. Not a way to win. Just a way out. I had to end this encounter before it became a power struggle that we would lose. But how? The man swung his arm out, sending the shards of Roxy's magic circles flying and causing his white cloak to flutter. His pristine white cloak. Master Roxy started trembling again. But she grit her teeth and stomped on the ground, holding out her staff. Who are you? Why are you here? Roxy Magurdia. Master Roxy tensed. The man looked at her and glanced over to Sylphie. Sylphie at Dragon Road. Sylphie trembled. But after glancing at me, she took a deep breath and glared at the man. The man noticed and looked at me. And then the unknown variable who knows of Hitagami and inherited Laplace's powers while remaining human. The son of Paul Greyrat that should not exist. Yeah. This guy definitely knew stuff. And it seemed like he had calmed down a bit. We survived the first phase somehow. No. He wasn't going seriously in the first place. That was the only reason why we weren't blown away. But that was enough. As long as we could end this without him going all out, that was a win. The man stared at me and then said, My name is Orsted. You. Tell me your name. Master Roxy glared at me. Rudy. No. Sylphie shook her head as well, but kept her eyes on the man. No, on Orsted. Don't tell him, Rudy. That man. That man is bad. He's definitely a bad guy. I frowned. It was an odd reaction. I could understand them being cautious. I could also understand them being intimidated. But the desperation in Master Roxy's gaze didn't match up. And Sylphie's words were too forceful. As if she was completely certain Orsted was a villain. I mean, I didn't blame her considering his actions up until now and his appearance. But at the same time, she should be able to sense it. Orsted wasn't emitting any killing intent or hostility. He was prepared for combat, yes. But he wasn't intending to fight. Instead, wait. Out-of-character actions. Influencing thoughts to align towards a certain conclusion. Being W? I looked over Master Roxy and Sylphie. I didn't see any of Being W's mana. But at the same time, that guy had proven himself to be slippery. It was possible. My eyes weren't omniscient. I could see mana, but it was possible that I couldn't see all mana. No, it had to be the case. There was something here that was affecting Master Roxy and Sylphie that I couldn't see. Something that was making them paranoid and terrified of Orsted. I stared at Orsted and then said, "If I tell you, will you kill me?" Orsted was quiet and then said, "That will depend. Will you swear allegiance to me?" Rudy. Master Roxy looked at me and said, "Don't be stupid. You're smart. Think this through." Sylphie nodded as well and said, "Don't trust him, Rudy." Like Master Roxy asked, I thought it through. Orsted was a force of nature. We couldn't beat him. Even Dad. Yeah. Even Dad couldn't beat him. If we provoked the guy, we would die. He didn't seem like a bad person, so he probably wouldn't go after my family. But there was a chance he might in order to tie up loose ends. Run? Even if that guy was the strongest, he seemed to have a plan in mind. And if we ran away while throwing enough spanners in the works, it might be enough to deter him from pursuing us. But it could also tick him off enough to strike back when we least expected it. Buy time and have Master Roxy and Sylphie evacuate the others? That would be ideal. Except Master Roxy and Sylphie absolutely wouldn't accept it. Not to mention that Mom and Mama Lily would definitely run out to try and stop Orsted too in order to protect me. That was no good. Fight? Impossible. That guy stood through Master Roxy's barrage like it was nothing and then broke apart her magic arrays with ease. Not only that, but he had that weird disturb magic spell that shredded mana. Master Roxy couldn't face him. It was the absolute worst matchup possible. Sylphie potentially could. Rather than casting spells, she was actually just directing elements. But considering how that guy weathered all of Master Roxy's spells, most that were enhanced 10 times over. No. That was a dead end. As for me, if I was at top form, I might be able to stall. No, I was sure I could stall. In a clash of mana, I was confident I could match him, or at least only lose out a bit. If he tried that disturb magic on me, it would just be an opening for me to exploit. But if that guy could stand through Master Roxy's barrage, I wasn't sure if I had anything to take him out. Well, there was that. But the guy was fast. That casual attack from him was on the level of Geyslain. If he got serious, which he would if he detected the attack I had in mind, I would be dead before it finished. It was possible, but I needed time and preparation. Both things I didn't have. But even then, that was probably a bad move. If I thought about the circumstances, it was too weird. I was out for a week, but my body was perfectly fine. Meaning that something was keeping me unconscious the entire time. It was plausible that I was just recovering from the after effects of my fight, but even then, a week seemed too long. At the same time, I had been blinded for a day. Unable to see the world around me, which included any potential traps laid down by Being W. Or Hidegami. Whatever that guy's name was. And then this guy showed up out of the blue. Orsted. A man wreathed with Being W's mana and who instinctively attacked after hearing Being W's real name. Or what was probably his real name. Which was a whole can of worms in itself, considering that it was Japanese when this entire world had a language similar to English. And especially considering that Hidegami meant human god. But anyway, this entire chain of events reeked of a setup. Just like when the Knights invaded after Mom gave birth to Norn and was vulnerable. Everything pointed to trying to fight this guy or antagonize him. And I was being pressured to go against him. It made sense. Objectively, a powerful person like this showing up out of the blue and attacking for no reason was dangerous. Trying to talk and get along with him was suicidal. Not only that, but he was suspicious. The way he talked like he knew things and expected things to unfold a certain way. The way he called Sylphie by a last name I never heard. And him making all those references to Laplace by saying I was similar. He knew too much. So a powerful person who knew too much and seemed to have a secret agenda showing up at a time when I was still recovering and when Dad wasn't around to help protect my family. Not only that, but a person that only I could match. And even then, it was only a faint hope of matching. One that would rely on me straining myself again and relying on that relationship between emotional tension and mana in order to bridge the gap. I looked at Orsted and said, "My name is Rudeus Greyrat. But I'm sorry." I raised my sword at him and said, "I won't swear allegiance." Rudeus Greyrat. Orsted nodded. "I will remember that name. But to not swear allegiance to me." "Very well." He stared into my eyes and said, "I hope that we can be allies in another life." With that short statement, he vanished. But I expected that. Tick. Magic wasn't enough. I learned that already. Trying to cast spells against an opponent like this was suicide. But I also wasn't skilled enough to fight him off with my sword. To begin with, I could barely match Dad, and Orsted was leagues above him. Tick. Even so, I had to fight. Orsted was uncompromising. He was used to having things go his way. No. He was a person who forced things to go his way because the entire world was against him. If I wanted to live, I needed to convince him that I had value in staying alive. That I wasn't going to be an enemy. So to do that. Tick. I couldn't fight like Dad. For some reason, I couldn't flood my body with mana like him to reinforce it. Every time I tried, it slipped out like water running through cloth. But that didn't mean I had no way of fighting back. The techniques, the principles, the theory. Dad's sword movements, the rhythm of combat, the reach. And now Orsted's own movements and attacks. Right. If magic wasn't enough, then sword fighting. And if my body wasn't sufficient to use my sword yet, then I just had to let the sword fight in the place of my body. Tick. A crimson blur slashed to intercept the white blur in front of me. Orsted suddenly shot back, his golden eyes narrowed in caution. That sword. A faint hum. A crimson blade, vibrating in the air in front of me and phasing in and out like a mirage. I knew it. I glared at Orsted and said, "Being W did send you." A bluff. That was the only way out of this. Orsted hated Hidegami. Enough to where he attacked me the moment I said that name. Orsted blinked and tilted his head. Arg. Master Roxy groaned and then raised her staff again. This is stupid. I'm stupid. I should have taught you better so you wouldn't be this stupid. Sylphie held up her hands, causing all the snow in the area to swirl around her, creating a blizzard. As she did, she looked at Master Roxy and said, "Stop calling Rudy stupid and focus on protecting him, Miss Roxy." Master Roxy glared at me and said, "I expect a full explanation on who this Being W is after we're done here, Rudy." Absolutely. Master Roxy swept her left arm through the air and then frowned. The array is broken. Should be fine, but it'll take a while to regenerate. She shifted her gaze to Orsted before looking at me and saying, I hate to say this, but I have to leave this to you, Rudy. Your master isn't capable of beating him. She laughed and said, I told you that you should have picked a better one. That's fine. I kept a steady gaze on Orsted and said, this is just a bad matchup for you. Master uses mana directly instead of channeling elements and can't fight in close range. For now, leave it to me. Sylphie moved to my right side and said, you mean leave it to us? I won't let you fight alone, Rudy. She looked at Orsted and said, I don't know who this being W person is, but if that guy's your enemy, then he's mine too. Don't follow me. Stay back and support from a distance. Understood? He's too fast for you. Sylphie frowned, but then she nodded. Fine. But if you get hurt, then I'm relying on you to buy me time to heal. Can I trust you on that? Sylphie's eyes widened. But then she let out a bright smile and nodded. Leave it to me, Rudy. Master Roxy spoke up and said, I'll cast barriers on you. But, be careful. I will. It was a heroic and determined play. Well, Sylphie and Roxy were being serious about it, but I kept my words carefully tailored to lead the conversation. And it seemed like it was throwing Orsted off. His serious face vanished, confusion taking its place. To face me directly just from his words. Did the curse lift? No, rather than lift. I held out my left hand, pointing it at Orsted. With that motion, my sword flew out in front of me, tilted to the side as if an invisible warrior held it at the ready, point aimed at Orsted's head. Orsted, or whoever you are. I narrowed my eyes and said, if you think that I'm going to join forces with a person who was sent by being W. Or Hidegami, or whatever his name is, you've got another thing coming. I'm not going to team up with someone on the same side as a guy who tried to break up my family and kill my baby sisters. Orsted blinked. And then he placed his left hand over his face and laughed. A giant, sincere, full-body laugh that had him shaking in place. I see. I see. Laplace. So this is why you attempted it. Even crippled with madness from your broken soul, you prayed for a miracle in the end. Error. Wait. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Orsted slowly lowered his hand and grinned. On his face, it looked sinister. But I could tell. It was an expression of relief. No, of anticipation. Very well. Orsted took a step back and held out his left hand. Come. If you deem me an enemy, defeat me. If you cannot do even that, you cannot hope to reach Hidegami no, the being W who you despise. His golden eyes glimmered and he said, Rudeus Greyrat. Show me your might. Give me a reason to fight at your side. At #$. I played myself. Rudy! Sylphie looked at me and nodded. I believe in you. Don't get in over your head, Rudy. Master Roxy's calm voice, carrying an undercurrent of worry. Crap. Crap, crap, crap. Well. Guess we're doing this now. I took a deep breath and then narrowed my eyes. At the same time, I remembered it. The notes I took while fighting Dad. The hypotheses that I wanted to test but didn't get a chance to yet. No time like the present. Magic barriers sprang to life around me. Master Roxy, buffing me with her mana. At the same time, a torrent of snow shot towards Orsted, directed by Sylphie. But Orsted's gaze didn't waver. Even as the snow surged towards him, he stared at me, waiting for my move. Seeing that, I kicked forward, running towards Orsted. This was a bad idea. This was a super bad idea. This was a supremely bad idea. But at the same time, damn it. Definitely inherited some of Dad's bad traits. I couldn't help but wonder how I matched up. Live. In the outskirts of the citadel of Roa, the snow-covered grasslands leading to Bina village. There, a strange sight unfolded. From a distance, it seemed like random bursts of snow were erupting, as if a magical bombardment fell upon the land, leaving craters every few paces. But in truth, the source of it was a man. One who Rudy would know very well. Damn it! Should have known some bullshit like this would happen. Fuck! Paul cursed and quickly unsheathed his blade before sheathing it again. When he did, he blurred, suddenly appearing a few paces in front of where he had just been. A series of sword dashes, conserving no, increasing momentum with every pounce. As Paul advanced, he mulled over what he learned. Rudy being knocked unconscious for a week and waking up blind. A mysterious man who had lost terrified enough to drive his horse to death and reach the citadel of Roa in time to warn Paul. But more than that. A vaguely familiar magician with silver hair who requested a meeting with Paul and used a magic item to show what was going on back at home. Paul thought it would be peaceful. Well, relatively peaceful. He knew that everyone would be pissed at him, and was pissed at him from how Laws punched him in the face after the guy finished his warning. But anyway, he thought it would be fine. It wasn't. A man who weathered Roxy's magical barrage. One who emitted a terrifying presence even through the magical item. And one whose name Paul knew very well from his youth spent idolizing the 7 world powers. Orsted, the dragon god. I don't know why you're in Bina village or why you're fighting Rudy, but... Paul narrowed his eyes and said, "You won't hurt my family." A firm declaration and resolve. With that, Paul forced himself to move faster. Every minute no. Every second counted. So just a little bit faster. Just a little bit more refined. Hold on, Rudy. Dad's coming. Liv. Are you fine with this, master? A beautiful elf woman with curled blonde hair looked into the distance, staring at Paul dashing across the plains. She averted her gaze and then looked to the man standing beside her. Do you not want to speak with him a while longer? The man stared at Paul's vanishing back. His emerald eyes flickered for a moment and nostalgia crossed his face. But then that emotion vanished and he shook his head, causing his silver hair to shift. It's fine. However, he looked towards the Boreas Manor in the center of the citadel of Roa where a certain half-elf man was waiting. Do you not want to speak with your child, Elinalise? It's Rostalina, master. Ah. So it is. A slightly awkward silence passed between the two. After a while, Rostalina sighed and said, You've changed, master. Well, I'm not entirely the same person I was back then. I guess you could say I'm not even half the man that you remember. That isn't funny, master. I'm aware. But it's important to have levity in situations like these. He turned around and rested his left hand on the hilt of the crimson sword sheathed at his left side. Now come. There are some rats we need to clean out while your old friend and my younger brother have their first meeting. Rostalina furrowed her brow. Her master noticed and raised an eyebrow. Is something wrong? No. Just... I have a feeling that we're going to have a complicated family web in the future to untangle. Try not to think about it too much. Things get messy when you involve time travel, different temporal dimensions, resurrection, and reincarnation. Ha! Even now Master says complicated stuff that I can't understand. Really? It seems like the adjustments might have damaged your brain. I could have sworn my dear Rostalina was more intelligent than this. And whose fault is that, huh? Heh. The man shook his head and started walking into the citadel of Roa. You were the one who said you would bear it. And Laplace Sama said that you would watch over me. It's your fault for leaving me alone in that dark place for so long. The man. Technique God Laplace laughed and said, I suppose that is my fault. But what did you expect? No story is as miserable as those of the dragon worlds. Rostalina moved to her master's right side before saying, and the human world is filled with heroic tales, so master has no excuse. Heh. Hee. Laplace ruffled Rostalina's hair and said, well then. Enough playing around. Let's get ready. He turned his gaze to look at the sky, particularly at a tiny crimson orb being dragged over the city by a white mist. It seems like Hidegami is becoming impatient. Rostalina let out a happy sigh. But then she turned serious. My body is yours, master. Please stop. Rostalina put on an innocent smile and said, What are you talking about, master? Well, I suppose if I didn't have enough reasons to kill Hidegami before, this would definitely be one of them. To think that my cute and innocent Rostalina would turn into someone like this. I'm still plenty cute. So you admit you aren't innocent? Even if I were, Master is an infamous demon god now, so I would be wicked either way, wouldn't I? Let's just get going. Laplace sighed and muttered, Damn being W. Just you wait until we hit the point where I can properly smack you in the face again. Chapter 56, Unwinnable Fight. White crashed against Orsted as Sylphie's icy attack reached him. At the same time, a crimson blur shot through the air and slashed towards Orsted's neck. My sword, flying out at close to light speed just like the attack Geislane used on me. It connected. But instead of doing any damage, sparks flew out. The edge of my sword bit into Orsted's neck, but nothing happened. As if he was made of steel, all my sword did was bounce off. And the reason for that was clear. Faint silver and gold threads, barely visible beneath the already bright glow of Orsted's mana. I didn't know how it worked, but he was reinforcing his body with mana. And not in the way Geislane and my dad did when they fight. Those two flooded their muscles with mana to move faster and hit harder. But Orsted. I could see it. Myriads of tiny mana threads, just like silk or spiderweb. Those wove around every strand of muscle in Orsted's body and into his bones in an intricate mesh. And while I couldn't see all the details, I was sure that there were more than a few tapping into his nerves as well to increase his reaction speed beyond the ordinary physical limitations. My sword flew through the air and back into my hand. Orsted didn't move, only watching me with his golden eyes. But that made sense. He didn't need to move if he had that level of insane defense. Though it was an insane level of defense that could only be done because he had so much mana. If his mana wasn't so dense, it wouldn't even be a tenth as effective as it was now. After all, woven string wasn't as strong as woven steel. But while impressive, it was a problem. I grit my teeth and continued running forward, sword in my left hand. As I did, I racked my head on what to do. My sword skills were far from enough to engage in close combat. But at the same time, he was definitely too fast for me to take the time to cast spells. And while I was about 70% sure he couldn't see mana, he definitely could sense it in some way. So I had to distract him. Engage him enough to where I could use that time to set up powerful spells to pierce through that protection. Except, did I even have anything like that? Unlike us mere mortals, Orsted didn't seem to have a squishy human body. And as if to prove my point, Orsted raised his right hand in the midst of Sylphie's blizzard and formed a fist. After that, he swung it down. The moment he did, the snow collapsed, falling down to the ground in a heap around him. It wasn't like before with disturbed magic. No, this time was pure physical strength. A shockwave that shoved everything down because of his attack, not a dispersal of the mana behind it. And that was what I had to match. Not beat, match. Because there was no way I could beat him right now. In a few years, maybe. If I had time to set up a trap and lay down formations, yes. But a straight fight. A white blur. Not from Sylphie. The sound of shattering glass. At the same time my body instinctively moved to the side and swung my sword. Sparks flew as my crimson blade bit into Orsted's outstretched hand. No. It didn't bite into the hand. Rather than my sword's edge piercing Orsted's skin, his hand was eating away at my sword's edge. My eyes widened and I quickly flooded my sword with mana to counteract it before blowing myself away with a gust of wind. Orsted straightened, glancing at the sword in my hand before looking up to me. He didn't say a word, but the faint glimmer in his eyes showed he was mildly impressed. But that was it. He gave me a break, as if waiting for my next move. But we both knew it. If he pursued, it would have been over. I saw a few more magic barriers form around me to replace the few that Orsted shattered. And at the same time, I saw icicles fire towards him from behind. Sylphie, trying to get in some sneak attacks. Orsted didn't move. Again, he didn't need to. The icicles shot towards him like bullets, but they just exploded into glistening dust, not even scratching his coat. He just waited for my next move. Ignoring Sylphie and Roxy completely, he looked just at me. I took a deep breath and then focused. My sword flew out in front of me again, held as if an invisible warrior was fighting alongside me. It wasn't enough. Against ordinary humans, probably. An attack that fast with my sword as reinforced as it was could cut through the average person. Maybe sufficient to fight off against a small platoon. But it was a similar issue with Master Roxy. While good against numbers, it wasn't enough raw might to counteract someone like Orsted. So I needed to think outside the box. Just like when fighting against Geislain. No. I had to be smarter than when fighting with Geislain. Because while Orsted was humoring me right now, tides could turn in a single moment. He was someone who was entertaining a whimsy right now. But he was also someone who could change that whim at any time and go back to just eliminating me because I knew about being W, or Hidegami. Whatever that guy was really called. So think. How do you beat an invincible opponent like this with your limited resources? In terms of mana density, we were about equal. Since I was still recovering, he had the edge, but even at full, it would be a stalemate. I was outclassed in terms of physique and physical range because I was still just a child. And in terms of technique, that wasn't even a question. Orsted could freaking use his hand as an actual sword. He was a guy who took Bruce Lee's philosophy about training every part of his body literally. Like seriously. I could even see faint traces of mana threads in Orsted's hair, meaning that even those could be lethal weapons if he decided to use them. Like, he could probably rip one off and throw it as a projectile. And from his casual stance, and the fact that he didn't have a weapon on him, I really didn't want to test that hypothesis. The only advantages I had on him were that he wasn't going full force against me. Yet. And that I had a repository of knowledge about various techniques and physical phenomena in my head as well as theories and systems that weren't conceivable in this world due to a divergence in technological advancements. Only, considering how strong that guy was, the number of things I could use. Well, I muttered. Let's start with what I can see. I didn't have time to waste. If I wanted more, I had to buy more with effort. So then, to impress him enough to give me more time to think, I focused inward. My mana wouldn't cling to my body. I could hold it in place, but it was basically like water spilling through cloth. But seeing Orsted gave me an idea. I couldn't replicate that intricate mesh network he had. That would take up way too much time. But I could do something similar. At least in theory. Pulling out countless threads, weaving them together through and over my muscles. Offsetting the physical load my body had to deal with by adjusting in real time with a control module similar to how I did noise cancelling. A faint thrum of power. My body immediately felt lighter than before. More limber. At the same time, there was a synergy between me and my sword. Maybe it was because I was wreathed in my own mana, or maybe it was that weird effect where tension improved mana power and control. I could feel the sword as if it was an extension of my own body. But I didn't have time to think. Perhaps recognizing the flow of mana as a threat, Orsted immediately shot forward again. This time though, I could see it. A faint ripple as his coat fluttered behind him. His entire body barely moving while his fist was outstretched to strike my head, giving the illusion that he was teleporting. In a fraction of a second, his fist would connect. I probably wouldn't die. But I would definitely be incapacitated. So before then, my blade shot forward. Crimson blurred at the same time as Orsted's body, aiming for his eyes. He noticed and then subtly turned his head so that the blade would strike the left side of his temple instead of his eyes. But he kept moving. His eyes continued to track me as he continued advancing to attack. It would still connect. I would still be struck. So I moved as well. The circle and the line. The underlying principle in martial arts. And a principle that I had seen repeated in the water god style since I started learning sword fighting with Dad. A linear attack was defeated by a circular defense. And a circular attack was defeated by a linear defense. Of course, like could clash against like, but that required equal force and skill. I didn't have that, so I had to take advantage of the difference. Orsted's attack was force directed in a single attack vector. So, like when I stalled Geislane in water, I had to divert that attack vector. I pivoted on my back foot and grabbed Orsted's outstretched arm. At the same time, muscle memory from practicing Water God and half-remembered memories of Tai Chi flickered through my mind. I bent down, twisting my body forward with Orsted's momentum but also diverting at an angle to toss him over me. It worked. Whether because Orsted wasn't expecting me to act like that, or because he allowed it, the guy flew over me and spun through the air. As he did, I slashed out with my sword again, directing it with my mana. A flurry of rapid slashes performed at supersonic speed, aimed at Orsted's weak points. Upper arm, collarbone, windpipe, temple, diaphragm, rib, groin, thighs, and then a stab through the heart. Those were my targets. Targets that were immediately blocked as Orsted's limbs blurred in midair to parry all of them. And with the last, my sword was knocked back towards me, spinning like a top to cut me in half. But I wasn't worried. Instead of stopping my sword, I whipped it around me to attack Orsted again. This time, he smashed it directly with a fist and shattered the sword, sending steel shards falling to the ground. All of this, within the span of a single second while Orsted was still falling down to the ground. Insane. The fact that I could perceive him moving at all, and the fact that he was freely moving on such minuscule time intervals. I couldn't stop and marvel at it though. My movements were straining my body. As trained as I was, and as much as my rough copy of Orsted's mana reinforcement technique helped, I lacked the years of experience and time to be proficient at fighting like this. My body just wasn't accustomed to fighting at such a level. But I had bought time. Like how Orsted was moving in fractions of seconds, my awareness had expanded as well. Instead of perceiving in seconds, I was perceiving things on a smaller timescale. Wasn't entirely sure how this was all working though. Probably a combination of mana and nerves aligning and creating an extrasensory phenomenon to shift perception in a subjective manner, giving the illusion of time slowing down. But that didn't matter. What did was that I could move faster. And that didn't just mean my body. I didn't know how it was for others, but for me mana moved at the speed of thought. That didn't help much when my opponents moved faster than I could perceive. But when they didn't, I focused. 1 wasn't enough. 5 wasn't enough. 10 wasn't either. If I wanted to break Orsted's protection, I needed an attack that could go beyond it. And something like that. My sword was already moving at a supersonic speed, and Orsted didn't even care. He moved faster than it and even managed to shatter the blade. So a slash wasn't enough. The force was too diffuse to cut through his mana reinforcement. Maybe if I was bigger and had more mass to weave with mana to generate more force, but I didn't. But sheer mass wasn't enough either. If I tried to send a block of iron at him or some giant boulder, even at high speeds, Orsted would just cut it apart. No. The only hope I had to break through that reinforcement was to focus everything on a single point. Except, focus what? Metal, stone, and other physical matter wouldn't be sufficient. Maybe if I could create something like tungsten, it might work. But I didn't know how to make iron, let alone tungsten. Manipulate it, sure. But make? No way. Wind? No. Too diffuse. Water? Same issue. Fire? Maybe. Except that I didn't think I could make one hot enough for it to be a problem to the guy. Lightning? possible. But my gut was telling me he would just bat it away. Not only that, but Master Roxy had tried it all when she attacked earlier with her magic arrays. And I was sure that I couldn't do much better than her in that regard. Plus, even if I did, it would be my loss if I somehow managed to seriously injure or kill Orsted. That guy seemed to be against being W as well, and the only person who would win if one of us died was that insidious bastard. So those were out. The lethal techniques I had in mind, like creating a vacuum and filling it with poison gas, diamond dust, and other things to attack the guy on the inside, were out too. No, I needed something else. Something that showed power without being pure lethality. I just needed a proof of concept. A way to show him that I was someone worth fighting alongside. That I had the potential to grow to be an ally against being W. So, a repeated magic circle, spiraling in a three-dimensional pattern. At the center of it, a single crimson bead. My mana, slowly condensing to form a single bullet. It was the same basic principle as the first spell I learned. Water Ball. But instead of forming water, it was my own mana. And instead of one magic circle focusing on converting mana to water, it was a myriad of magic circles focusing on solidifying my mana to a physical form. It was possible. Mana crystals and mana stones existed, so it was definitely possible to crystallize raw mana into a physical form. And when it did, that physical form carried the properties of the mana that made it. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. In the corner of my eye, I saw Sylphie frozen, snow flickering around her as she prepared another attack. A few steps away from her, Master Roxy held out her staff, watching with fear and trepidation in her eyes as she stared at Orsted. But even as time was slowed to a crawl, Orsted moved at normal speed. He landed on the ground and then turned to look at me, his eyes widening in shock. I dashed to the side, maneuvering so that my projectile would shoot out towards the mountains instead of anywhere important. Orsted turned as well and quickly started to chant. And as he did, I felt a ripple of the disruptive magic he used earlier. But before the second word could come out, I fired. A single beam of pure red light aimed at Orsted's right arm. A sure hit. It definitely was on target and faster than anyone could react. The moment it fired, my attack was bound to connect. But Orsted still managed to dodge. Not completely, but enough. Instead of the center of his right arm like I planned, Orsted moved enough to where my attack struck the side instead. Blood sprayed from where my mana bullet connected, shredding through Orsted's mana-reinforced muscles and flesh. And then, off in the distance, I saw the peak of a mountain explode, snow tumbling down in an avalanche. But that was all. With all my prep, all I could achieve was a glancing blow. I heard something crack. At the same time, the limberness I felt in my body and the hyperfocus I had slowing time to a crawl vanished. In its place, I had a pounding headache and felt like my body was made of lead. Orsted glanced at his right arm, watching as crimson spread along his pure white coat. After that, he slowly turned back to look at me, a thoughtful expression in his gaze. I felt my body start to give out, but forced myself to stand, glaring defiantly at Orsted. I couldn't show weakness now. Not after putting on that play. So, the mana in that attack was on par with Laplace. Orsted started walking towards me. "Rudy!" Sylphie called out and tried to attack again with a barrage of snow. But Orsted just flung out his hand. A sonic boom erupted and then Sylphie flew through the air. "Sylphie!" I screamed and tried to run towards her. But I couldn't. My limbs didn't cooperate and just collapsed beneath me, forcing me to kneel. Fortunately, Master Roxy was prepared and quickly moved to catch Sylphie as well as heal her. But this fucking guy. Hurting Sylphie. Should I just off him? No, that was definitely what being W wanted. But the ability to reproduce the same dragon battle aura, even in part, also shows your worth. Orsted took a step forward again, looking down on me. I raised my head and glared at him. "Rudeus Greyrat." Orsted stared at me and said, "The one who inherited Laplace's abilities and will." He held out his hand and said, "Join me." Not as a follower, but as Dash. A sudden silver flash. A knife, thrown through the air at Orsted's back. It crumpled, bent like it was made of tinfoil. Orsted paused and turned around. I did as well and saw Mama Lily standing there, holding knives in both hands and a sword sheathed at her left side. She wasn't alone either. Mom was standing there as well, her hands out and chanting. It seemed like the two ran out after all the commotion. My eyes widened. "Wait! Mom! Mama Lily! Don't dash!" Water ball. A water ball shot out from my mom's hands. At the same time, Mama Lily threw her knives. Orsted turned to face both and muttered, "Lilia and Zenith Greyrat are the same. But to not fear me at all. It seems to not be a coincidence." Then dash. The knives and water ball collided with Orsted. But like with everything else, they had no effect. What the heck even was this guy? A *****? Did he have one *****D or something? My attack definitely disrupted his reinforcement. But he still shrugged those off like it was nothing. Mama Lily pursed her lips and then drew her blade. At the same time, Mom pointed at Orsted and said, "Stay away from my son." Mama Lily nodded and said, "I will not let you harm my child." Orsted blinked and then turned back to look at me. After that, he smiled and said, "It seems you are well loved. Enough to unite those two women who were fated to be at odds with each other." It was a genuine expression. Like he received a pleasant surprise. Of course, on his face it just looked like a sinister smirk. Mom and Mama Lily ran forward. In the back, I saw Master Roxy finish tending to Sylphie and then look towards Mom and Mama Lily. Her eyes widened and then she let out a sigh before resolving herself, holding her staff out to fight as well. Faint cries echoed in the distance. Norn and Aisha, probably disturbed by all the ruckus. A mess. This was a giant mess that wouldn't end well. It seemed like Orsted realized it too since he started to frown. And then to top it all off. From the direction of the citadel of Roa, a silver blur approached at blinding speed before colliding with Orsted. He quickly stepped back, shoving off his attacker and moving to the side. At the same time, his attacker moved to stand in front of me, physically blocking Orsted from moving towards me. And as for the identity of Orsted's attacker... Sorry I'm late. Dad had to tie up some loose ends first. My dad rested his sword over his right shoulder and looked back towards me, his face uncharacteristically serious. "Are you all right, Rudy?" "No. I'm not all right." I glared at him and said, "What kind of dad knocks his kid out for a week after forcing him into a life-or-death fight with some unknown swordsman and thinks the kid will be fine?" "Ha. Yeah. Messed up pretty big there. Dad's never been the smartest, you know? But you can yell at me later. Right now." He looked at Orsted and said, "What are you doing here, Dragon God Orsted?" I blinked. "Wait. Dragon God?" Orsted stared at my dad. After that, he glanced at my mom, Mama Lily, Sylphie, and Master Roxy, and then he turned to look at me. Staring straight into my eyes, he said, "This is my mistake. It seems that the situation has turned hostile, so I will seek you out once more in the future. Until then, think carefully on my words, Rudeus Greyrat." With that, Orsted vanished. No, it wasn't that he vanished. Instead, he quickly dashed away, heading towards the mountain that got its top blown off from my attack. Seeing that, my dad lowered his sword and frowned. But he quickly put on a smile and turned towards me. "Well, look at that, Rudy. Seems like your old man's strong enough to send even the dragon god running away with his tail between his legs." I glanced towards Mom and Mama Lily slowly walking towards us. Then since my dad's so great, he won't do the same now that his lovely wives are coming to have a long talk, right? My dad blinked and then finally noticed my mom's approaching. Sweat started to form on his brow and he laughed. "Ah, right. definitely won't. But, he looked back at me and said, this is completely hypothetical. But say that Dad managed to hook you up with a super hot wife for the future. Do you think your moms would be mad? Wait, what? Think like double DS, top-class noble beauty, and unlike most noble women, she'll be super fit and actually good to tumble with. Ah, and of course you can still have Sylphie. Just like your old man, you know? If it's you, I'm sure you can handle at least 2 women. I blinked, scattered bits of info slowly starting to connect in my head. My dad running off, showing back up after saying he was running a coup, now rambling about a hot wife. Strength came back to my worn-out body and I stood up. After that, I reached out to grab my dad's shirt and said, you fucker. Tell me you didn't sign a betrothal contract or something to some noble family to help you run the coup. Ah. And maybe? You did what? That wasn't me. That was my mom. It seemed like she heard him. My dad turned to look at her and held up his hands. Let me explain dash. Mama Lily glared at my dad and said, Paul. I'm disappointed in you. Lily. Honestly, if you just let me dash. I let go of my dad and stepped back, glaring at him as well. But the moment I stepped back, Mom stepped forward, grabbing his shirt just like I did. What about Sylphie? Who gave you the right to decide that? You Mama Lily stepped forward as well, crossing her arms. I thought that you had matured, Paul. No, that at least you were better than those azure nobles who sold their children off to curry favors. But to think you would do that with Rudy as well. Her eyes turned cold and she said, what of Aisha? Did you sell her off as well? Mom's eyes widened and she glared at Paul. You had better not tell me you signed a betrothal contract for Norn as well. I didn't. I promise. And really, it's not that bad. Just, let me explain. My dad looked at me and said, come on, Rudy. Help your dad out a bit. Rudy? Rudy? I turned around and waved the back of my hand at him. We'll talk later. I have a lot of things I want to say to you, Father. Silence. And then my dad let out a sigh and muttered, well. Guess I should have seen this coming. Chapter 57, Reflecting on Mistakes. While my dad was doing his best to explain away the mess he caused this time to Mom and Mama Lily, I headed back to the house with Sylphie and Master Roxy. Holding Sylphie close to my side, I brushed her hair aside and carefully scanned her body. Her clothes were a bit ruffled and she was a bit wet from being flung into the snow, but she didn't look injured. Still, I looked back at her and said, are you sure you're fine, Sylphie? Sylphie sighed and said, I'm fine, Rudy. She smiled and said, that person knocked me away, but he didn't hurt me much. I frowned and cast healing on Sylphie. Seeing the healing mana run out to settle in her body to heal, my frown deepened and I said, so he did hurt you after all. Orsted was an ally since he was against being W, but the fact that he hurt Sylphie. Master Roxy tapped me on the head with her staff and said, worry more about yourself, Rudy. I huffed and rubbed my head. I do worry about myself. Sylphie gave me a blank stare. What? I did worry about myself. Everything I did earlier was a calculated risk. I might have been a bit off on the answer, but it was definitely calculated to make sure that things ended up the best way possible. Master Roxy sighed and said, running headfirst to fight off against an opponent like that. Tell me honestly. Did your brain get damaged after your father struck you in the head? That's the only explanation I have for doing something that stupid. Sylphie nodded and said, I've been wondering about that too. She looked at me and said, are you sure that you're okay, Rudy? If you're worried, you can always tell me. I smiled and pulled Sylphie into a one-armed hug. Thank you, Sylphie. I appreciate you. And I will. And I would. Because I had a feeling that if I didn't, Sylphie would do something even more reckless than I would to try and keep me safe. After all, she was already willing to fight against Orsted to try and protect me even though he was a terrifying opponent. And considering that she couldn't do anything against those knights and had been shaking in fear when she came to tell me before. Yeah. Definitely needed to start opening up a bit more in terms of thoughts. Didn't want to be like Dad, who ran off to do stupid things without letting anyone know and piss everyone off. Definitely didn't want to turn out like him. Well, not like that anyway. But as to Master Roxy's question, I looked over to Master Roxy and said, and I'm not sure, Master Roxy. I frowned and said, I'd noticed that too. Maybe I actually did get hit hard enough to have lingering effects. Well, that or I inherited a lot more from Dad than I thought, and those traits are showing up more since I'm getting older. I was 7 now, after all. Still a kid, but swiftly approaching the teenage years. And not only that, but I was fairly sure my growth was being accelerated from my passive healing spell that I constantly kept going. Now, if only that included a growth spurt. Despite everything, I was still pretty short. Muscular, but short. Master Roxy frowned and then gave me a cautious look. You don't feel the urge to look through women's underwear or flip skirts, do you? Why the heck would I do that? Even if I was interested in girls like that, I wasn't going to run around to harass them. Well, it might be different if it was someone who liked me back and was okay with it for some light teasing, but random women? No way. I wasn't some crass pervert. Ah. Right. Rudy's the type of person who wasn't even aware that I was Master Roxy cut herself off and then cleared her throat. In any case. She looked at me and said, you seem to have an idea about what happened back there. Do you mind telling us, Rudy? Sylphie frowned and then looked over to me. Right. You and that scary man talked about someone else. Being W, I think? Yeah. It's a long story though. Still not entirely sure what that guy wants or even what he is. We arrived back at the house. In the distance, I could hear Mom and Mama Lily yelling. Definitely didn't bode well for Dad. He was probably going to sleep in the living room for a while. Then again, he deserved it. I was fine, but it didn't change the fact that he tried to provoke me into showing my full potential as well as knock me out by smacking my head with a super high-level sword attack that hit 3 times within a split second. Not to mention the fact that being hit in the head like that while I was channeling so much mana was one of the main reasons why I got blinded. Yeah. Dad's affection meter from everyone around definitely plummeted to 0. I sighed and then opened the door to the house, walking in with Master Roxy and Sylphie trailing after me. Warm air drifted over as I entered, the house heated by a flame crackling in the fireplace. I smiled at the warmth and then carefully unwound my scarf, setting it on a shelf nearby. Master Roxy walked in and took off her hat, hanging that up on a stand nearby. And Sylphie just waved her hand, wicking off the water and ice to chuck it outside. After that, she closed the door and walked back to my side. Seriously though. Was Sylphie the reincarnation of a snow spirit or something? The way she used water, wind, and ice was just so natural and fluid. The door to the master bedroom opened, and then Sylphie's mom, Rose, walked out. She looked tense as she exited. But when she noticed us, she let out a sigh of relief. Walking over with a smile on her face, she wiped off her hands on her dress and said, "Did everything work out?" It was worrisome for a moment there. Sylphie hugged my arm and smiled. "It went great, Mom." She looked up at me and said, "Rudy's super strong, you know?" I coughed and averted my gaze. Master Roxy met my gaze and then shook her head, walking over to the dining table. "Super strong, yes. Super smart. Not so much." I winced. Sylphie noticed and then glared at Roxy. I gently pried Sylphie off my arm and turned towards Rose. I glanced back at the master bedroom and said, "Are Norn and Aisha sleeping?" "That's right." Rose sighed and then walked over to the kitchen, tending to some steaming pots on the stove. After lowering the flames, she turned back and said, "Your poor sisters tired themselves out from crying, so I put them to bed in the other room. But don't worry, Rudy. They're fine. I sighed and then smiled at her. Thanks for taking care of them, Miss Sylphie's mom. Rose laughed and said, still calling me that, Rudy? Sylphie walked over to the kitchen and started rummaging around the pantry. Is there any tea, Mom? Something warm to drink would be nice. Oh, let me, Luffy. I think Zenith keeps some honey and tea leaves over here. While Sylphie and her mom went to prepare tea in the kitchen, Master Roxy beckoned for me to follow her to the living room. And from the serious look on her face, it wasn't just for a casual conversation. I sighed and followed after her. Roxy stared at the young child sitting on the couch in front of her. Rudeus Greyrat. Her first student and only disciple. He was small. Roxy was conscious about her height and size, smaller than the average woman. But Rudy was even shorter than her by a whole head. Of course, he had been even smaller when she first met him, so it was more accurate to say that he had grown up now. But he was still a child. A child who was only 7 years old, and yet a child who stood off against Dragon God Orsted without fear. Roxy hadn't known who the person was at the time, but after hearing Paul mention the man's name, it made sense. That primal fear she felt when facing the man as well as the monstrous mana that shone as bright as the sun. Ah! But Rudy's mana was about the same. Realizing that made Roxy remember once again just how ridiculous her disciple was. Rudy shifted on the couch, avoiding Roxy's gaze. His hair, still a pure silver, moved as he did. A stark contrast from the lovely light brown hair he once had. And paired with his bright green eyes, in a certain light, Rudy could be mistaken for a ghost. He was different now. Older, for sure. His body was also more trained, showing honed muscles beneath the few remaining traces of baby fat. Roxy was sure of it. In just a few years, he would become a lady killer. Rudy's maturity, cute face, intelligence, and talent. In a short time, all of it would explode and make him an irresistible force of nature. And the fact that Sylphie clung onto Rudy's words and supported him so much showed that he was already starting on that path. Especially considering that the young elf girl was willing to throw herself into a life-and-death fight on Rudy's behalf. But it was reckless. Both her actions and Rudy's. Right. While Roxy's disciple was a monstrous talent born with gifts that were enough to make even the great legends envious, the fact didn't change that he was still just a child. A child who didn't know right from wrong and recklessness from bravery. Though that was partially her fault. Roxy hadn't realized it. Because Rudy was so smart and had God-given talents, she thought he would pick up on it. And after Roxy heard how he managed to somehow keep his family together despite Paul's lustful nature and affection falling towards Lilia as well as Zenith, Roxy thought he was mature enough for it to not be an issue. That growing up had solved it. After all, if he had the ability and insight to somehow convince the staunch believer of Mealy's that Zenith was into accepting Lilia in their family, Rudy was surely mature enough to at least have common sense. But he didn't. Calling out to the Dragon God while he was leaving and earning the Dragon God's ire with a few words. Actually going to fight the Dragon God in close combat instead of relying on magic or trying to talk him down. Playing the role of a hero and trying to taunt the Dragon God. It was infuriating. The Rudy she remembered was more mature and calculating. And it seemed that Rudy realized it as well, considering how he was avoiding Roxy's gaze. Roxy sighed. The past was the past. In hindsight, Roxy should have treated Rudy a bit more harshly and emphasized how talented he was instead of treating him like it was normal. If she had done that, perhaps he wouldn't have grown up so distorted as to think he could challenge the second strongest world power. And perhaps he would have been a bit more responsible and cautious as well. But that couldn't be helped. So instead, Roxy fixed a stern gaze on Rudy and said, "What have you been keeping to yourself, Rudy? Who is this being W.N. Hidegami? And why did you ask Orsted if he knew about him?" Rudy flinched. And then he sighed and said, "Well, it's a bit hard to explain. But since Master can see mana now as well." He paused and said, "It started in the forest shortly after you left." I was out exploring because I was feeling a bit lonely when I noticed a weird white mist drifting around. Chapter 58, Transparency is Key. I stared at Master Roxy, waiting for a response. I told her everything. How I noticed being W, who I called Whitey at the time. How he tried to break up my family by subtly influencing their thoughts. How he was around and appeared to be the cause of why Sylphie was kidnapped and abandoned in the forest. And how he seemed to be pulling strings in the background around Norn's birth, laughing and putting me in that Xanatos gambit at the time. And also how he recently tried to directly influence me in that fight against Ghislaine, feeding into my anger to make me see red before trying to do something to my mind. Which in hindsight was probably why I was a bit off. I didn't know what he did or exactly what happened, but I clearly remembered seeing that other place. Not to mention the nightmares I had about Dad's death and the scenes I could barely recall. Then there was that weird old man and the broken magic circle I saw just before waking up. But anyway, I told all of that to Master Roxy. As I did, I felt a huge weight lift from my shoulders. One I didn't even realize I had. It was similar to what I felt in that dream after seeing my past life's final moments and bidding farewell to my old family. Well, except that I physically felt better after telling everything to Master Roxy. Probably because I knew I could rely on her. After all, Master Roxy was a real genius. Not only that, but she was someone who polished up her natural genius with hard work and experience. So if there was anyone who could help me sort this stuff out and help me protect everyone, it was her. Except, Master Roxy looked troubled. I frowned and said, Did I say something wrong? Roxy sighed. No, Rudy. And thank you for telling me. She patted my head and said, You've had it rough, haven't you? I felt my eyes watering and quickly looked away, blinking through the tears. It's fine. I'm Master Roxy's disciple, so it was fine. Roxy laughed and said, Hey now. What did I teach you about when people say they're fine? That it's usually a lie and that they're upset. Also that something sweet helps them feel better. Roxy coughed and said, there's that last part, yes. But focus on the first part in the future, okay? Okay. She nodded and then crossed her arms, thinking. But how insidious. To think that there was something like that. Well, I suppose that explains why things unfolded the way they did in Chiron. Maybe I was too harsh on that prince then. Master? Roxy shook her head and said, Don't worry about it. But I take it you haven't told your parents about this? I haven't. I rubbed the back of my neck and said, even if I did, since they can't see mana they can't really do anything about it, right? But I did make some accessories to make sure they aren't affected anymore. Holy mana repels being W's mana, so I made some jewelry and wrapped a lot of magic circles together out of that. Kind of like what you did for my wand. Roxy blinked and then she covered her face. Why are you like this, Rudy? Am I just a bad teacher? Or is this just Paul's blood finally showing up? And Master? I tilted my head, confused. Did I say something wrong? Maybe she was upset at me copying her work. Before I could ask about it, Master Roxy shook her head and then said, Rudy. Why yes? You see me as your master, right? Meaning that you'll listen to what I tell you to do? I immediately nodded. Of course. Then from this point onwards, don't keep things like this to yourself. Even if you have a good idea about how to solve things, talk to me or your parents about it first. Or even Sylphie, like she asked you to. No matter how much you know, one person can only see so much at a time. It's important to have multiple perspectives on things, especially when it comes to potential dangers. So you're telling me to not be like my dad then? Roxy paused and then let out a deep sigh. Right. Please do your best to avoid being like your hot-blooded father who runs off to try and run a coup on the main branch of an ancient Azuran noble family. Got it. In other words, more transparency, less acting on my own. I could do that. Maybe that was what this was all about? Did being W want me to start doubting people and then start acting on my own? No, that I knew better than everyone else and so my opinion was the only one that mattered? Scary. I could see it playing out like that. In that dream I saw. Yeah. I would definitely never have forgiven Dad in there or trusted him to do anything ever again. And since he was out of the picture, I'd gradually start taking on more responsibilities to care for Mom, Mama Lily, and my younger sisters. There was Master Roxy around too, as well as Sylphie. But Sylphie supported me no matter what I did. And while Master Roxy was a genius and someone I respected, she also wasn't family. If push came to shove, after being upset at all that Dad did, yeah, I'd push her away too. After that, I'd probably be obsessed with growing strong enough to make those things a non-issue in the future. And then, haughty with mana and magic, I'd suddenly get the rug pulled out from under me by being W when I least expected it. Probably by taking advantage of how I kept to myself more than other people and then using that to drive a wedge between me and my family. Maybe even have Norn or Aisha grow to hate me and blame me. A soft bop on my head. I blinked and realized that Master Roxy was staring at me. What did I just say, Rudy? I laughed and rubbed the back of my neck. Sorry, Master. I was just thinking about how close it was to having all of this ruined. I frowned and said, when you keep things to yourself, it's really easy for other people to start mistrusting you. Especially since they can't read your mind. And in that silence, misunderstandings start growing, and before you realize it, you mistake love as indifference and disdain. I could definitely see it. Well, it helped since Dad was doing his best to serve as a negative role model. Which reminded me that I needed to beat that lesson through his thick skull as well. And that I also needed to patch things up with Mom and Mama Lily for Dad too. This was his second big mistake now. Well, I guess that falling in love with Mama Lily really shouldn't be considered a mistake. A better thing would be that this was his second big event now. A major event that tested not just my mom's patience this time, but Mama Lily's as well. If there was a third, I had a feeling that would be it. Things wouldn't ever be the same. After all, trust was both easily given and easily lost. I paused, suddenly realizing that Master Roxy hadn't spoken for a while. Master? Roxy blinked and then let out a wry smile. Sorry, Rudy. I was just thinking about my family. She sighed and said, as always, you have better insight than I do. HM? But Master's a genius. Roxy poked my forehead and said, a genius isn't perfect. And the moment that a genius thinks they are, they're bound to fall from grace. Yeah. I knew that lesson all too well. But in any case, Master Roxy took a seat to my left and then reached out to hook my chin, pulling it towards her. After that, she leaned forward. And Master? I felt my face heat up and instinctively leaned back. Don't move. A serious voice. Hearing that from Master Roxy, I stopped being embarrassed and did as she asked. She stared into my eyes with her own, frowning. And then, after a few seconds, she muttered, you really keep on doing ridiculous things, Rudy. I blinked. What do you mean? Roxy shook her head and leaned back. After that, she said, did you notice something strange when fighting the dragon god? Maybe in how you saw the world? I paused to think and then nodded. Now that you mention it. There was a point in the battle when time slowed to a crawl. Near the end there, I could perceive Orsted even though he was moving at a normal speed in the slowed time. Wait. Seeing mana as different colors, temporarily losing my vision, suddenly being able to track superhuman speed. Did I suddenly awaken something like the Char ****N? I mean, it was a moment of high emotion and tension, but this was mana, not chakra. Ah. But wasn't chakra originally divine power distilled down to mortal men or something? And in this world, magic was originally something that only elves and spirits could use until humans figured out to replicate it. Maybe it was better to just not think too hard about it. Just like the fact that the freaking dragon god of all people said that I inherited a bunch of traits from demon god Laplace. At least, for now. Roxy nodded her head and said, as I thought. It seems like you managed to awaken a set of demon eyes. I frowned and said, it seems like it, yeah. And now I really wanted to test if I actually had the infamous pinwheel eyes. It would definitely explain how I could so easily copy magic spells. And why my memory seemed to be so good. And why I noticed being influencing my parents. And why I could keep up with Orsted. Though a few of those things were also because I had been training for a while on those specific traits. Ugh. Why was mana so complicated? It would be really nice if I just had a handy guide or someone around to tell me exactly what it was so I knew its limits and properties. At that time, Sylphie walked over, carrying a stack of cups and a small teapot. She smiled and said, I got tea, Rudy. Ah, and for you too, Miss Roxy. An ice table suddenly formed in front of where I was sitting. Sylphie set the teapot on the table and then poured a cup of tea. It's honey and berries, so it'll be sweet and yummy. She blew the cup a bit to cool down the tea and then handed it to me. Here you go. I took it from her and smiled. Thanks, Sylphie. Mmachum. She poured a cup for Roxy and handed it over. Roxy took the cup with a small nod. Thank you, Sylphie. Sylphie nodded back and poured herself a cup before sitting down to my right. Sipping her cup, she let out a content sigh and leaned against me. Master Roxy stared at me and raised an eyebrow. I blinked and tilted my head. What? Roxy shook her head and then looked at Sylphie. After that, she looked at the ice table and said, I have to say. You truly utilize mana in a way that I never even imagined possible, Sylphie. To directly manipulate elements to your will. Sylphie sipped on her tea again and said, Rudy is just that great of a teacher. I sipped on my tea as well and then sighed. You give me too much credit, Sylphie. Most of what you can do you taught yourself. That's not true. Sylphie frowned and said, I learned how to do all of my magic from the games we play. So I learned from you. I don't think that's how teaching works. Well, I say it is. So there. I laughed and then shook my head. Fine, fine. Sylphie smiled. Roxy let out a sigh and muttered, to be young and carefree again. I tilted my head and said, Master is still young, aren't you? Even after the past few years, Roxy still looked the same as she did before. Which meant she still looked like a young teenager instead of the 20-something woman she should be right now, but that was a good thing. Aging gracefully was something all women wished for, after all. Roxy chuckled and then said, and you still need to remember to ease up on the compliments. What will you do if your dear master falls in love with you, You Master Roxy? In love with me? I felt my face heat up and then laughed. Master sure likes to tease. Roxy laughed as well and then said, well. Someone has to keep you on the straight and narrow. Sylphie frowned and then hugged my arm. Humph. I blinked. Roxy smiled and sipped on her tea. After that, she said, in any case. It seems like we'll have to wait until tomorrow to begin our magic lessons again. She sighed and said, I'll have to spend some time fixing up my magic circles again after they broke. Sylphie leaned over to look at Roxy and said, well, maybe you wouldn't have to if you learned how to use mana directly, Miss Roxy? Roxy sighed. True. But not everyone can be born a genius at mana manipulation like you, Sylphie. I nodded and looked towards Sylphie. That's right. Different people pick up on different things quicker, Sylphie. Besides, Master Roxy has only recently started being able to see mana. It's really hard to break long-time habits, you know? Imagine if you suddenly had to use magic with chanting instead of just using it. Sylphie blinked and said, but Rudy can do everything, can't you? Chanting, magic circles, and imagining like me? Aren't you even more of a genius then? I laughed and said, I just take really good notes and work really hard. I bet anyone else could do the same thing if they had the same start I did. Sylphie frowned and said, Rudy. You're looking down on yourself again. HM? But it's the truth? I looked at Master Roxy and said, right, Master? If you could see Mana from the start, you'd be about the same that I am now, wouldn't you? No. I blinked. And then I laughed. Master's being humble again. I got it. I'll do my best to not get a big head. Roxy frowned. That's not what I dash. Her frown deepened and she looked at Sylphie as if to ask a silent question. Sylphie nodded in response. Roxy sighed. I frowned. Hey. Didn't Master just say to not keep things from people? Roxy nodded. I did. But this is a girl's secret, so I'm afraid you'll have to just accept that fact. Sylphie nodded as well and said, That's right, Rudy. It's a secret understanding between me and Miss Roxy. Sorry. Right. In any case dash. The front door slammed open, letting in a frigid wind. Chapter 59, All-Time Low. That wasn't a good sign. For the front door to slam open. I frowned and then got up, walking over to the entrance. Mom and Mama Lily walked in, shaking snow off from their coats. Oh. Rose's voice echoed from the kitchen and she said, Zenith? Lilia? I finished making lunch, so dash. Mom looked at me before letting out a deep sigh and shutting the door. After that, she looked towards Rose and said, Is Norn sleeping? Rose wiped her hands on her apron and said, She is. I tucked her in bed with her sister in your room. She looked at Mama Lily and said, I hope you didn't mind, Lilia. Mama Lily shook her head and let out a thin smile. It's fine, Rose. Thank you for watching them. After saying that, she turned to look at me. Are you well, Rudy? I'm fine. Why are you asking? Did I worry them that much? Ah, wait. If they were talking with Dad, they probably found out who I was fighting. And I had just recovered from being blind, and I was still recovering from Mana's strain. In hindsight, it was obvious why Mama Lily was asking. Okay. Maybe I did get a bit rattled from recent events after all if I didn't get that. Mom sighed and shook her head. After that, she looked at me and said, Don't let your father off so easily this time, Rudy. He did something really stupid. Scold him properly, understand? Okay? I'm going to cuddle with Norn. Mom looked at Mama Lily and said, Will you keep me company, Lily? Of course, Zenny. Mama Lily nodded and said, It should be time to feed Aisha soon as well, so it works out perfectly. Mom nodded and then headed down the hallway to the master bedroom where Norn and Aisha were sleeping. And the bedroom where my dad wouldn't be sleeping for a while, judging from how frosty Mom and Mama Lily were. Mom and Mama Lily left to go stay with Norn and Aisha. Sylphie walked over to my side and then peered down the hallway. Did Miss Zenith and Miss Lily go to sleep? I nodded. I think they're pretty exhausted, so dash. The front door opened again and someone walked in. Dad. Except, it didn't look like Dad. Mostly because his face was completely swelled up and red. Rose gasped and covered her mouth with her hands. After that, she walked over and said, Paul. What happened to you? Did another enemy attack? Sylphie gasped as well and then ran over to my dad. Mr. Paul. Here, let me heal you. My dad waved and muttered something incomprehensible. Sylphie frowned and then held out her hands. With that, blue-green mana flew out in bubbles before gathering around my dad. When they did, the bubbles flickered and turned gold. After that, they burst, splashing my dad in gold sparks. And with that, his swollen face turned back to normal. He sighed and said, That wasn't really necessary, Sylphie. But thank you. Not necessary? Sylphie frowned. What do you mean? Rose blinked. And then she seemed to realize the cause of Dad's injuries and sighed. You really did it this time, didn't you, Paul? My dad laughed and said, yeah. He paused and then looked at Rose. You aren't going to hit me too, are you? Laws already pummeled me, so that's fine, right? Rose shook her head. I'm not such a violent person, Paul. And besides, you were only thinking of Rudy's future, weren't you? Why, yeah. Then it's fine. Hearing that, my dad winced. Sylphie noticed. And then she looked at my dad with a stern gaze. Mr. Paul. What did you do? It wasn't really my place to chime in, so I just leaned against the wall to watch. As I did, I noticed Master Roxy walk over as well and stare at my dad. Dad noticed and cleared his throat. Looking at Sylphie, he said, I didn't do anything, Sylphie. Promise. That's a lie. Sylphie kept staring into my dad's eyes and said, You're hiding something. Just like what Rudy does when he thinks it'll hurt us. Hey! I spoke up and said, I don't do that. Often. My dad laughed and looked towards me. Looks like I'm not the only one in the hot seat, huh, Rudy? Mr. Paul. Sylphie continued her stern gaze. Dad flinched and then looked away. Aren't you an adult, Mr. Paul? Why can't you answer me? I crossed my arms and said, Yeah, Dad. You're a responsible adult who makes decisions. What exactly did you do to make Mom and Mama Lily beat you up? Paul rubbed his neck and said, Well, Lilia's the one who beat me up, actually. But, He glanced at Sylphie and then mumbled. Can't marry Rudy anymore. Sylphie blinked. Rose froze. Master Roxy let out a deep sigh and rubbed her face. My dad cleared his throat and then looked Sylphie in the eye. He looked guilty, but he faced her and said, You can't marry Rudy anymore, Sylphie. He's promised to someone else now. Rose gasped and then ran up to slap my dad. How could you? You know how she feels about Rudy. My dad took the slap and sighed. There's the slap. Laws mentioned you'd act this way after he pummeled me. He rubbed his jaw and said, Your husband should consider a career in bare fist fighting along with archery, by the way. How can you joke about something like this? Sylphie tilted her head, looking confused. She turned towards my dad and said, What do you mean, Mr. Paul? My dad let out a deep sigh. It's complicated. I spoke up and lowered my arms. Not really. You just acted without thinking again. Just like with everything else in your life. Right, Dad? He flinched and lowered his head. I thought it was a good idea. And this way you won't have to fight, Rudy. Besides. He looked up and said, You can just break it off later. It's a betrothal contract, but dash. A betrothal contract. Rose pointed at my dad and said, Didn't you say that it was too early to talk about that? Why in the world did dash? Master Roxy walked over and said, Miss Rose. Norn and Aisha are sleeping right now and both Zenith and Lilia are exhausted. How about we head outside for now? She looked at Sylphie and said, You haven't showed your mother much magic, have you? Sylphie blinked and said, You No? Then now is a perfect opportunity. There's also something I wish to discuss with you and your mother. With that, Master Roxy expertly cleared the room, leaving just me and Dad. He stared at me and then looked away, clearly feeling guilty. Not only that, but he looked regretful too. But of course he did. After all, he just got scolded by both of his wives, beaten up by one, and then slapped by another woman who had respected him up until that point. His confidence was probably at an all-time low. And to be honest, I was feeling pretty pissed off at him too. Signing a betrothal contract for me without talking to me, Mom, or Mama Lily. Running off to start a coup with the excuse that he was going to talk with his family. Not even coming back once in this past week to check up on us or send any letters. And to top it all off, that was after knocking me unconscious by hitting me in the head and then sending me into a week-long coma. though I was pretty sure that Como was more being W's doing than my dad. At least, in terms of being so long. Didn't change the fact that my dad was the one who put me in it though by smacking me in the head. Altogether, it was more than enough cause for my mom to divorce him. All of that showed that my dad was irresponsible at best and no different than the corrupt nobles who use their children as pieces at worst. Two perspectives that Mom and Mama Lily probably had right now regarding my dad. As for me, I thought Dad had grown up and become a bit more responsible. With how he had been taking his job more seriously and working long nights sending letters, I thought he was finally being like a real dad should be. Of course, it was hard to break old habits. Especially if you were working on a flawed model. My dad tried hard. He really tried hard. But he was just plain dumb. No, that was being a bit unfair. My dad might be a bit thoughtless at times, but he wasn't stupid. He just didn't know any better. After all, he was a guy who ran away from home at 12 years old, did an unspeakable thing to Mama Lily in his teens, and then was forced into being a family man after I was born. More than that, he had only been 19 when I was born. Which meant he was only 26 right now. Around the same age that I had been when I was off running around doing stupid things to try and make it big. So I couldn't be angry at him. At least, not too angry. Because I could understand him. And because I'd done similar stupid things in the past. Alright. Maybe it wasn't entirely inheriting bad traits from my dad. Rudy? My dad hesitantly called out to me and said, "Are you mad?" I sighed and said, "Let's have a seat first. This isn't a chat we should have standing around." After saying that, I walked over to the dining table and sat down. Dad followed after me and then sat down at the chair across from me. Chapter 60, A Worthless Father's Reflection. Paul had messed up. He realized that. Hell, even an idiot would realize it after all that he'd gone through. Zenith screaming at him at the top of her lungs about how he was selfish, stupid, and reckless. How she thought he was better than those nobles and how she couldn't believe she married such a hypocrite. Lilia not saying a word, only silently slapping him over and over. As if that would knock some sense into him. And probably venting a bit of pent-up fury she had from the past as well, now that Paul thought about it. Then there was how Laws had pummeled Paul after finding out about the betrothal contract, Sylphie's confused and disappointed gaze, then her mother slapping Paul just earlier. So Paul knew he messed up. And he regretted it. He wished he could say that it wasn't his fault, but he knew it. This was all him. Zenith was right. He had been selfish. Since he was worried, he let himself get talked into the betrothal contract so that Philip and Uncle Sorrows would help him take over the Nodos family. No, it all started because Paul thought the only option he had was to take over the Nodos family before his brother sent people after them. And because he was worried that Rudy would do something reckless, Paul brought Ghislaine over to try and show him how far he still had left to go. Except he didn't expect Rudy to actually be that strong. Or that Rudy loved him enough to go into a blind rage at Ghislaine because he thought it was her fault that Paul was acting like this. Right. Rudy loved and believed in his father enough to forgive Paul's misstep. Enough to focus his ire completely on the woman who appeared to seduce Paul instead. Rudy trusted and cared for Paul that much. No, from how he handled the situation with Lilia and Zenith. From how Rudy arranged everything and left it in Paul's hands to settle, he should have known already. Paul should have known already how much Rudy loved and respected him. And yet Paul had gone ahead and ignored all of that. No, he took advantage of that fact while saying it was for his own good. Just like Paul's father had done to him. Paul stared at Rudy. Rudy stared back, his expression unreadable and his arms crossed. It was funny, actually. That was just like how Zenith looked when she was upset. Well, before she became inconsolable from rage. Except, Rudy didn't look like her. Instead, it was like Paul was looking into an old mirror. Staring at his younger self being frustrated at his dad for not understanding anything and trying to force himself into something he didn't want. The only difference was his hair, which was now a stark silver color. The result of Mana's train from going all out trying to protect Paul. That sent another stab of guilt into Paul's heart. Rudy's hair would always be that color now. From what Zenith mentioned before she started screaming at Paul, Rudy had used up all of his mana and then some trying to kill Ghislaine. And then he tried drawing even more mana after that. In short, it was a miracle that he survived. And it was another miracle that he woke up at all. They hadn't mentioned it to Rudy, but from Roxy's examination, there was a time when Rudy's mana didn't recover at all. His body was fine, but his mana wasn't coming back. And it seemed like it wouldn't come back. But then all of a sudden, it came flooding back in. Paul was lucky. Despite everything else, Zenith and Lilia didn't blame him for that, at least. They blamed him for knocking Rudy unconscious and leaving, but they didn't blame Paul for Rudy's mana not recovering. Except, Paul knew why that had happened. Rudy had completely fallen to bloodlust in the fight against Ghislaine. He was letting off enough killing intent that even Paul was frightened. So in a panic, Paul had subconsciously gone all out and hit Rudy with everything he had to stop him. Thank Meles and whatever other divine forces were out there that Paul didn't draw his actual blade. But he had hit Rudy with everything he had. The fact that Rudy's mana didn't recover was probably because it was being spent healing the damage to his mind and the backlash from suddenly having that tremendous spell forcibly cancelled. Rudy had looked fine at the time, so Paul thought nothing of it. There weren't any wounds, and his hair hadn't changed colors at all. But apparently it had changed while Rudy was unconscious. Which confirmed Paul's theory. It was because of him. He did that to his son. Paul had vowed to not be like his father. To not be like the old man who made Paul's life miserable. And yet now, he hadn't just done the same as his old man. Paul had done worse. He had forcibly changed Rudy's life forever. To always draw stares because of his unnatural hair color from that point forward. And that was only because Paul. No, because Rudy was lucky. If it had been anyone else. If it was any other kid, Paul was sure they would have died. Paul would have gone to Roa all happy-go-lucky and then gone home to a grieving family. And one who would have chased him out. And for just cause as well. That. A sigh echoed. Rudy's. Geez, Dad. What are you making that face for? Paul blinked and then reached up to grab his chin. What am I? What about it? He wasn't making a weird face, was he? Rudy shook his head and then walked around the table to sit next to Paul. Paul flinched and scooted over. Rudy? Don't get me wrong, Dad. I'm mad at you. Rudy frowned and looked up at Paul with cold green eyes. This time, you messed up a lot. Paul flinched and looked away. I know. If it was any other person, they'd be dead right now. Paul felt the stab of guilt in his heart again and lowered his head. I know. And it wouldn't be odd for Mom and Mama Lily to leave you behind now. It's enough for her to justify a divorce. And when that happens, she'll leave with Mama Lily and have a happy family with her instead. Paul closed his eyes and muttered, I know. Their relationship was already a bit precarious from the beginning. After all, the only one who did anything wrong was Paul. Meanwhile, the relationship between just Zenith and Lilia was strong as ever. In fact, it had grown stronger since they started being intimate with each other. Then there was the shared motherhood and raising children together, along with Rudy. In short, Paul was already an outsider. No, he was someone who just marched to his own beat and thought he was always in the right, dragging everyone along with him. That was fine when he was an adventurer. And that was okay when it was just Zenith. But now he had a whole family to consider. Not only that, but friends too. That was why Paul left in the first place with Ghislaine. To try and head off the problem in the future so that his family could continue to live that peaceful life. Except Paul wasn't like his son. Sure, Paul was good at fighting. And he was confident that, at this point, the number of people who could definitively beat him in close combat could be counted on two hands. But he wasn't smart. He wasn't cut out for all the politics and strategizing that came along with handling nobles. That was why he wanted Philip's help and why he wanted the backing of Uncle Soros. Rudy was perfect for that. With how smart Paul's son was, and with how skilled Rudy was at reading people, Paul was sure that he would easily handle whatever plots came their way. All Paul needed to do was buy time until Rudy was ready. Except he hadn't been thinking about Rudy at all. Would he want to do that? Even if it was necessary, was it right to force that on Rudy? The answer was obvious. It wasn't. Paul had gone ahead and made a loud mess, talking big about doing a coup on the Noto's family. And he said that it was all about taking responsibility for his past. But he was just running away again. Like when he was a kid. Paul clenched his hands over his knees and grit his teeth. And then he felt a light tap on his right arm. Paul blinked and looked over to see Rudy pulling back his right hand, clenched in a fist. "Rudy?" "There." Rudy nodded and said, "Now we're even." What?" Rudy stared at Paul and said, "We're even. Since Dad was stupid, I punched you. So now we're even for you making a dumb mistake." Paul blinked and then he shook his head. "No. Rudy." He narrowed his eyes and said, "You should be mad. You should be angry. I've been a terrible dad. And that's just the way Dad is." Rudy reached out and poked Paul's head. He blinked. Rudy sighed and leaned back. "Dad's dense. Well, when it comes to anything other than women and fighting. But that's not a bad thing. You just have to remember to talk to other people first to make sure you don't mess up while focusing on your strengths." "I don't get it." Paul couldn't understand. Rudy had every right to be upset. And he had been upset. That anger Rudy had when he found out about the betrothal contract was real. Real and burning red hot. But it was gone now. Instead, Rudy just seemed disappointed. Disappointed, but not to the level of disavowing Paul. So Paul didn't get it. Rudy sighed. "To be honest, this is my fault too. You've been worrying about a lot of things ever since I was little, haven't you?" "That's not dash." "But it's true." Rudy nodded and said, "You've always been a bit unsure how to treat me ever since that incident when I was small, right? And while you know how to show off when you're training me, you don't really know how to treat me when you're not. You love me and care for me, but you don't really know how to show it." Paul wanted to deny it. But there was also a bit of truth in it. He knew how much of a genius his son was. But at the same time, since Rudy had such a fear of being a genius and broke down in the past, he didn't want to push him. Yet, Paul couldn't help but see what Rudy could be. What he would be able to do, and what he could do right now. That was proven in how Rudy beat Ghislaine and how he earned the respect of the Dragon God. So Paul was at a loss. Rudy was a genius, but he couldn't see it. And while Paul had tried to imply it a few times, Rudy just brushed it off. He was someone that Paul wanted to rely on. But at the same time, he was a child. And not just any child, but Paul's son. Someone who Paul wanted to grow up happy and free, unlike him. Eventually, Paul sighed and nodded. "That's right." He let out a wry smile and said, "How can a dumb old fart like me understand his super smart and charming kid, you know? You're not that dumb or old, Dad. And I'm not that smart and charming either." Paul rolled his eyes and said, "Says the kid who has a beautiful elf girl who only has eyes for him. And a beautiful elf girl who knows how to use chantless magic because you taught her. Some people are just built different, Dad." "And what do you mean Sylphie only has eyes for me?" "She spends time with her parents, Mom, Mama Lily, and my sisters too, you know? And recently with Master Roxy too." Paul blinked and then muttered, "All right. Maybe you're not as smart as I thought you were." Was Rudy just pretending to be dense, or was he actually that dense? Even if he's a kid, he's got to know how much Sylphie likes him, right? And he knows what a betrothal contract is, so Rudy rolled his eyes and said, "And I keep telling you, I'm not a genius. You're only going to be disappointed if you place your expectations on me, Dad." Paul shook his head and said, "I could never be disappointed in you, Rudy." He rubbed his face and said, "If anything, I'm the one disappointing you." "That's true. You're not supposed to agree. But it is, isn't it?" Rudy smirked. Paul sighed, feeling the edges of his mouth twitch in a smile. "But anyway." Rudy wiped the smirk off his face and turned serious. "Dad." Seeing that, Paul turned serious as well. "Yeah, Rudy? This is the second time. I managed to help the first, and I think I can help sort out this mess. But if there's a third, I can't help you. Mom and Mama Lily are already sick and tired of your antics." "Yeah." Rudy leaned back and said, "You need to apologize. But that won't be enough. Words are cheap, so you need to show that you're sincere too." Paul nodded, listening to everything Rudy was saying with his full attention. "So what do I need to do?" "First, you need to explain everything to Mom and Mama Lily. From the beginning. Everything." Paul winced, but he nodded. "All right. What else?" "Second. Well, is the betrothal contract final? And do we need it to stop people from trying to attack us?" "That's..." Paul hesitated and said, "It technically can be called off at any time. But it would look really bad. And while we don't need it to stop people from the Nodo's family coming after us, it helps." Even though it meant that they were a threat to Paul's brother by joining hands with the Boreas family because they were a threat, people from Nodo's couldn't move easily either. Especially since Ghislaine had started working there under Uncle Sorrows as a personal guard and tutor to Eris. It was hard to move against a family with one of the few Sword Kings in the world under its direct employ. "HM." Rudy rubbed his chin and said, "In that case, it might be good to go through the motions. Well, I'd prefer to just walk up and kill every person aiming at us instead. Maybe keep some people half alive with festering wounds continually being healed with healing magic to set an example. But that would play into being W's hands, I'm sure. Too easy to twist public opinion if we do that." "Wait, what?" Paul held up his hands and said, "Go back a bit. What did you say about killing people?" Rudy blinked and then laughed. "Don't mind me. I was just musing a bit, Dad. I'm not actually going to go and kill off a bunch of nobles or torture them to set an example." "No, hold on. Why were you even considering that in the first place? Did Roxy teach him that?" "No, she wasn't the sort to do that." "Then Zenith?" "No, she was too soft-hearted." "Lilia?" Actually, that made sense. Lilia worked in the inner palace of the Azura Kingdom, so she was bound to know all the dark and gruesome methods to quell uprising and other resistances. But even then... Rudy tilted his head. "You said it, didn't you? A man has to keep a sword in his heart and protect the people he loves. And if people are afraid of you, they won't dare trying to go against you. It's only natural." "Ah, but don't worry. That's more of a hassle than I want to deal with, so I won't ever do that. More of a hassle than I want to deal with. Not something that goes against what I believe or something I would never stoop to." While Paul couldn't say he wouldn't do the same, to hear it come out of Rudy's mouth so casually. Paul groaned. "I'm a terrible father." Rudy reached over and patted Paul's shoulder. "It's okay, Dad. Since there's Norn and Aisha now, you have a second chance. Besides, it's better that you got all the real bad mistakes out of the way with me instead of with my cute baby sisters, right? Imagine them growing up and saying that they hate you or something." Paul winced, clutching his chest. "I don't even want to. See? But anyway, we should probably have me go meet my fiancé. Putting it off is a bad idea. And I need to introduce Sylphie too." Paul nodded. And then he froze. "Wait. What do you mean, introduce Sylphie?" Rudy gave Paul a blank stare and said, "Sylphie's my best friend, no." The most important person in my life other than Master Roxy, you, Mom, Mama Lily, Norn, and Aisha. Even if I end up married to someone else, or if she marries someone else, that won't change. So it's better if my future wife learns about it now rather than later, right? But Paul could already see how the meeting was going to play out. That explosive and fiery heiress meeting Sylphie and getting told to deal with it. No, that her fiancé cared about another girl more than her. Not only that, but since Sylphie was so good at magic too, there was only one way this was going to play out. Not to mention how Uncle Sorrows would react too. Don't worry about it too much. Rudy waved his hand and said, from what I heard about the Azura Kingdom from Mama Lily, it's filled with a bunch of perverts and people who have affairs all the time, isn't it? Considering that Sylphie isn't human, those prejudiced idiots will just think I'm an early bloomer and not even bat an eye. Right? Paul blinked. Rudy wasn't wrong. But even then, I feel like I should disagree on principle here. But I can't find anything to disagree with. Rudy blinked. You mean that you can't disagree with the fact that they're prejudiced idiots who think the only reason you're taking a non-human with you is because they're your toy? A frosty tone of voice. Just like Zenith before she really got mad. Paul quickly held up his hands and said, no. I disagree with that too. I meant about you taking Sylphie with you to meet your fiancé. Oh. Rudy nodded. Yeah. It's probably not a good idea. But I'm not budging. So it's either we do this, or I go find Orsted and we force everyone to listen by threatening complete annihilation. You really take after your mother, Rudy. Offering ultimatums and choices that weren't really choices. Definitely like Zenith. Rudy rolled his eyes. I take after you too, Dad. Sometimes a bit too much. He frowned. Paul laughed and rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah. Sorry about that. And, sorry for messing everything up, Rudy. Really? Rudy nodded. Apology accepted. Well, on the condition that you come with me to explain all of this to everyone. Paul started to sweat. Why, you mean just you coming back with me to Roa, right? No. Everything. Especially the part about me having a fiancé now and taking Sylphie to meet her. And explaining what a fiancé and the betrothal contract means to Sylphie. Paul lowered his head. Guess I can't get out of this. Yep. Can't run away from your mistake this time, Dad. Paul sighed. But then he put on a brave face and nodded. All right. Then, should we get started? Hold on. There's something else I wanted to talk with you about before we chat with everyone else. Paul nodded. What is it? It's about someone I like to call Being W. Rudy paused and then said, but I think this is going to take a bit of explaining to understand the context. Let's see. I guess we can start with the fact that I've been able to see Mana since I was a baby. Wait, what? Chapter 61, The Fiery Fiancé's Impatience. What do you mean he left? Eris stomped her foot on the ground and said, he can't do that. I still need to beat that stupid face of his to a pulp. Ghislaine chuckled and said, that's great enthusiasm, Oju-sama. But Paul went back home. Some urgent business came up. Eris ground her teeth together, silently fuming. It was late in the afternoon, the sun passing the highest point in the sky hours ago. Like usual, she had woken up that morning and dressed herself in a loose white blouse and tan pants. After that, she threw on a warm cloak and a pair of fur boots before heading out to the courtyard with her wooden practice sword. It was routine now. Sure enough, the annoying man who called himself her future father-in-law would be waiting there with his smug face to help her train. At least, that was what he called it. Eris was sure he just liked annoying her since all he did was run around and make her mad. But when she arrived, he wasn't there. That didn't surprise Eris though. That man. Paul or whatever. He was an unreliable sort of guy. Just like their butler, Thomas, who just disappeared the other day. But anyway, Eris wasn't surprised that he was late. If anything, the fact that he had been awake early these past few days was more surprising. So Eris wasn't surprised that Paul was missing. But she was surprised that Ghislaine wasn't around. Then again, Ghislaine seemed to be friend with that Paul guy. Because of that, Eris thought they might be training or something late last night again. They usually did that. Even long after the sun set and the moon took its place, the sound of swords clashing echoed in the night as Paul and Ghislaine fought. It seemed pretty intense too from the one time Eris spied on them. That was the main reason why Eris tolerated the guy. Despite his smug face and irritating personality, Paul was strong. Strong enough to dodge Ghislaine's attacks and fight her to a draw each time. So Eris waited. After getting up in the morning, she stood around in the snowy courtyard and waited for Paul to show up. 1 hour passed. Then 2. Then 3. And still no Paul. But Eris was patient. She thought it was a test. That guy was super infuriating and liked to come up with new ways to annoy her while calling it training. So she thought this was just another one of his games. But she wouldn't lose. She was better than that. And then Ghislaine showed up and said that Paul left early that morning to meet a friend and headed back to Bina village. Arg! Eris growled and then picked up her wooden sword, swinging it through the air. It's not fair. First he takes away my lessons with you and now he runs away after saying that he'd teach me. Stupid! Idiot! Liar! With each name she called Paul, Eris's sword whipped through the air, letting out a loud crack. Ghislaine nodded and said, "That's what you should expect from Paul. He's reliable when it counts, but when it comes to commitment." She paused and then said, "To be honest, it's a miracle that Zenith managed to tie him down, and that he changed so much." "I don't care." Eris swung her sword and said, "And I don't care about that stupid kid he keeps talking about too. Rudy this and Rudy that. As if someone 2 years younger than me could be that strong." Ghislaine hummed and said, "You'd be surprised." Eris paused and then looked at Ghislaine. "What do you mean?" She frowned and said, "He can't seriously be that strong, can he?" I don't know if Paul is exaggerating or not about his sword skills, but his son is definitely strong." Ghislaine frowned and said, "I fought him a bit to teach him a lesson, but almost lost my life since I underestimated him." Eris blinked and then laughed. "That's a good joke, Ghislaine." "I'm not joking." Eris paused. Ghislaine crossed her arms and then said, "Paul's son. I want to call him inhuman. The amount of magical power he radiated when he got serious and the killing intent he let loose. If I knew that Paul's blood was that good, I might have seriously took him as a mate." "What?" Ghislaine turned to Eris and said, "You're lucky. Although he's a bit extreme, with a man like that as your mate, you can run as wild as you want in the future." Eris growled and said, "I'm not a dainty princess, Ghislaine. I don't need someone to help me do what I want." Ghislaine shook her head and said, "It's fine to rely on other people, Eris." "You don't." Eris crossed her arms and said, "Ghislaine's already super strong, right? You can do anything." Ghislaine laughed and then reached over to pat Eris's head. "Those are kind words, but I'm not that strong. Even I rely on other people. Like Paul. It's been a big relief to have someone that's strong around to help protect you." Eris scrunched up her face and said, "That disgusting guy? Strong and helpful?" Ghislaine pulled back her hand and laughed. "Disgusting, huh? That's pretty accurate. But he's a lot better now than he used to be." "Humph." Eris shook her head and said, "He's still disgusting." There was just something about Paul's face and mannerisms. No, his very existence that made Eris dislike him. Maybe it was in the way he looked at women. Eris never saw him actually do it, but her gut told her that he was staring at them like pieces of meat. He never showed it, but Eris was sure that he did it. Especially when he looked at Ghislaine. In any case, Ghislaine pulled out her sheathed sword and said, "Since Paul won't be back for a while, I'll take over." Eris huffed and said, "You're the one who's supposed to teach me in the first place, Ghislaine." Ghislaine paused and then chuckled. "I suppose that's true. Then let's get started with a proper lesson. Now, attack dash." Before Ghislaine finished talking, Eris stepped forward, swinging her sword towards Ghislaine's neck. A brown blur. In an instant, Ghislaine parried with her sword and sent Eris sprawling. At least, that was what would have happened if Eris hadn't been constantly trying to hit Paul and gotten used to being sent sprawling. As soon as Eris felt her attack parried, she spun on her heel and swung her sword for another attack, copying the way Paul moved when she tried to send him sprawling. Ghislaine's eyes narrowed and she swung her sword again to parry. A loud thwack. Eris felt her hand go numb from the heavy blow. But she didn't let go of her sword. Instead, she kicked on the ground and flew backwards. A blur cut through the air where she had just been standing. Ghislaine, stepping forward with a slash. Eris's heart pounded in her chest when she realized that she was doing it. She was seeing Ghislaine's attacks. Okay. Maybe Paul wasn't that bad. It looked like getting used to hitting someone that unpredictable was paying off. Eris grinned and raised her sword. "See, Ghislaine? I'm dash." A light breeze. Eris's eyes widened and she quickly spun around to try and parry. But nothing came. Instead of an attack to her head or torso, she felt something brush against her legs and then the world spun. The next thing Eris knew, she was staring up at the blue sky. Ghislaine looked down at her and said, "Not bad. Though for you to be able to fight like that. Is this what Master said? How two idiots could get along like oil and fire to burn bright?" Eris quickly jumped to her feet and growled. "I'm not stupid. And that was a cheap shot." She pointed her sword at Ghislaine and said, "Again. I won't fall for that trick twice." Ghislaine tapped on her sword hilt and gave a serious nod. "I know you won't. So, let's see just how far you can go." Eris tightened her grip on her sword. The snowy plains outside of Bina village, a few hours past noon. There, a strange sight could be seen. A haggard-looking man with slight stubble on his face, a young boy with silver hair, and a young elf girl with bright green hair sat together in a sled. Except, it wasn't an ordinary sled. First, the sled was made of stone. Instead of being put together from wooden planks or carved, it was completely formed from sleek gray stone. Second, even though the plains had a few slopes, it was mostly flat. Despite that, the sled glided across the snow with ease, even gaining speed as it cut across the white powder. Third, and most important of all, an invisible bubble of warmth covered the sled's main compartment, keeping everyone inside warm. A combination effort from Rudy and Sylphie. With her mastery over snow, Sylphie controlled the sled by constantly shifting the snow to push it forward. And with his general magical ability, Rudy kept the group warm by heating the sled, blocking the wind, and preparing magic barriers in case they somehow went flying. Roxy watched the trio and their sled slowly shrink in the distance before turning to look at Zenith and Lilia standing beside her. Roxy frowned and said, "Are you certain that you two are fine with this?" Zenith sighed and said, "I'm not fine with it. After our talk and learning about that being W, all I want for us to do is stay here. Stay and train while we still can in case something goes wrong." Lilia nodded. "I agree. Rudy and Sylphie are both powerful magic users." She looked at Roxy and said, "And you are a masterful magical researcher. Then there is Paul who continues to improve." She shook her head and sighed. "If only we had time." Roxy reached up to adjust her hat. Time. Yes. Time. That was their biggest concern. They didn't know how much time they had until that being W attacked or tried something else. And they didn't know how much influence that being W had. It was clear that he had enough to infiltrate kingdoms unnoticed, judging from how only Roxy had noticed that the prince in the Chiron kingdom had been odd. And even then, she discounted it as just an oddity. That was her mistake. Something she would need to make amends for in the future, but that was in the future. But either way, it was a hidden danger. Being W had the ability to influence minds without anyone noticing. Subtle enough to where even someone watching for it could mistake the influence for their natural thoughts. Rudy had managed to create some safeguards, and with Roxy there to help, they were certain that being W wouldn't be able to do anything to them directly. But only as long as they remained at the Greyrat household and by the tree Rudy grew for Zenith. Roxy sighed. What a mess. Zenith nodded, and then she frowned. I just still don't get it. What does that being W want with us? Why is he trying so hard to harm us? Lilia looked at Zenith and said, Isn't it obvious? Zenith paused and then she sighed. I guess it is. She let out a wry smile and said, Our Rudy is just too special. To think that he could see and use mana ever since he was that young. Mealy's truly blessed us. Truly. Lilia hummed. Well, considering that a divine being is attempting to inflict harm upon us, perhaps such a blessing is more of a curse. Maybe. Zenith mumbled. At that time, a pair of cries echoed from the house. Shortly after, Rose's calm voice echoed. Hush, little ones. There's no need to cry. Your mothers will be right here. Roxy glanced at the house before looking over to Zenith and Lilia. You two should head tend to the girls. I'll keep an eye on them until they arrive. Zenith hesitated. Are you sure? We can see mana now too, so if you're tired. Roxy waved her hand. Norn and Aisha need their mothers. And besides. She swiped her hand through the air, summoning a massive integrated magic circle. I might have lost to the dragon god, but I won't lose to some nameless divine being who won't even show his face. Lilia smiled and lightly bowed her head. Then we will count on you, Roxy. Roxy smiled back. After that, Zenith and Lilia headed inside, leaving Roxy alone outside. Once the two left, Roxy turned back to focus on the citadel of Roa. And as she did, for a split second, she thought she saw a red orb flashing in the skies above it. But when she looked towards it, the red orb was gone. Roxy frowned. Was it my imagination? She kept staring for a while longer, but the orb didn't return. Even so, Roxy made note of it. After all, being W could apparently vanish even to their eyes. And when that person seemed sinister and intelligent enough to play the long game. I suppose it's about time I looked into summoning magic. Roxy muttered to herself and quietly started making a mental checklist of things to research. Just in case. Chapter 62, Arriving at Roa. As the sun started to set, our sled came to a stop right outside the gates of Roa. When it did, I hopped off and then held my hand out to help Sylphie get off. Here, Sylphie. She smiled and then took my hand to steady herself as she stepped off. Thanks, Rudy. Dad jumped off and then frowned. What? Not going to help your old man out? I rolled my eyes and said, just be grateful I talked Mom and Mama Lily out of making you our sled dog. I paused. Though you're probably going to have to do that the next time when we bring the whole family. Dad chuckled. Well, I guess I have been a bit of a dog recently. I reached into the sled and picked up the healing tome Mom gifted me as well as my wand. After securing both on my waist, the tome with a stone holster and the wand on its usual leather holster by my right side, I looked over at my dad and said, I hope that's only talking about messing up with me and not messing around with other women. Like Ghislaine. Because if you have, you're dead. Like, actually, and not for me. Dad wiped the smile off his face and gave me a serious nod. Don't worry, Rudy. Your mom and Lilia are the only two for me. I'd rather die than betray them like that. Good. I nodded and said, then if you do, just be aware that I'm going to pull you back from hell to apologize. Isn't this where you say Dad's so cool? Why are you talking like it's going to happen? I grabbed Sylphie's bag from the sled and held it out to her. As I did, I looked at my dad and said, just letting you know ahead of time. I won't forgive you if you drop dead on us. And I won't let death take you from us either. Dad's eyes widened and then he let out a faint smile. Don't worry, Rudy. Your old man isn't going anywhere anytime soon. Especially not with some white misty bastard ruining things for us. Sylphie took her bag and then slung it over her shoulders. After that, she looked at my dad and said, language, Mr. Paul. What will you do if you keep talking like that and either Norn or Aisha picks it up? Dad started to sweat and then he let out a nervous laugh. You've got a good point. He reached into the sled and pulled out his bag, slinging it over his shoulder. I'll try to stop cursing so much. I grabbed my bag from the sled as well and then said, there is no try, only do or do not. And speaking of do not, I placed my hand on the sled and then focused. Mana spread from my hand and into the stone sled. When it did, I saw crimson lines trace the sled before it crumpled, dissolving into a clump of dirt. Dad rested his left hand on the hilt of his sword and muttered, I don't think I'll ever get used to seeing that. Is this what Ghislaine sees all the time without her eye patch? I waved my hand, sending a bit of snow to cover the dirt. After that, I looked at my dad and said, maybe. Maybe not. How do we ever really know if we're seeing the same thing? If you're red the same as the red that I see? Dad blinked and said, now you're just trying to confuse me. I laughed. A little. Sylphie moved to my right side and then grabbed my hand. As she did, she smiled and said, you're in a good mood, Rudy. I nodded and said, I can't help it. I came clean to my friends and family about everything. Well, mostly everything. I wasn't too sure about how to address the whole reincarnating thing just yet, but it wasn't important anyway. But I came clean about being W, how I was aware since around the time I was born, my ability to see mana. Everything. I also managed to refine the magic circle granting mage sight with Master Roxy's help and gave it to Mom, Mama Lily, Dad, and Sylphie's mom. Which meant that it would be a hell of a lot harder for being W to try and sneak some BS intrusive thoughts now. Not to mention that Master Roxy was around and also armed with all of my recent magical hypotheses and notes. Yeah. I felt good. Super relaxed and relieved. Which was probably a good thing considering we were heading into a crowded place to meet my arranged fiancé. My dad walked over and ruffled my hair. Well, that's good to hear, Rudy. Keep up that positive attitude, all right? Sylphie gave Dad a disappointed stare and said, that doesn't excuse your actions, Mr. Paul. Just because Rudy's forgiven you doesn't mean that I have. Dad let out a deep sigh. I know. He rubbed the back of his neck and started walking forward. I don't think your dad will either anytime soon. I followed after him and said, where is Mr. Laws anyway? He's staying at an inn right now waiting for me to come back. I wanted him to stay in the Boreas Manor, but... I sighed. Bad image, huh? No. Dad shook his head and said, Laws just didn't want to accept any handouts from me. He paused and said, or maybe he was just angry. Actually, he was probably just angry considering he threw the coins back in my face. Sylphie frowned and said, just how bad of a fight did you and Papa have, Mr. Paul? My dad rubbed his chin and said, we had a conversation with our fists. And your father decided to talk in paragraphs instead of sentences. I blinked and then narrowed my eyes. Who are you and what have you done with my dad? Dad laughed and ruffled my hair. I might be dumb, but I'm not entirely stupid, kiddo. Besides, it's not like I've just been twiddling my thumbs for the past week. He raised his head and said, your old man's been studying hard. I nodded. All right. Then you clearly won't need my help talking your way out of your next big mess. My dad started to sweat. And now let's not be too hasty, Rudy. Sylphie giggled. I smiled. My dad laughed. And then he turned serious. He looked at me and Sylphie and said, now, You two remember what we all talked about, right? Sylphie nodded. Stick close to you and keep an eye out. I nodded as well and said that, and if anything goes wrong then go all out and blow up the city. Sylphie poked my arm and said, Bad Rudy. That's not what we said. I laughed and said, Fine, fine. Send up a signal flare. And then blow up the city block. Rudy! Sylphie started pouting. No explosions. You already blew up a mountain. It was just the peak of a mountain, Sylphie. But fine. If you say so. My dad started to sweat and said, You're joking, right, Rudy? I rolled my eyes. Obviously. I'm not the sort of person to kill a bunch of people just because it's convenient. That was exactly what being W would want, after all. Not to mention having to deal with all that bad PR. I really didn't want to get declared a demon lord so young. Not to mention that there was that big question mark regarding me apparently inheriting a bunch from demon god Laplace. Yeah. Too risky. Maybe this betrothal is a bad idea after all. I forgot how much of a short temper you have. My eye twitched and I said, I don't have a short temper, Dad. You're just a master at getting on people's nerves. He laughed and said, True. We walked through the front gate, passing by the armored guards without question. They gave me and Sylphie some weird looks, but when they saw my dad, they looked away. I noticed that and said, Are you some sort of big shot here, Dad? Kind of. He shrugged and said, I gained a bit of a reputation these past few days. Not to mention that my boss is the mayor, and your future father-in-law. Potential future father-in-law. I crossed my arms and said, I still think we should find Orsted and team up with him. That would solve all of our problems. After all, what was a king to a god? My dad shivered and said, Teaming up with that scary guy? It would probably work, but do you really think that'll be enough if that Hito whatchamacallit guy is pulling the strings from the shadows like we think he is? True. It would be a bit of a gamble. It was weird that the Azura Kingdom sent out knights and a commander from the Nodo's family on a fake criminal warrant. And considering recent events, anything weird definitely had being W's mark all over it. Which meant that publicly declaring ourselves his enemy by teaming up with Orsted probably wasn't the best play when we didn't know what forces he had. And if he really was a god, there were probably a lot. I nodded and said, I guess we'll do that after you grind up your skills and endurance a bit more, Dad. He winced and said, Do I really have to train like that? Can't you just give me your notes like with Roxy? I could. But you're the sort of person who learns best with his body. At least, that's what Mom said. Why do you keep listening to your mom? Don't my words mean anything to you, Rudy? They do. But considering how we're always dragged into a mess with your good intentions. Oh. Right. Good point. Sylphie poked me. I blinked and looked towards her. Something wrong, Sylphie? No. But you cause messes with your good intentions too, Rudy. Remember how worried you made all of us by staying quiet? I blamed Dad. How is this my fault? Genetics. Gene what? Sylphie giggled. Dad sighed and then shook his head. After that, he started walking down a road towards the center of the city. Whatever. Follow me, you two. The manor's this way. Let's drop our stuff off first and then we can look for Laws. Ghislaine should be able to find him. She won't try to attack me again out of the blue, right? You aren't going to try to kill her again, are you? Depends. You really aren't in love with her? Of course not. She might have a smoking hot bod, yummy-looking chocolatey abs, and super soft squishies, but I haven't done anything and won't do anything. Sylphie gave my dad a blank stare. Mr. Paul? Are you telling the truth? He quickly nodded and said, Cross my heart and hope to die. Fine. Sylphie nodded and then looked towards me. No killing people, Rudy. I didn't plan to. Even on accident. I wasn't going to. Sylphie gave me a look. The same sort that Mom gave Dad. I rolled my eyes. Fine, fine. I promise I won't accidentally hurt Ghislaine. Though you don't need to worry. I have to apologize to her anyway. She was just helping out Dad as an old friend by following his dumb idea, so she was blameless in that whole fiasco. My dad nodded. Good wait. He blinked and said, you didn't say you wouldn't kill other people. What about other people? Sylphie tugged my arm. Rudy. No. Even bad guys? Sylphie hesitated and then said, make sure to bring me to help. My dad groaned. Laws is going to murder me. Chapter 63, Powder Keg. After joking around a bit with Sylphie and Dad about me going overboard and creating a lot of collateral damage, and after realizing that Sylphie seriously would follow through on me walking down a path of rampaging violence, I carefully steered the conversation towards the surroundings instead. The citadel of Roa, or just Roa for short, was essentially the capital for the Fedoa region. As a result, it was lively and bustling even with the cold winter weather. But it was also a city primarily designed for defense, encircled by towering walls and with a castle in the center for a final line of defense. A practical design. There were plenty of roads and alleyways to use as fallbacks to lead into the center. It was meant to be strategic, designed with everyone's safety in mind. Over time though, the nobles and rich moved to live in the center while the common folk lived out in the perimeters. A clear stratification that was evident with the more fancy and ornate buildings we came across as we moved towards the castle in the center. My dad noticed me looking around and laughed. If you want to explore, you're going to have to wait, Rudy. I looked away from some shops selling expensive jewelry and then shook my head. I was just curious. I frowned and said, are all nobles like this? It couldn't be, right? Even if power was important in a world like this, there had to be good people out there who cared for the powerless. Ah. Dad's face turned serious and he said, this place is better than most. Since adventurers stop by a lot, Uncle Sorrows and Philip run a tight ship to maintain order. Nobles here are a bit snooty, but they at least have common courtesy. For the most part. He looked at Sylphie and said, at the least there won't be idiots trying to kidnap Sylphie just because she's a cute girl. Sylphie flinched and then moved closer to me. I held her close in a one-armed hug and then glared at my dad. Could you please not tempt fate, Dad? After everything that's happened, I'd appreciate you not begging for more things to go wrong. He held up his hands and said, sorry. Bad habit, wait. He pointed at me and said, aren't you tempting fate by saying I'll die all the time for messing up? Do you seriously hate your dad that much, Rudy? I snorted and said, it's a figure of speech, Dad. Though if you mess up again, after what Mom and Mama Lily put you through, you'll probably wish you were dead. I paused and then added, especially if Norn and Aisha decide you're a worthless adult when they grow up. My dad immediately collapsed on the ground and bowed his head to me. Clasping his hands together, he said, help your dad out, Rudy. I don't want your cute baby sisters to hate me. Sylphie giggled and said, Mr. Paul is really desperate these days, huh? I panicked and immediately grabbed my dad's arm to pull him up. What the heck are you thinking, Dad? Don't you have any shame? Stop embarrassing us in public. My dad hopped to his feet and grinned. So you do care. Great. That's all I wanted to see. I froze and then kicked him in the shin. Ow! Dumbass. Sylphie gasped and said, Rudy. Ah. Right. I nodded and then stared at my dad. Idiot. Dad brushed the dirt and snow off his clothes and grinned. Only once in a while. Most of the time I'm a cool swordsman, you know? I snorted and said, keep telling yourself that, Dad. Maybe it'll speak it into existence. But anyway. I looked up at the castle. The sun was already sinking, tinging the castle orange with its fading rays of light. What's the plan? Am I just going to head in to meet this fiancé of mine? Or are we going to rest up for the night first? Sylphie pursed her lips and then grabbed my hand. If you're meeting this heiress girl, I'm coming with you. I glanced at Sylphie and then nodded. What she said. I'm not going to meet heiress without Sylphie, so. What's the plan? My dad frowned. Well. He crossed his arms and muttered, heiress is probably super annoyed that I suddenly left this morning. But Ghislaine's here, so it's probably fine. That's not a plan, Dad. I know, Rudy. He frowned and said, just. Give your old man a bit to think. You had the entire trip here to think. You were just sitting there not doing anything. That's not true. I was thinking. It's just. He frowned and said, this is more complicated than I thought. I covered my face and groaned. Dad. I appreciate you and all, but if I have to keep sorting out your messes like this, even I'm going to lose my patience, you know? My dad gave me a serious nod and he said, I know, Rudy. But trust me this one more time. I'll make it work. And for a plan. Well, just leave the talking to me and play dumb. He laughed and then said, shouldn't be hard considering you've got me as an example, right? That's not something you should be proud of, Dad. But, fine. I guess it's probably better to play the cards close to our chest. We arrived at the entrance to the castle. Like at the main entrance to the city, there were 2 armored guards standing watch. And like before, they let us in without question. The interior of the castle was surprisingly modest. There were a few paintings and tapestries along the walls, as well as the occasional decorative vase and ornament. But for the most part, it gave off an austere atmosphere rather than an opulent one. In other words, it seemed more serious than flamboyant. But before I had time to admire it, a maid approached us. One with cat ears. And a uniform that showed a deep cleavage, one that was even more clear as she bowed towards us. Welcome back, Master Paul Naya. I blinked and then turned to look at Dad. Sylphie turned to him as well and gave him an accusatory stare. Hey. He held up his hands and said, I'm not the one who hired the maids. And that's not the standard uniform. The maid straightened and then giggled. Master Paul is as fun to tease as ever, Naya. My dad ducked behind me and pushed me forward as a shield. I'm a married man. With kids. Boy. I tried squirming free and said, what the heck do you think you're doing, Dad? Sylphie frowned and then jabbed Dad in the ribs. Gah! He winced and then clutched his side. What was that for? I managed to get free and quickly moved back to Sylphie's side, glaring at my dad. Sylphie smiled at me, and then she turned to my dad and frowned. That was for not acting like an adult, Mr. Paul. Honestly. She sighed and said, no wonder Miss Zenith keeps telling Rudy to not become a worthless man like his father. My eyes widened and I turned to Sylphie. Mom said that? When? My dad laughed and waved his hand. Don't worry about it, Rudy. Your mom still loves me. That's just how she shows it these days since we got into Neglect Dash. And that's officially too much information, Dad. Stop. Right. The maid smiled at us. But then her smile faded and she turned to my dad. Master Philip said that he wants to talk to your son in private, Naya. My dad turned serious as well and he said, it's already late. And we're going to head out in a bit to the city to meet someone. We're just here to drop off our belongings. The maid nodded and said, if it's about Mr. Laws, Master Philip has already invited him as a guest, Naya. He's waiting in one of the spare bedrooms, Naya. Huh? Dad blinked and said, Laws is here? But I thought. Ah. Crap. If he's here. No, Philip's smart, so he probably figured out Dash. I jabbed Dad in the ribs. Ow! Explain more, talk to yourself less. My dad coughed and said, right. Anyway, it looks like Philip already anticipated we'd be showing up with Sylphie and had a chat with Laws. Not sure what it's about, but that's probably what he wants to talk with you about. He paused and said, and that means that he probably knows what you can do considering Law's personality. I blinked and then covered my face. Right. Mr. Laws can't keep a secret. Well, he could. But silence could tell just as much if not more than actual words. Sylphie tugged on my sleeve, frowning. Are you going to be okay by yourself, Rudy? I smiled at her and said, don't worry, Sylphie. If anything bad happens, we'll just blow up the city and run away together, okay? Sylphie's eyes lit up and she nodded. Okay. But you have to promise to get me first. I held out my pinky and said, pinky promise. Sylphie smiled and wrapped her pinky around mine. My dad started to sweat. Could you not resort to violence as a first option? I tilted my head and gave Dad an innocent stare. I don't know what you're talking about, Dad. I'm just doing what you do. You're not going to let me live down hitting you in the head, are you? No. I will not. My dad sighed. The maid looked nervous and said, Shall I guide the young master then, Naya? Dad looked at her and said, Go ahead. Just be careful. He's got a bit of a temper. I snorted and said, That's because you keep raising my blood pressure with how many messes you cause, Dad. It's not like I'm going to suddenly snap with insane bloodlust or something. My dad gave me a blank stare. Sylphie frowned. I paused, suddenly remembering what happened when I fought Ghislaine. And the fact that Orsted said I inherited a lot of traits from the demon god Laplace. Okay, fair. I'll be careful and keep calm. The maid started to sweat. Pardon? It seemed like she was nervous enough to forget her verbal tic. I laughed and said, Don't worry about it, Mississippi. Doing my best to put on an innocent face, I walked up and grabbed her arm. Please lead the way. She relaxed when she saw my face and then let out a soft smile. Of course, Naya. Right this way, Naya. From behind, my dad muttered, Damn. What a natural scammer. Sylphie giggled and said, Rudy's really good at being cute, isn't he? I guess I should take that as a compliment. Not sure how I feel about that though. Liv. Eris laughed and said, See. See. I told you that I got better. Ghislaine smiled. It seems so, Oju-sama. Eris pouted and said, You promised. I beat you, so you have to call me Eris, not Oju-sama. Ghislaine chuckled and said, As you wish, Eris. Eris beamed. The two were walking back from the long training session in the courtyard. Eris's clothes were drenched in sweat and her precious wooden training sword was cracked and tattered, but she didn't care. Instead, she was excited. She did it. After a long time trying different things out, she managed to hit Ghislaine. It was just a grazing blow. A light tap to the Sword King's shoulder. Well, Eris cheated a bit. Ghislaine was worried about hurting her, so Eris took advantage of that fact and purposefully moved to get hit. Ghislaine panicked and had to stop, but it let Eris hit her. Unlike Paul, who would have just smacked Eris away before handing her a healing potion. Stupid Paul. But anyway, Eris did it. She felt on top of the world. The happiest and proudest she ever was. Nothing could ruin. A familiar and detestable male voice. Eris's mood immediately dropped, along with her smile. At the end of the hallway, opposite her and Ghislaine, a familiar man with an annoying face appeared. Paul. He smiled and said, You're working pretty hard, huh, Eris? Eris snapped and then immediately whipped her wooden sword towards Paul's face. A surprise attack. Even if he was stupid strong and talented, he wouldn't be able to dodge that. But Paul didn't need to. Before the wooden sword got anywhere close, it froze in midair. And not just as a figure of speech. Frost enveloped the wooden sword before it spread into a glistening ice cube and locked the sword in place. Eris's eyes widened. What the heck? At that time, someone stepped out from behind Paul. A young girl that Eris hadn't seen before. Light green hair, falling to her shoulders. Slightly pointed ears. She was dressed like a commoner, but she was pretty enough to be mistaken for a princess. But the harsh expression on her face showed that she wasn't some dainty princess. Eerie glowing green eyes stared at Eris, judging. Seeing that, Eris narrowed her own eyes and swept out her hand. "What are you looking at, huh?" The young girl stared at Eris a bit before looking up at Paul. After that, she said, "I won't let her." Eris stepped forward, rolling her arms up to loosen them. "Won't let me what, huh?" Paul started to panic and he quickly moved between the girl and Eris. "See, calm down, Sylphie. That's just how we greet each other, haha." He looked towards Ghislaine and said, "Help me out here, Ghislaine. That's just the usual, right?" "It doesn't matter." Sylphie kept staring at Eris and said, "If she's that mean to you, she's going to be mean to Rudy too. I won't let her." "Rudy." Hearing that name, Eris's eye twitched and she growled. "Rudy this, Rudy that. I don't care. I don't need a stupid guy like that." "Rudy is not stupid." Sylphie growled back and stepped forward. "And you need to be taught a lesson, you mean girl." I need to be taught a lesson? Eris ran forward and smashed the block of ice around her wooden sword. After that, she grabbed the freed blade and ran towards Sylphie, growling. Paul's eyes widened and he stepped forward to intercept Eris. But before he could, a gust of wind blew Paul back. At the same time, Sylphie flew forward, light flickering around her body. I sat down at the table where the maid directed me and waited. It was a small conference room with 2 comfy sofas. A sturdy oak table sat between the 2 sofas. As for the decor, it was different from the rest of the mansion. Fancy paintings, lush furs from exotic animals, porcelain. It was clearly a room to meet important guests. Probably nobles. The maid had left me with a small bottle that she said was juice along with a cup. But I didn't touch it, leaving it on the table. Instead, I waited, reflecting on the situation. Philip. Full name, Philip Boreas Greyrat. Dad's cousin, and supposedly a guy good enough at politics and plotting to where Dad was either tricked into signing the betrothal contract, or signed it because he thought it would be worth it. I wanted to see for myself which it was. If it was the former. Well, related or not, he wasn't family. And considering that Dad's own brother was the source of our concerns, to say I didn't care about Dad's relatives was putting it lightly. If it was the latter, well, we could work with that. The problem would be making sure B&W didn't try any shenanigans, but if we could be certain that this Philip guy was an ally. And if he really was good at politics and working behind the scenes, then we could team up with Orsted too and give B&W a major headache. At least, that was the ideal. One person could only do so much, and allies were always good. At that time, the door opened. I looked over, putting on my best innocent smile and said, "Greetings, Dash. So you're the brat that Paul keeps talking up." A gruff voice. One that reminded me of a military general. A guy who didn't take any nonsense. It wasn't Philip. That guy was around the same age as my dad. The man who walked in was older than that. A stern and sharp face with steely eyes. Dark brown hair that was starting to gray on the sides. A thin and twirled mustache jutting out to the sides like spears, paired with a carefully trimmed patch of hair on his chin. Paired with his clothes that looked similar to what an actual general would wear, a buttoned-up overcoat and a fancy suit, he looked every part the general he sounded like. And he also looked annoyed, no, judging. Lord Sorrows Boreas Greyrat. Dad's uncle, Philip's father, and the most powerful man in the Fedora region in terms of military and political strength. I could tell immediately. I didn't get along with this man. His demeanor, his words, that expression. All of it just pissed me off. Even so, I kept on my polite smile and tilted my head. "I'm sorry? I'm not sure what Dad has said, but Dash." Before I could say anything else, a fist flew towards my face. Sorrows, clearing the room in a single step. Father, wait! I narrowed my eyes. Chapter 64 Frosty Young Elf, Fiery Young Maiden. Sylphie stepped forward, mana flickering around her as she did. Magic barriers covered her body, mimicking the way that Roxy did for Rudy when he fought against that scary man. It wasn't enough to fight alongside Rudy. Sylphie was sure of it. She didn't have anywhere near as much mana as even Roxy, let alone Rudy. But against someone like the girl running with that sword in hand, it was enough. You're too arrogant. The girl. No. Her name was Eris. Eris, the one who Rudy was supposed to marry. Eris, the one who was supposed to become Rudy's wife. Eris, the one who was supposed to take Sylphie's place to make sure that Rudy was happy. Was like this? Calling him stupid. Attacking Mr. Paul without hesitation. Brutishly swinging a sword around as if it meant anything. Facing Eris's charge and her yell, Sylphie charged back and shouted too. You're the arrogant one. Eris swung her wooden sword at Sylphie's face. Behind Eris, Sylphie could see a tall woman with silver hair, wolf ears, and a trained body. The woman who Paul had called Ghislaine. Ghislaine's eyes widened and she dashed forward. Oju-sama! Don't dash! Sylphie flicked her wrist, sealing that end of the hallway with walls of ice. And for good measure, she sealed the hallway behind her with ice too so that Mr. Paul wouldn't interrupt her. All the while, the wooden sword continued moving towards Sylphie's face. Eris smirked, looking smug. And then Sylphie swung her hand out to intercept it. A clear chime echoed. Nothing like the sound that would have come from the wooden sword striking flesh. Eris's eyes widened. That's... She blinked and then leaped back, glaring at Sylphie. Where did you get that sword? That's cheating. Sylphie glared right back and raised the ice sword she formed for mana. Cheating? You're the one who attacked me with a weapon. I didn't even have anything. Then you shouldn't have talked to me like that. An immediate and unyielding response, not acknowledging that it was her fault to begin with in the slightest. That made Sylphie mad. She still didn't completely understand it. Mr. Paul said that Eris was going to be Rudy's wife. And he also said that it meant Sylphie couldn't anymore because it would make the nobles look down on both Rudy and that girl. Sylphie didn't care what happened to Eris or whoever. But she cared a lot about Rudy. And she didn't want to trouble him, so she was fine with it. Besides, if that girl was going to make Rudy happy, then that was all Sylphie wanted. And from what she knew from the books she read, a wife would make her husband really happy. It made Sylphie a bit sad to think that one day Rudy might not spend as much time with her. But she was fine. Just like how the elven maiden in the old dragon's tale waited for her master, as long as she could help Rudy and make him happy, she would stay by his side. At least, that was what Sylphie was thinking. And that was what she had quietly resolved to herself. As long as Rudy could be as happy as he had been since they left Bina village. As long as he wasn't as scared or stressed out like he had been when he was blinded, Sylphie was willing to give him up. It was why she hadn't said much since they arrived. Why she agreed with Rudy and teased him only a little bit. Because she wanted to enjoy what they had while there was still time. But now that she met the girl who Rudy was supposed to marry, who was supposed to marry Rudy, she couldn't accept it. Eris. That was the girl's name. She was a bit taller than Sylphie. And she looked a bit older too. But she was mean. Sylphie could see it. Eris was just like the other village children. Bullies who liked picking on weaker people. Especially in the way that Eris smiled when she was about to hit Sylphie. Sylphie narrowed her eyes and pointed her ice sword at Eris. I'm not letting you have Rudy. I'd rather Miss Roxy take him than you. Who the hell is Miss Roxy? Arg, whatever. Eris swung her sword up in a ready stance and said, if you want to fight, then shut up and fight. I will. Eris narrowed her eyes and then kicked off the ground, flying towards Sylphie. It was fast. Much faster than when Rudy played sword fighting with Sylphie. But compared to that scary Orsted, it was slow. And while Sylphie didn't know how to really fight with a sword, she knew how to move with the wind. A slight breeze brushing across Sylphie's face. Another on her collarbone. And then a slight tap over Sylphie's chest. Sylphie swung her ice sword to intercept the wind. 2 chimes and then a crack. Sylphie blocked the 2 slashes, but the stab sent cracks all over her sword. Eris stepped back and then grit her teeth. Afterwards, she nodded and said, "Fine. You're pretty good for someone smaller than me. But I'm not losing." Sylphie glared at Eris. "You're so full of yourself. Someone that's selfish doesn't deserve someone as selfless as Rudy." Eris paused. But then she grinned and said, "Oh. I get it." She pointed her sword at Sylphie and said, "You're jealous. That's why you're mad." Sylphie felt her face heat up. I am not jealous." "No, you're definitely jealous." "What, are you mad that I'm taking this Rudy guy from you?" "Well, too bad." Eris crossed her arms and looked smug. "I'm so great that his dad signed a contract. So he's mine, not yours. Rudy is not yours." Sylphie screamed and then ran forward, blindly swinging her sword. Eris laughed and easily blocked Sylphie's attacks. "Jealous. You're G-louse." "Shut up. I'm not G-dash." A brown blur aimed at Sylphie's head. A loud crack followed by a sudden impact. There wasn't pain, but Sylphie reeled from the sudden blow. And then she felt something brush her legs. The next thing Sylphie knew, she was lying on the ground and that Eris girl was standing over her, pressing the wooden sword against Sylphie's neck. "Humph." Eris grumbled and said, "It's definitely cheating. But I guess I see why Paul keeps talking when we fight. It's so easy when the other person gets annoyed." Sylphie glared at Eris and tried to get up. Eris pressed the sword down harder and said, "Give up. I'm better than you." "You're not." An arrogant older girl who had a temper and acted like that. She didn't deserve it. She didn't deserve to be with Rudy. And she definitely wasn't better than Sylphie. Eris tilted her head and said, "I don't know. It looks like I won our fight. And it looks like I'm going to keep this Rudy guy. And away from you." Sylphie froze. Rudy would be with this girl? And Sylphie wouldn't be able to see him again? Eris laughed and said, "Who's the arrogant one now?" "Liv." Eris stared down at the elf girl and grinned. "Humph. That would show her. Acting so haughty and arrogant in front of Eris when she couldn't even fight. And when she got riled up so easily too. Eris didn't even care about that Rudy guy, but it looked like the elf girl did. And it looked like the elf girl cared a lot, considering how easily Eris got under her skin with just a few words. Really, Ghislaine had a good point in telling Eris to fight with Paul. That man was the most annoying, disgusting, and irritating person that Eris ever met. But it turned out that it was for a reason. After all, if the other person was annoyed, they got sloppy. And when they got sloppy, you could take advantage of it. Like Eris just did with the elf girl. Eris still didn't know who the elf girl was. And she didn't know how the elf girl pulled that beautiful crystal sword out of thin air. Or how she dodged Eris's first attacks so easily. But Eris did know that the elf girl seemed to be jealous of Eris. And Eris used that to win. The elf girl's emerald eyes turned icy. As they did, she muttered, "I won't forgive you." Was she still annoyed by that? Eris snorted and said, "What are you gonna do about it, huh?" She lifted her sword up a bit and tapped the elf girl's cheek. "If this was a real sword, you'd be dead. So you want to see the real thing?" A strange sentence. Eris blinked, confused at the elf girl's words. And then a giant blast of wind sent Eris away from the elf girl and rolling on the floor. It disoriented Eris, but she quickly scrambled to her feet. That's a dirty dash. A glimmer of lights. Faint bursts like shooting stars in front of Eris. It was short. Eris could barely make out what they were. But barely meant that she could. And what she saw? A dozen icicles, sharps and pointed directly at her. Staggered so as to prevent Eris from dodging. Eris's eyes widened. That. Oh! The elf girl was a magician. And a magician who could use magic without chanting. Eris's heart raced. Dodge. She had to dodge. But it was too fast. The elf girl was seriously trying to kill Eris. Eris realized it. A bit too late, but she realized a very important lesson. If you wanted to talk like Paul did, you had to be strong enough to deal with how angry the person was going to become. Like how he easily avoided all her attacks and even ambushes. Eris wasn't to that level yet. And she had also never fought against a person who could use magic. And like that, it was going to be over. All because she couldn't keep her mouth shut. Eris's eyes started to tear up and her vision blurred. But she grit her teeth and stomped on the ground. She had to try. Even if she was going to get hurt and die, at the least. Thunder roared as the icy wall behind Eris shattered, and then silver lightning raced out to intercept the icicles. A crimson line swept through the air and then glistening powder filled the hallway. Ghislaine stood in front of Eris, her sword drawn. Her eye patch was raised, and her eyes were narrowed in focus, carefully staring at the elf girl. GHYS-. Shut up, Eris. Eris flinched and then nodded, turning her attention to the elf girl as well. The elf girl was smiling. But it wasn't a happy smile. Her head was tilted slightly to the side and her eyes were vacant. No, they still flickered with an eerie green light. But they were blank. As if she wasn't looking at them, but something else. The ice wall behind the elf girl shattered and then Paul ran forward. Sylphie! Calm down. I am perfectly calm, Mr. Paul. A quiet but clear voice that carried through the hall. Shortly after that, the elf girl. No, Sylphie giggled. A pure and childish sound. Except, paired with her expression, all it did was send shivers down Eris's spine. Ghislaine looked at Eris and said, "Apologize." Eris blinked. What? You were wrong. Apologize. Eris huffed and said, I didn't do anything wrong. I'm not apologue. A brief flash. Ghislaine swung her sword. A loud clang echoed, and then a giant icicle pierced the wall next to Eris. Eris's eyes widened. Paul ran up to Sylphie and said, Hold on, Sylphie. Eris isn't that bad, promise. You just got off on the wrong foot, so how about we dash? Go away, Mr. Paul. Sylphie flicked her hand. Wind kicked up, surging towards Paul. Paul swung his sword. Eris wanted to call out and call him stupid for trying that. You could swing your sword all you want at the wind, but even someone like Ghislaine couldn't stop it. But then she had to swallow the words she wanted to call out. An explosion shook the hallway as Paul's sword violently dissipated the wind. But then it instantly became quiet, as if all of that was a lie. Paul sheathed his sword and then covered his face. Damn it. Laws is definitely going to murder me when he finds out how his cute and sweet Luffy changed. Is this my fault? It's probably my fault. If Rudy was never knocked out, maybe dash. A flicker of light. Another icicle aimed at Eris. Ghislaine moved again, swinging her sword to intercept it. This time though, the icicle shattered. And then promptly reformed into a dozen smaller ones, all aiming at Eris. Eris panicked and quickly brought up her sword to try and block them. Ghislaine spun around to try and help. But she was half a second too slow. Time seemed to slow down in front of Eris's eyes. She saw the icicles flying towards her. And she saw how they would rip her apart, just like before. But this time, Ghislaine couldn't help. Eris grit her teeth and then closed her eyes, ignoring the tears streaming down her cheeks. Stupid! She was stupid. Why did she try to annoy that girl? Eris didn't have any reason to. Sure, Eris thought it was annoying having someone talk back at her, but she knew how it felt being on the other side from Paul. so she should have known better. And now, a sudden explosion, followed by the sound of shattering glass. Eris flinched and instinctively opened her eyes. And when she did... Chapter 65 Child, Bias and Projection. Tick. Time slowed down. No, it wasn't that time slowed down, but that my perception has surpassed time. The same phenomenon that happened when I fought against Orsted. Now that I was aware of it, I could use it at will. It wasn't hard. Just focus mana into my eyes and then time slowed down. Still wasn't sure exactly why it was happening, but it seemed to be some sort of demon eye that I naturally awakened that made my thoughts go at light speed, or something. But I couldn't waste time thinking about that. Instead, I focused on the situation. Sorrows was attacking me. I wasn't sure exactly why, but from the first impression I got and the words he said, it was something along the lines of "I must test this arrogant child that uppity Paul brought." Or something. And this was supposed to be Dad's uncle. Seriously, was Dad's family all off their rockers? My grandpa let Dad walk out from home at 12, Dad was, well, Dad, and now it seemed like my great-uncle was so action-oriented he didn't even think about the fact that he was an old man throwing a full-force punch at a child. Maybe stupidity was genetic in this world. Definitely needed to keep a check on that for me then. Probably should start a journal to monitor things. Tick. A soft tick echoed. The signal that my bullet time/light speed thinking or whatever was running out. From what I remembered, I had 4 ticks. Which meant there were 3 left. It also seemed pretty arbitrary in how long they were, but research on that later. For now, analyzing the situation was key. There were only 2 people in the room right now. Me and Sorrows. However, someone had called out from the hallway. That person was out of sight right now, but from the fact that it was a male voice and called Sorrow's father, it was probably my dad's cousin, Philip. Was this a setup then? A bad cop, good cop routine? Since the betrothal contract was in place, I was technically part of their family. And if that Philip guy was as sly as he seemed to be, this could be a trap. Maybe a way to probe my abilities. Tick. Yeah. That made the most sense. Dad liked to run his mouth a bit when talking about his family. And apparently when talking about me. It was a bad habit, but I couldn't really blame him considering it was because he was proud and happy with the family he had. He knew better now though. As reckless as he was, since he was aware being W was out there and waiting to mess with us, Dad wasn't going to do anything to put his family at risk. That was his best trait after all. When it came to things endangering his family, he took things seriously. Sometimes a bit too seriously and also sometimes a bit too quickly without thinking things through, but since me, Mom, Mama Lily, Miss Rose, Mr. Laws, Roxy, and Sylphie scolded him about the results from doing that last time, he wouldn't repeat it anytime soon. But that still left the problem in front of me. How did I deal with this? Tick. The final tick. With it, I saw time slowly speeding back up. Everything slowly ramping up to normal speed. Meaning I had to think fast. Sorrows annoyed me. And I really wanted to beat him up. But was that the best thing to do? This guy was the region lord of Fedowa. That meant he was a pretty powerful guy too. But if he was going to be my grandfather-in-law, I also couldn't let him push me around. And if this was a bad cop, good cop routine, and if that Philip was a schemer, I couldn't show any sign of weaknesses. After all, I had enough on my plate with that damn being W throwing his schemes at me. I didn't want to deal with another guy too. In that case, Sorrow's fist flew towards my face. A fast strike. Almost as fast as Dad's sword had been when I was still a baby. Considering that it was while he was unarmed as well, it was impressive. But not anything I couldn't react to. Orsted had done the same thing. And compared to the Dragon God, Sorrows was nothing. I stepped to the side, moving away from the couch and table to get room. In the same step, I grabbed the sleeve of Sorrow's outstretched arm and bent down, twisting my body to go with Sorrow's momentum, but also diverting it to throw him over me. Wadash! A loud crash. Sorrows bounced off the floor and tumbled over a few times. Huh. Didn't think that I threw him that hard. Then was he seriously charging to hit me with that much force? If I was a normal kid, I'd be dead. At that time, footsteps echoed and someone ran into the room. I glanced over to see a man around my dad's age come in. He had a slender body, like someone who spent all day inside combing over books instead of training. His hair was also a bit darker than Dad's, a brown instead of the dirty blonde color Dad had. And it seemed like he wasn't used to physical activity since he was completely out of breath, with sweat pouring down his face and staining his fancy overcoat and dress clothes. Philip Boreas Greyrat. Dad's cousin and my potential father-in-law. By process of elimination, that was the only person that man could be. Though he didn't seem as collected as I would expect from a supposed political schemer. While he had the face of someone who did those sorts of things, at the moment his eyes were wide in panic. Philip noticed me staring and gave me a quick nod, but then he turned his attention to Sorrows and said, "Be reasonable, father. Even if 1/10 of what that man said is true, then we should dash." A growl. Sorrows grit his teeth and then punched the ground, forcing himself back to his feet. After that, he stepped forward again. I turned to the side, preparing for another ambush. But this time, I wasn't the target. Gah! A sickening blow. Sorrows crossed the room in a single stride again and punched Philip directly in the stomach. Not only that though, silver mana gathered around the old man's fist as he did, amplifying the force of the blow. Philip flew through the air, crashing into the wall. Glass-framed portraits fell to the ground, shattering. At the same time, Philip actually left an imprint in the wall from where he struck it. A scene that looked just like a reckless accidental murder. Except Philip was fine. Right before Sorrows hit him, silver mana wrapped around Philip as well, softening the blow. And as if to show that, Philip stood up and brushed off his clothes before looking at Sorrows. "Father!" Humph. Sorrows clicked his tongue and ignored him. "Be silent. Whatever that fortune-teller said, I'll verify with my own eyes." He turned back to face me and then gave me a serious expression. "Fortune-teller? Hold on, I think I'm missing some very important context here." Sorrows stepped forward again. This time, he attacked while that silver mana wreathed his body. Not only that, but there was clear killing intent in that blow. My eye twitched. This time, instead of dodging, I stepped forward and swung my elbow to meet his fist. I wrapped my mana around me like in my fight with Orsted and then growled. "Is everybody in Dad's family this stupid?" A loud explosion echoed, along with the sound of shattering glass. My blow, overpowering Sorrows's and breaking his mana reinforcement. "Coup!" He stepped back and shook his fist. "Humph. Arrogant brat. With just that strength, you expect to survive in the Azura Kingdom?" My eye twitched again and I growled. "That's it. I've had it up to here with everything. First Dad being stupid, then being attacked, then finding out about the betrothal contract, and now this bullshit. I was having a great time chatting with Sylphie, messing with Dad, and I was even going to approach everything civilly. After all, it wasn't good to burn bridges. And these people were technically family. But I cracked my knuckles and said, "Fine. You want to see how strong I am? I'll show you how strong I am." I looked at Philip and said, "Watch closely, father-in-law. And think carefully if you want to try and scheme around me and my family. Forget all of this. If they were going to treat me like this, I wasn't going to pull my punches. And since I was planning on thrashing Dad anyway, what a perfect opportunity to test out my new training method." Sorrows spat and raised his fist. "I knew it. You're just like your father. It seems that I'll have to discus Ga." I slammed my fist into Sorrows' stomach, just like he did with Philip. "Think before you act. You insolent dash." I spun around with a roundhouse kick, wreathing it with gold healing mana before whipping my foot at Sorrows' ribs. Nobles are supposed to set an example for people, not be tyrants. I could see it. This guy was used to lording his power over other people. A tyrant who ran around doing whatever he wanted because he could. Someone like that. Saros clutched his side and then glared at me. You dare dash. I dare. I kicked off the ground and threw a punch at his stomach again. I wanted to smack his face instead, but I was still too short. Saros grabbed my fist and opened his mouth to spout some more nonsense. I spun around and smacked him with the heel of my left foot. Saros staggered back and then growled, wiping blood from his mouth. But there wasn't a wound. Of course. Since I was wrapping my limbs with healing mana, any damage would be immediately healed. And technically, it should be improving him as well. Marginally. At that time, Philip stepped forward. Hold on a moment, you too. I believe we started off on the wrong dash. Silence, boy. Don't interrupt. Philip sighed and muttered, well. I suppose that explains why Paul said they would be a perfect match. I ignored Philip and glared at Saros. You need to be taught a lesson in humility, old man. And you need to know when to bow your head, child. Live. Philip pinched the bridge of his nose and muttered, so this is what Paul meant. Rudeus Greyrat. Paul's first child and supposedly exceptional son. Someone that he was willing to take extraordinary measures to protect, and who he took drastic measures to keep from falling to Roa. Someone who was an unbelievable child prodigy in magic according to Paul's friend, Laws. And someone who would hold the key to ensuring the Fedoa region didn't fall into complete chaos. At least, according to the magician who revealed Thomas's scheming to kidnap Eris. Also, someone with a stubborn streak miles wide and a temper that burned bright hot. Running rampant like this is exactly why your father is not the current head of Nodos. He's more qualified than a dumb asshole like you. What the hell do you even think you're doing, fighting a kid like this? Children must learn their place. And old men should get with the times. Set a proper example, damn it. You know nothing of what it means to set an example, child. More than a stubborn old man who would hit his own kid like that. Fuck, are the Greyrats all this bad? No wonder Dad ran away from home. Your father ran because he was selfish. He blamed others instead of taking responsibility. What the hell does a tyrant who ignores the plights of the commoners struggling to just live know of responsibility? Philip let out a deep sigh and then rubbed his face. I've got my work cut out for me, don't I? Chapter 66, The Responsible Father and the Voice of Reason. Paul resisted the urge to wipe the sweat off his forehead. Instead, he held his sword out and analyzed the situation. The glass-framed pictures on the walls had completely shattered. The porcelain vases had broken as well. Not only that, but the explosion that resulted from Paul canceling Sylphie's magic spell created a hole in the wall, letting in a chilly breeze from outside. It was a gigantic mistake. Paul completely misread the situation. Thankfully, he had been keeping up with his training, so he managed to get there in time before Sylphie made a mistake she would regret for the rest of her life. Paul? Eris's voice echoed from behind him. What are you doing? Ghislaine stepped forward. The wolf beastkin rested her hand on her sword hilt and frowned. She glanced at Paul and said, It seems like you really don't know your kid or his friends, do you, Paul? I know Rudy and Sylphie very well, thank you very much. I just... didn't expect them both to have such explosive tempers. Rudy, Paul understood. After all, while Rudy took a lot after his mother in terms of disposition and personality, he definitely inherited Paul's temper and stubbornness. Though for some reason, not Paul's natural talent with fighting. That was probably a good thing though, otherwise things would have been even messier when Paul was trying to leave. But anyway, Paul understood why Rudy had an explosive temper. Sylphie on the other hand. Paul frowned and stared at Sylphie. The cute young elf girl looked the same as ever. But there was a clear difference in her demeanor. A bright but chilling smile. shining green eyes that were almost blinding to look at. Not only that, but there was a strange flash of silver and green flickering within her mana. Sylphie giggled and then said, "Mr. Paul's strong. Super strong. No wonder Rudy trusts you so much." Paul laughed back. "Why yeah. You're pretty strong too, Sylphie." "Mmhm." Sylphie leaned back. As she did, she suddenly floated in the air, sitting on an invisible chair and idly kicking her legs. Eris spoke up and said, Is that a normal thing for magicians?" Ghislaine shook her head. "No." "And Paul." She stepped forward, blocking Eris from view and said, "That girl's weird too. Just like your kid." "Yeah. Got the message, Ghislaine." Paul muttered and racked his brain on how to resolve the situation. It was similar to how Rudy reacted when he first saw Ghislaine. Sylphie was still Sylphie. But she also wasn't. The peaceful, polite, and sweet young girl was mostly there. But there was a harsh edge to her now. Unnatural and twisted. Which could be seen in how her mana seemed to be inverting a bit, spinning in on itself to emit that strange green and silver flash. Paul didn't know much about mana. And he especially didn't know much about what it was supposed to look like since Rudy just helped him learn how to see it earlier in the day. But his instincts were telling him that Sylphie was dangerous right now. Like a powder keg waiting to blow. Sylphie giggled again and said, "Mr. Paul is so responsible. Running out to protect Rudy's wife like that. You're very responsible these days." Paul slowly nodded and said, "That's right. So as the responsible adult, I'm going to ask you to stop fighting Eris, okay?" Sylphie tilted her head. "But I'm not fighting that girl?" Paul blinked. "You're not?" "Nope." She smiled and said, "I'm just waiting for an apology. She was really mean to me, you know? I was just worried about you, but then she started going crazy and ran towards me with that sword." Sylphie giggled. "That could poke someone's eye out, you know? Or stab someone's heart and make them bleed out." Eris growled and stepped forward, pointing her finger at Sylphie. "You're the one who attacked first. Who asked you to use magic and MMPH?" Paul quickly covered Eris's mouth and let out a nervous laugh. Eris growled and bit Paul's fingers, but he didn't budge. After all, Paul had a very, very, very vivid memory of what happened when Rudy snapped. And he was not about to let his cute but dumb future daughter-in-law run her mouth and cause Sylphie to snap right now. "Don't mind her, Sylphie." Paul laughed and said, "Eris is a bit older than you and Rudy, but she's a lot less mature, you know? Just treat her like a little kid." Eris screamed, letting out muffled words that sounded something like, "I am not a little kid." "Oh, I know." Sylphie nodded, slowly drifting forward. "But that's no good, you know? A subtle shift in atmosphere." Paul glanced at Ghislaine and muttered, "Go find Laws and bring him here." "Rudy too." Ghislaine kept staring at Sylphie and muttered back. "And Oju-sama? If we try to take Eris away, Sylphie will snap." A gut feeling. Paul sensed that the moment they did anything overtly trying to take Eris away, Sylphie would go all out. Which meant that Rudy would notice and then also go all out to save his best friend who he either was pretending he didn't love or was too dense to realize that he loved. Which meant that the two of them would actually cause that explosion they joked about earlier and wipe out all of Roa. Not good, to say the least. Zenith and Lilia would never let him live that down. No, better to nip that little problem in the bud. Sylphie giggled, focusing her gaze on Eris. Someone that childish and selfish is only going to be bad for Rudy. He's already stressed out enough from worrying about everyone. Someone like that who only adds more stress. She held out her left hand. As she did, icy wind blew in from outside before gathering behind Sylphie, forming a pair of skeletal wings. "She's not necessary." A cold and ruthless voice. Completely devoid of Sylphie's usual kind and sweet tone. "Ghislaine!" Paul called out and stepped forward. Ghislaine clicked her tongue and then jumped out of the hole before dashing off towards the other parts of the castle. Sylphie glanced at Ghislaine for a brief moment, but then she turned her gaze back to Paul and said, "Let me talk to her, Mr. Paul. I'm going to ask you the same thing I did Rudy. You aren't going to try and kill her again, are you?" Eris tensed, her crimson eyes flitting to look at Sylphie. Sylphie laughed and said, "Of course not. But I can't help it if her heart suddenly stops while we're talking in the cold, right?" Paul let go of Eris and groaned. "Laws is definitely going to try and kill me after this." Eris trembled and quickly ducked behind Paul again. Do something. She's insane." Sylphie's eye twitched. That was the only cue Paul had. In the next moment, a storm of icicles flew towards Paul. Eris screamed. Paul stared at the oncoming wave of icicles and tracked the mana fueling it. A haphazard pattern of blue-green bubbles. Roiling, but also delicate. Then, Paul laced his sword with mana and then swung. Silver light flashed, piercing the bubbles. And then the icicle shattered, crumbling into white powder. Sylphie frowned and said, "That's not fair, Mr. Paul. Adults should just do adult things and let kids play by themselves." Paul shook his head and stood firm. "Sorry, Sylphie. But adults are also responsible for stepping in when kids are throwing temper tantrums, you know? And especially when one of those kids was letting out enough bloodlust to send the average adventurer running for the hills. I am not throwing a temper tantrum." Sylphie screamed. And as she screamed, snow spontaneously formed, covering the hallway in white. Paul glanced at Eris, still trembling behind him, and said, "Would you please just apologize, Eris?" Eris paused. The fear in her eyes faded a bit, replaced by a stubborn glare. After that, she shook her head and said, "No. She started it. For the love of Dash." A faint breeze. Paul clicked his tongue and then spun in place, swinging his sword. Silver flashed and another explosion erupted. Icicles, completely shredding the halls all around them. Icicles that would have shredded them if Paul hadn't reversed the flow of mana. Eris paled. Paul groaned and said, "I should never have left Bina village. Should have just kept my damn mouth shut and let Philip handle the situation." Who cared about Paul's brother Paimon showing up with troops and the backing of the Azura Kingdom? With how stupidly powerful Rudy and Sylphie were, it would take the Sword God, Water God, and a whole cast of other insanely powerful figures to pose a threat. No, the real worry was the fact that there was something wrong, or maybe right with both Rudy and Sylphie's mana that let them give into bloodlust and wrath more easily, as well as grant them insane strength when they... A faint breeze. Paul instinctively grabbed Eris with his left hand and threw her into the air. After that, he pivoted and swung his sword again. Eris's scream was drowned out by the sound of screeching wind. The result of Paul's sword crashing against invisible blades that tried to rip apart the place where Eris had just been standing. Paul reached up and grabbed Eris again before setting her down beside him. Eris growled and said, "What was that dash? Look, Missy. If you want to not die, it would be best for you to either bow your head and apologize or shut the hell up." Eris flinched and looked at Sylphie. But then she tossed her head to the side and pursed her lips. Paul groaned. What the hell did I do to deserve this? Sure, Paul had been a pretty terrible person in the past. And he had done a lot of bad things to a lot of good people. But he was doing better. And he was better. But even he didn't do anything bad enough to deserve this headache, right? Ah. Wait. He knew the answer to that question, and it was yes. Damn it. Paul looked up towards Sylphie and raised his sword. The sweet young elf girl who wore her heart on her sleeve was gone, replaced by a cold-hearted killer. And one who looked like she didn't care what happened to Paul as long as Eris disappeared. Paul started to sweat, racking his mind for a solution. Fighting was no good. If he actually hurt Sylphie, Rudy would kill him straight up. At least, that was what Paul would do in Rudy's situation. And Rudy was even more murderous than Paul was, considering how casually he mentioned keeping someone half dead to set an example to other people. But that was all that Paul knew how to do. Wait. That wasn't true. There were two things Paul was good at. The first was fighting. And the second was sweet-talking girls and getting out of tricky situations involving them. Since the first option was out, he'd have to try the second. Now, obviously he couldn't flirt with Sylphie. That would be a dead end for Paul for more than one person. But he could still talk her down. Paul sheathed his sword. Eris's eyes widened and she said, "What in the world are you doing?" Paul ignored her and looked at Sylphie. Sylphie paused. It seemed like she was confused by Paul's action. Enough to stop and think about what he was doing. Which meant there was an opening. So, Paul immediately jumped forward and then slammed his head on the ground. "I'm sorry, Sylphie. I was stupid and should have thought about your feelings. I'll cancel the betrothal contract between Rudy and Eris. And instead, I'll make one between you and Rudy. You love him, right?" "Right. And I've always thought of you like a cute daughter-in-law too, so it's fine." "Yeah." Sylphie's voice turned back to normal. Not only that, but she sounded a bit flustered. "And Mr. Paul?" Paul kept his gaze lowered and said, "I've always thought that you and Rudy are a perfect match. And you're already like a part of the family, so we can just make it official." That's. Paul looked up. Sylphie wasn't floating in the air anymore. The ice wings were gone, and she was standing in the middle of the hall, clutching her red cheeks. But not only that, her eerie green eyes had gone back to normal, their usual garnet color. She fidgeted in place for a bit and then looked at Paul. Are Rudy and me married? I can be Rudy's wife? Why dash? Before Paul could say anything else, someone flew through the air and landed on the ground outside. Sorrows. The old man left a crater in the ground. He also groaned. But he wasn't injured. Paul didn't have the time to think through why that happened though. Before he could react, someone tackled him from behind. And then that someone threw a flurry of punches at his ribs. "You inconsiderate, irresponsible, inconceivably stupid man." Gah! Paul quickly rolled away and held up his hands. "I'm sorry." As he said that, Paul's attacker drew near. At first, Paul thought it was Rudy. But it wasn't. A handsome man with blonde hair and eyes the same color as Sylphie's. The person that Paul was heading out to meet in the first place when returning to Roa. Laws growled and held up his fists. "You were right. Family really is your worst enemy. To think I considered you as a brother. And now hold on, Laws dash." Paul stood up and held up his hands. I can explain." Ghislaine was leaning on the ruined wall behind Laws. It seemed that she was the reason why Laws managed to reach him so fast. Did she toss the guy to attack Paul? Probably. Paul wouldn't put it past her. Laws cracked his knuckles and said, "There is nothing to explain. You said it before, did you not? Real men speak with their fists." He stomped on the ground and held out his fists. "Prepare yourself. I have an entire epic that I wish to recite." Paul gulped. But before Laws could attack, a small impact echoed from outside. After that, a familiar voice called out. "Hold on a bit, Mr. Laws." "Rudy." Paul glanced over and saw his son idly walking through the snow. Rudy's clothes were disheveled. There were also a few blood splatters on him and on his fists. Paul let out a nervous laugh and waved his hand. "Hey, kiddo. How did the chat with Philip go?" "Peachy. Just peachy." Rudy grinned and cracked his knuckles. "Now, what was this bullshit I heard about you canceling and signing another betrothal contract?" "I can explain?" Paul started scanning the surroundings, racking his mind on how to solve this mess. And then someone walked out from the broken wall. A familiar face, and the only lifeline he had in this situation. Paul threw out his arms and smiled. "Philip! My cousin!" The man paused and smiled back. "Paul." Philip's usually closed eyes opened and his smile started to twitch. "You really know how to treat a place as your own, don't you?" "Ah." Well, there went his last lifeline. Philip let out a deep sigh and then said, "Well, so be it. For now." He took a look around at everyone and said, "It seems like we've caused enough mayhem for the night. I am certain that the help is frightened out of their minds. And Hilda is absolutely going to throttle me later for this mess. But for now, let's have dinner. We can air our grievances peacefully then over some delightful food." After saying that, Philip turned to look at Paul. A look that seemed to say, "You owe me." Paul laughed and rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah. He definitely wasn't cut out for politics, huh? Chapter 67, Yeah, no. I was mad. No, I was pissed off. And that was putting it lightly. The trip to Roa was supposed to be normal. Fun. Maybe a bit of back and forth as we sorted things out with Dad's family. At worst though, I thought it would be annoying. And this happened. I go to meet my potential future father-in-law, and then that tyrannical old man showed up to attack me before ranting stuff about children not knowing how things worked and some other bullshit. Out of the kindness of my heart and in consideration for Philip, who seemed to actually be upset at his father's actions, I didn't just make the old man kick the bucket. Hell, I even made sure to put him in better health than he started by healing him up while I smacked him and knocked down all the BS points he was bringing up about how life worked. But that was fine. I could handle that much. After all, Dad himself said his family was bad in the past, so I didn't have high expectations. And then Ghislaine showed up to tell me that Sylphie had snapped, and that I needed to get there as fast as I could. Also that she was going to get Laws to try and calm Sylphie down too. So, as expected, I immediately bailed on the situation. Knocked the old man out a window, making sure to keep a barrier on him to not drop dead, and then jumped after him with Philip along for the ride. And then here we were. A devastated hallway. Dad rushing ahead on everything and spouting nonsense about canceling the betrothal contract with that heiress girl and starting one with Sylphie. Philip trying to calm everyone down by trying to get us to stay for dinner. But I ignored all of that and focused on two people. The first was Sylphie. My best friend noticed me staring and then flinched, averting her gaze. Her pretty green hair was disheveled and windswept. And her cute face had a red mark on her left cheek. The same size as a wooden sword. Not only that, but from the tons of wind, water, and ice mana floating around, plus the absolutely destroyed hallway, it seemed like she had been pushed enough to go all out. It wasn't Dad who caused that. He knew better. And it probably wasn't Ghislaine. From what I knew about the wolf lady from Mom, she was actually an honorable and upright swordswoman. So she definitely wouldn't attack Sylphie for no reason. Which meant the culprit was. I turned to stare at the girl standing next to my dad. Eris Boreas Greyrat. My fiancée. She was taller than me and Sylphie. And she also had a decent face. Aristocratic features, a bit of a haughty beauty. When she grew up, I didn't doubt that she would be a bombshell that most guys would go out of their way to try and impress. Not only that, but her body was trained. And from the casual way she held a wooden sword in her right hand as well as the faint shine of silver mana in her body, she knew how to fight. In short, someone who looked good and could fight. A competent, strong, independent young girl. Who I didn't give a damn about considering she hurt Sylphie. Eris noticed me staring and then flinched. A strange mix of emotions crossed her face as she looked at me and the blood on my body. But that mix of emotions quickly settled into a haughty look as she crossed her arms and raised her head. So you're Rudy. I kicked off the ground. Eris flinched and quickly raised her wooden sword. I won't dash. I blew past her and stopped in front of Sylphie. Sylphie looked up at me and then lowered her face. Sorry, Rudy. I shook my head and smiled at her. It's all right. It's my fault for not noticing. Just how much stress had she been under? Hearing that her best friend was going to be taken away. Seeing me get hurt earlier and her not being able to do anything to help in the fight against Orsted. Then there was the fact that she had to watch me helpless and unmoving in a bed for a week too. I pulled Sylphie into a hug and said, "You didn't do anything wrong, Sylphie." Sylphie trembled and then she hugged me back, holding me tight. She didn't say anything, just quietly holding me. I patted her back. And then I noticed something odd. Her mana was weird. There was something mixed in that wasn't there before. Sylphie's mana was a pretty blue-green color. But now there were flashes of silver and green mixed in. Those flashes were fading. But the way they were fading was weird too. Usually when mana was used up, it dissolved into a mist of colors and spread around the area. If it faded, it just straight up vanished, like when I converted mana to elements. But that silver/green mana mixed in with Sylphie's mana wasn't dissolving or fading away. Instead, it was turning back into her normal mana? I frowned. That was weird. Was it because of being W? No, it seemed to be natural, and the feel I got from that mana wasn't foreign. It felt malevolent, but it was also Sylphie's. So. Hey! An irritating female voice from beside me. Eris. Sylphie tensed and then buried her head into my chest, as if trying to hide from Eris. I frowned and then turned to look at Eris. As I did, I made sure to keep a tight rein on my emotions and said, "Yes?" Eris stomped on the ground and pointed her sword at me. "Stop ignoring me! You're Rudy, right? My husband or whatever." Sylphie's arms tightened around me. I narrowed my eyes at Eris. Before I could respond though, a brown blur shot towards me onto the ground in front of me. Philip, and in a familiar pose that I just saw Dad take. Dad's cousin smacked his head against the ground and said, "Please excuse this transgression, Rudy. My daughter hasn't had any good role models and learned proper manners yet, so she made mistakes and attacked your friend. I'll punish her accordingly, I swear on my name and life." I blinked. Eris froze. And in the background, I saw Dad let out a wry smile. Before getting smacked in the face by Laws and having to avoid the guy's onslaught of punches. I felt a headache coming on and then shook my head. Whatever. I pulled my arms back and then wrapped Sylphie in a one-armed hug. "We're done here." Philip raised his head. Pardon?" I ignored him and looked over at Dad and Laws. "Dad! Mr. Laws! Get your stuff. We're leaving." Laws stopped in the middle of punching Dad in the face again and then shoved him instead. Brushing off his clothes, he nodded and walked over. "I am already prepared, Rudy. And Luffy." Laws placed his hand on his daughter's head and said, "Are you well?" Sylphie sniffed and then nodded, moving over to hug him too. Laws hugged her back and let out a soft smile. As for Dad. Hold on, Rudy." He jumped up and ran over. "We just got here." I nodded. "I know." I glared at Eris and said, "And I've seen enough." She flinched, but then she gnashed her teeth. "Why yeah." She pointed her sword at me and said, "Well, I've seen enough too." "Wimp!" Philip stood up and glared at Eris. "Eris! Apologize." "No!" Eris crossed her arms and said, "It's not my fault. I was having fun practicing with Geislane and then that guy and the elf girl ruined everything. I was happy and then they made me mad." Her crimson eyes glimmered with tears and she said, "It's not fair." Philip crossed his arms and said, "Even then, you shouldn't have done that. Rudy's family now, and dash. Since when did you care about family?" Eris glared at him with teary eyes and said, "Stupid Dad. You don't understand at all." After screaming that, Eris ran off into the house. Philip sighed and then looked over at Geislane. "Could you dash?" "I'll keep an eye on Oju-sama, Lord Philip." After saying that, Ghislaine vanished, following Eris. Philip shook his head and then turned back to look at me. Sorry about that, but dash. No need to apologize. We're leaving anyway. I looked over at Dad and said, right, Dad? Dad frowned. He looked at Philip. Looked at Saros still unconscious on the ground. And then he looked at where Eris and Ghislaine left. I narrowed my eyes. Dad sighed and rubbed the back of his head. Are you sure you don't want to try and get to know Eris, Rudy? She's really not as bad as she comes across. I'm sure if you got to know each other, you'd get along well. Is it my turn to knock you unconscious and drag you back home, Dad? Because I'm ready. And I won't hold back this time. My dad stared at me and then let out a long sigh. Fine, fine. Let's go home for now. Paul? Dad waved his hand and said, it was bad timing, Philip. We can have the kids meet later when things aren't so stressful. Philip pursed his lips. Dad turned to face me and then placed his hand on my shoulder. All right, Rudy. Let's head home. He paused and then said, how are we going to do that this late at night? By not giving a fuck about how we come across anymore. Yeah. I looked at Sylphie and said, are you okay to use magic, Sylphie? You I think so. I frowned and then looked at Mr. Laws. Hold on tight to Sylphie. It should be fine, but just in case something happens. My dad blinked. Wait. Hold on, Rudy. What are you dash? I grabbed my dad's arm with my left hand. I grabbed Mr. Laws with my right hand and kicked off the ground. My mana surged and winds gathered beneath my feet. At the same time, those winds wrapped around the people I was holding and lifted them along with me. Holy foo dash. And then we were gone, flying out through the hole in the wall and heading back home. Because screw all of that. Live. Philip watched Rudy and the others fly off in a gust of wind and then covered his face. I miscalculated. The fact that Father would try and test Rudy. The fact that Eris would attack Rudy's best friend. The jealousy and immaturity that went into being children. All of it resulted in the worst-case scenario. Rudy wouldn't accept Eris. And Eris seemed interested in Rudy, but she was too proud to apologize for what she did or even acknowledge him properly. Sorrows groaned on the ground nearby. Philip turned to look at his father and clicked his tongue. That stubbornness of yours does no one any favors, Father. It was because that guy valued power and order over family that things ended up this way. But there was no use dwelling on things. Philip glanced at a few servants peeking out from nearby and waved his hand. Go help Father and take him back to his room. Why yes, Master Philip. After that, Philip started walking back to his office. As he did, he passed his wife's room. When he did, he hesitated, wondering if he should go in. But considering everything that had happened recently, she would just kick him out anyway. Eris's temper didn't come from him, after all. Philip sighed and then continued on his way. Walking in his office, he closed the door behind him. And then he paused, staring at two individuals waiting for him in the middle of the room. A silver-haired man with golden eyes and a white long coat standing next to a blonde female elf with crimson eyes and a revealing outfit. Philip locked the door and said, I wasn't expecting guests. Particularly you two. He walked around the pair and sat at his desk. What is it this time, Pierre? Another prophecy? More information about traitors? Pierre materialized a chair for himself and the elf woman before sitting down. You could say that. But I would call it more friendly advice. You see. Chapter 68, Hook, Line, and Sinker. It was dark when we got back. And all of us were tired, so we just went inside and went straight to sleep. Well, there was a bit of a situation with some automated magic circles activating when we stepped in, but Master Roxy was awake and managed to disarm it all in time. But anyway, we turned in early for the night. Laws went to the guest room to sleep with Rose. Dad went to go sleep with Mom and Mama Lily before getting tossed back out to sleep on the couch. And as for me and Sylphie, we went to sleep in my room. The usual routine by now. Though Sylphie seemed to still be worried since she hugged me tighter than usual. But other than that, nothing happened. Well, Norn and Aisha woke up crying in the middle of the night, but that wasn't my problem. I had a bunch of other ones to deal with first. But sleep was important, so I set those aside and then let myself slip off to slumberland, Sylphie hugging my arm next to me. Liv. I'm sorry. Dad lowered his head and said, "This is all my fault." The dining room table. And one that was extremely lively because of all the people present. Sylphie's parents were seated on one side of the table, with Sylphie between them. Mr. Laws was upset, and understandably so. And Miss Rose looked mad too, her eyes uncharacteristically narrowed in anger. Sylphie didn't seem that upset about it all. But since her parents were like that, she stayed quiet. Behind Sylphie and her parents were Mom and Mama Lily, sitting in rocking chairs. Mom's eyes were frosty. But maybe since she had a bit of time to think about it. Or maybe because she was cradling a sleeping Norn in her arms, she didn't seem like wrath incarnate. Mama Lily's eyes were cold too. But instead of being angry, she looked disappointed. And because of that, she focused most of her attention on Aisha, who was awake and happily gurgling. 5 people who were seriously affected by Dad's actions and 5 people who he needed to apologize to the most. Well, technically 7 since Norn and Aisha were there, but they were going to punish Dad every night from now on anyway since they kept waking up randomly, so they didn't count. Facing those people, Dad bowed his head, sitting across from them all by his lonesome. And I watched the events unfold from off to the side as an objective observer. It was kind of pitiful. And I was tempted to go over for moral support. But it seemed like Mom and the others anticipated that since Master Roxy was standing right beside me and holding my right hand to prevent me from going forward. Also, I never realized it until now. But Master Roxy had surprisingly rough hands for someone who seemed so delicate. Paul. After a long silence, Mom spoke up. To his credit, Dad didn't raise his head. Instead, he kept his head down and said, "Yes, Zenith." She checked on Norn, smiling at my baby sister's sleeping form. And then she looked back at Dad and said, "You've realized your mistakes now, right? Every time you go off to do something on your own, you've caused issues." "I know." Mr. Laws ran his hand through his hair and muttered, "I still do not understand it. You are more than capable whenever you take the lead and anticipate potential dangers during combat situations. But how is it that you are this terrible in life decisions?" Mama Lily snorted and said, "It appears that old habits die hard." She looked down at Aisha and then smiled, tickling my baby sister's chin. "You won't be like your father, will you, Aisha?" Another tense silence passed. I sighed and rubbed the back of my head with my left hand, muttering, "This is more awkward than I thought it'd be." We already had a mini intervention earlier after explaining the situation with being W, but since that was the focus on the conversation, as well as making sure to start countermeasures, we didn't talk that much about Dad's recent actions. And now they were laid out front and center, along with the foobar situation that occurred in Roa. Plus Mr. Laws was here now too. Dad pressed his head against the table and said, "I won't ask forgiveness from any of you. But I promise that something like this won't happen again." Mom snorted and said, "You're always breaking your promises, Paul. That doesn't mean much." You Rose spoke up and said, "That's right. What about the promise that we'd let Sylphie and Rudy grow up a bit before talking about marriage?" Sylphie blushed and then turned to look at me. I coughed and looked away, feeling my face heat up. Will. I guess I knew where we stood on that. But this was probably just puppy love, right? Like how I had a crush on Master Roxy. Still had a crush on Master Roxy. This would be a problem. I was suddenly very aware of the fact that Master Roxy was holding my right hand and instinctively jerked away. She blinked and looked at me. And then she noticed Sylphie and laughed. Turning back to me, she poked my cheek and said, "Rudy's being extra cute today, aren't you?" Shut up. Master Roxy laughed again and then gave me a teasing smile. I ignored her and focused back on the conversation unfolding in front of me. Dad cleared his throat and said, "That's something else I wanted to apologize for. I wasn't thinking about what Rudy or Sylphie might want, and I just did what I thought was best for Rudy." As I twitched. Even though you said you thought of Luffy as your own daughter? Even though I called you brother? I'm stupid, okay? Please don't hold it too much against me. Silence. And then Laws let out a deep sigh. Yes. I suppose you are. Rose crossed her arms, still upset. And Mama Lily still wasn't looking at Dad. It seemed like this might take a while. We weren't getting anywhere. Mom seemed to realize that as she let out a deep sigh. Turning to my dad, she said, "All right, Paul. Look at me." Dad did. Mom stared at him and said, "This is the last time." She looked at Mama Lily and said, "We've talked it over and we can forgive you acting like that since there was someone else pulling the strings and causing everything in the background. And we won't blame you for overreacting since it's about the only time you tried acting like a responsible father." Dad winced. Didn't blame him. The fact that it was true probably hurt more. "We'll let it slide this time. But this is your last chance, got it?" Mom gave Dad a frosty glare and said, "If you mess up again, I'm moving back to Mealy's. It'll be annoying having to deal with my parents again and my show-off sister, but we can make it work." Mama Lily looked up and nodded. As Zenny said, "And we will take Norn and Aisha with us." I nodded. That was reasonable. Lay down the ultimatum and... Wait. I blinked and looked over at Mom and Mama Lily. What about me? Mom gave me a blank stare and said, "Do you really think you'll be able to leave Sylphie by herself, Rudy?" I paused to think about that. Mealy's was an entire continent away. A perilous long trip across the ocean, or a perilous and long trip over land and a shorter one across a tiny sea. Much further away than if I were just in Roa, for example. Or even the Azura Kingdom capital. Far enough that it would probably be a half year to a year each trip. And that was how far I would be from Sylphie. Not only that, but she'd be that far away and all by herself too? And if I didn't leave her behind, Mom, Mama Lily, Aisha, and Norn would be that far away? Don't worry about it, Mom. I cracked my knuckles and turned to look at Dad. That won't happen. At that time, I felt a soft tap on my head. I blinked and turned to look at the source. Master Roxy pulled her hand back and said, "No violence, Rudy. That isn't the answer." I nodded. "I know." I turned back to look at my dad and said, "It's the question." And the answer is yes. Master Roxy let out a deep sigh and muttered, "Just where did that cute Rudy run off to?" Dad started to sweat. And then Mom nodded and said, "All right. That's settled." Dad blinked. That easily?" Mom smiled. "That's right. Just as easily as you're getting tossed to the side if you mess up again. So do your best, honey. But for now, how about we all have a nice breakfast to relax? Live. All right, Mr. Laws." I gave Sylphie's dad a once-over, making sure that the golden healing mana was completely covering his limbs. "You're good to go." "Excellent." Laws smiled and turned to look at my dad. Dad gulped and turned to look back at me. "Are you sure we need to do this, Rudy?" I nodded. Absolutely. We were outside by Mom's tree. By we, I meant me, Mr. Laws, and Dad. After breakfast and catching Mr. Laws up on the current situation with being W, it was decided that the most productive use of our time would be to train. Since I managed to give Mage Sight to Mr. Laws as well, it would be a lot harder for being W to do anything with us. Which meant that he would definitely be working on things behind the scene elsewhere to try and trap us. So to make sure we were prepared for that, Master Roxy was going over magic with Mom, Mama Lily, Miss Rose, and Sylphie. Meanwhile, us guys were working on our melee skills. At least, that was the excuse. But in actuality, I wreathed more healing mana around my limbs as well and did my best to keep a straight face. Since Dad seems to always be involved in troublesome events, we have to make sure you're prepared for anything, you know? And besides, while you're a fighting genius, your body's still a bit too weak. So we're speeding that process up. My dad glanced at Mr. Laws and then gulped on seeing how eager that guy was. After that, he turned to me and said, "Hey, are you sure we can't just work on dodging practice? That autonomous instinct or whatever. We could. But reflexes don't mean anything if your body's too slow to react to them. But don't worry." I grinned and said, "I've been steadily improving by getting beaten up and healing for over 3 years now. I'm sure that my genius dad will get even stronger than I will. Right, Mr. Laws?" Laws smacked a fist into an open palm and said, "Of course, Rudy. Paul is that incredible, after all." My dad stared at me. Then at Mr. Laws. And then he sighed and forcibly calmed down. At least not the F.A. Bois. Chapter 69, Nice. After the training session with Dad, Sylphie and her family went back home. It was a bit lonely since I had gotten used to having Sylphie and Miss Rose around, not to mention how fun it was to hang out and bond with Mr. Laws. But while we were as close as family, we still weren't family. And even if we were, it seemed like they wanted to have a private conversation among themselves. So, after making sure everyone was properly guarded from being W's interventions with some magical accessories, it was just me and my family at the Greyrat household. Me, Dad, Mom, Mama Lily, my sisters, and Master Roxy. Just like old times, plus my baby sisters. Well, minus my baby sisters since they were having their afternoon nap. Which meant it really was just like old times. "Here you go, Rudy." Mom set down a bowl of stew in front of me, along with a loaf of bread. "Make sure to eat up well, okay?" Mama Lily set down a cup of juice next to me and nodded. "That's right. Your body is still recovering, so make sure to obtain the proper nutrients." I smiled and slid both the food and the drink towards me. "Thanks, Mom, Mama Lily. Love you." My mom laughed and then kissed my forehead. "Love you too, Rudy." Dad gave me a blank stare from across the table and said, "What am I, chopped liver?" He pouted and said, "Where's my reward? I spent an entire afternoon getting beaten up." Mom rolled her eyes and said, "Please. As if you don't enjoy getting smacked around." Dad pouted and said, "Only by my beautiful wives, not my best friend and my son." Mama Lily nodded. "Understood. Then we will begin training in earnest tomorrow." She rubbed her legs and said, "Since my old wounds have completely recovered and due to recent events, I believe it is time to continue my training." Dad's face immediately turned serious and he frowned. "Lilia, are you sure you want to? Didn't you leave Azura Kingdom to get away from fighting?" Mama Lily rolled her eyes and said, "Considering that our family seems destined for conflict in some manner or another, it would be better to be prepared than not. Furthermore," she frowned and said, "I seem to have no talent in magic." Master Roxy walked over from the kitchen with her own food and sat down next to me. After placing the bowl of stew and her loaf of bread on the table, she looked at Mama Lily and said, "That isn't true, Lilia. You have talent. It's just that you would be better served putting your time training what you already have than starting from scratch. Especially when a certain someone was overprotective and created a magic tool with every elemental spell primed to fire at a single thought." After saying that, Master Roxy gave me a pointed gaze. My face heated up and I coughed, averting my gaze. It wasn't that much." "Ah. Of course." Roxy nodded. "Compared to the wand you crafted for Sylphie that continuously grows and adapts with her mana usage, I am sure that such a trifling magic tool pales in comparison." "Huh." I blinked and said, but I didn't really do anything special for Sylphie's wand. I mean, I used my mana and copied your magic circles in my wand, but other than that, it's just a branch from Mom's tree that I grew with my mana. And come to think of it, I made the wand with the intent to have Sylphie use and learn magic easier. Did I subconsciously create something ridiculous? Again? Actually, in hindsight it would explain a lot. Maybe a fragment of my mana dwelled in Sylphie's wand and affected her own mana and magical development? It would explain why she could suddenly pick up Mage Sight without my help. And from the way Master Roxy was talking about the wand. Maybe I should take a look at it sometime? Dad laughed and said, and my genius son strikes again. I rolled my eyes and said, you keep using that word, Dad. I do not think you know what it means. He frowned and said, and you keep denying that word. I think that you're the one who doesn't know what it means, Rudy. But sure. He shrugged and then gave me a sly smile. Whatever makes you happier. Little genius. My eye twitched. Mom sat down to the right of Dad with some food and then shoved a loaf of bread in his mouth. MMPH? Stop teasing him, you horn dog. Rudy's already been through a lot recently. And because of you. My dad bit the loaf of bread and then swallowed a chunk. After that, he sighed and said, fine, fine. I'll take it easy on him for a bit. Even if he didn't take it easy on me. He rubbed his chin and muttered, my jaw still doesn't feel right. Laws really knows how to throw a mean hook. Mama Lily sat down with her food on Dad's left and said, of course. Unlike a certain noble runaway, Laws had to experience countless hardships in his youth. She ripped off a piece from her loaf of bread and dipped it in her stew. With a past like that, it would be more odd if he did not know how to brawl. Dad nodded and said, true. Although. He rubbed his chin and muttered, his fighting style seems really familiar for some reason. The footwork in particular. He's surprisingly fast on his feet. He shook his head and said, well, it doesn't really matter. He shrugged and then dipped his bread in Mom's stew. Hey! Mom huffed and pulled her stew back. Get your own. My dad let out fake puppy eyes and said, but we always share. Mom rolled her eyes and said, fine. But don't think you're getting forgiven that easily, mister. You're still on the night watch for baby duty. Fine. I decided to ignore my dad's antics and focused on my food. It looked good. Steaming stew with a fragrant scent. Fluffy bread. My stomach growled. Since it did, I dipped my bread in the stew and took a bite. Tasty. Not too salty or savory. The meat was soft and perfectly cooked. Then there were some fresh herbs that were probably ones Mom grew inside in her small indoor garden. I smiled and took another bite. Mom noticed and said, does it taste good, Rudy? M'chim. I nodded and raised the bowl to take a bigger sip. After that, I let out a content sigh and said, Mom's cooking is always tasty. Miss Rose was good at cooking too, but there was something about Mom's cooking that was just different. Mom laughed and said, I'm happy to hear that, Rudy. But you know, it was your Mama Lily who cooked this time. Yeah. I blinked and then looked over at Mama Lily. Really? She smiled and said, indeed. I quickly bowed my head and said, I'm sorry, Mama Lily. I didn't mean anything by it. Silence. No, not just silence. Mom clicked her tongue and muttered, that's no good. Shortly after that, Mama Lily sighed and said, Paul's blood runs a bit too strong after all. Yeah. I raised my head. What do you mean? Did I do something weird? My dad groaned. I definitely need to be more careful about what I show to Norn and Aisha, don't I? Mom nodded. Definitely. Mama Lily nodded as well and said, absolutely. I tilted my head, still confused. Roxy laughed and ruffled my hair. Don't worry your little head about it, Rudy. If you say so, Master Roxy. I muttered and then went back to eating. As if my actions were a cue, everyone else did the same. It was quiet, but a relaxed atmosphere hung in the air. Just like old times. Nostalgic. And that nostalgia made me happy. But then my dad asked a question. So Rudy, what do you think about Sylphie? I paused in the middle of finishing my bread and then looked at my dad. It wasn't a casual question. No, the tone was casual, but my dad's expression was serious. Seeing that, I set my bread down and looked at Mom and Mama Lily. I expected them to interrupt, but it seemed like they wanted to hear my response as well since they just kept quiet and watched. Since that was the case, I turned my attention back to Dad and said, Sylphie? Right. My dad leaned back and placed his right arm over the back of his chair. Your best friend. The cute elf girl who you rescued and taught magic, and the cute elf girl who supported you and followed you even when she knew she would have to give you up. That's Sylphie. My heart raced. I frowned and placed my hand over my chest, trying to calm it down. That didn't help, so I cleared my throat and tried to play cool. What about her? She's my best friend. It wasn't a lie. Sylphie was the one who knew me best in the entire world. Someone who would support me no matter what, and someone who I would support all the same. Not only that, but she was cute, pretty, and smart. She also made every day fun, and the way she smiled brightened up my mood. And then there was how her hugs were so warm and... Ah. My dad raised an eyebrow. Just your best friend? I huffed and said, what are you trying to get your son to say, Dad? What, do you think I'm like you who thinks about girls all the time? I have more important things to do with my time, you know? Unlike you, I'm busy working on projects, magic, and figuring out how to do things. I don't have the leisure to waste my days flirting or chatting up pretty girls and stuff. My dad laughed. I flinched. He shook his head and said, Rudy? I'm glad. Huh? Dad smiled and said, you might have inherited a lot of my bad traits. Being reckless, stubborn, short-tempered, and the random bouts of stupidity. I nodded and said, absolutely. Genetics were a hell of a drug. Chemical. Thing. Whatever the saying was. But unlike me, you're a terrible liar. I froze. After that, Dad leaned back, as if he was finished talking. And then Mom spoke up. Looking at me with a soft gaze, she said, Rudy, sweetie. Do you like Sylphie? I laughed and averted my gaze. Like? What do you mean, like? Of course I like Sylphie. She's my best friend and we play together a lot. There. It wasn't a lie. I see. Then. Mom turned to look at Mama Lily. Mama Lily nodded and then looked at me. Rudy. Why yes, Mama Lily? She stared at me for a little while and then said, does your day seem brighter when you are with Sylphie? Does your heart race a bit faster when you think of her? Or perhaps you feel happy seeing her smiling face? Of course. I mean, that's how I feel with Master Roxy 2-. I cut myself off, suddenly realizing the trap my parents laid out. And then I saw the shit-eating grin Dad had. Damn it. Chapter 70 The Genius Teacher's Dilemma. Roxy froze. Rudy was sitting next to her, fidgeting in his seat while doing his best to avoid looking at her. But try as he might, Rudy kept glancing over with his pure green eyes. Not only that though, his face was red with embarrassment. Cute. Super cute. And then there were his words. Rudy's day was brighter when he was with her. His heart raced a bit faster. He felt happy when he saw Roxy's smiling face. It was different. That prince in the Chiron kingdom proclaimed his love for Roxy all the time when she was there, but his gaze was always lustful. Because of that, Roxy felt disgusted whenever that child spouted out about how he loved her. But hearing Rudy say it was different. That child had always been intelligent. Mature beyond his age. A genuine genius. And not just in magic, but in terms of understanding the world around him. So his words weren't light. They weren't something trivial that a child would say and grow out of. And Rudy wasn't a person like that anyway. So when he said that he liked Roxy, Rudy meant it. And, if Roxy was being honest, she felt the same way with Rudy. Her days were more fun and they could talk to each other on equal terms without judgment or prejudice. She enjoyed seeing Rudy's cute face light up in understanding whenever he learned something new. She was sad whenever he was frustrated with himself, and when he didn't take pride in the skill that was rightfully earned from hard work. Roxy remembered the thought she had back during his graduation. That if she had just met Rudy when he was a bit older. She cut it off then before that thought got any further. But now hearing Rudy's words, she couldn't help but think on it more. If Rudy was a little older. If he was a teenager maybe. If Roxy had met him then. Wouldn't she have completely fallen in love? Someone skilled with magic. Someone who was intelligent and talented but remained humble. Someone who not only worked on his own path, but made sure to take meticulous notes to spread that knowledge for others. And furthermore, someone who cared a great deal for his family. Perfect. She was sure of it. Rudy would be perfect. The man she dreamed of. Except he wasn't. Rudy was a child. He was still just a child. A 7-year-old child who was more mature than most, talented, and capable. But still a child. Not only that, but there was the age difference to consider. Roxy was already a woman and had been a woman for a long time. In fact, she was 41 this year. While her body was still youthful and petite due to her being a member of the Migard magic race, she was far from a child. In truth, she was almost old enough to be Paul's mother. So this was bad. Roxy was well aware of her emotions. And she was aware of what it meant to fall for someone else. She had experienced it countless times in the past, only to be turned down due to her apparent youth. And she remembered the heartache that brought when she learned it was impossible. When she realized it was a one-sided love with the other side only seeing a strong friendship. This time was different. Roxy was sure of it. Rudy liked her. And she liked him. But that couldn't be. She could see Paul, Zenith, and Lilia staring at her. Smiling and teasing, as if waiting for her to point out how ridiculous it was. Friendly smiles and expressions. Of course. They were her precious friends. Her peers. So what would they think if they knew that she was starting to fall for a child? Their child? Or worse, if she started lusting after him? No. She couldn't allow that. Rudy glanced up at Roxy, embarrassed but also secretly hopeful. Genuine affection and emotion. Just like her in the past when she fell in love. So it would be painful for him. And it would be painful for her too. But Roxy laughed and ruffled Rudy's head. That's cute, Rudy. But I can't accept your feelings, you know? Your master's a bit too old for you. A casual but light-hearted dismissal. It was easy to do because she had experienced them countless times before. And as expected, Rudy looked crushed. But also as expected, he quickly gathered himself and laughed. I know, master. You're out of my league anyway. A brave face. While he tried to keep his composure, his voice wavered a bit at the end there. Enough to where Roxy wanted to say that wasn't true. But thankfully before she could say that and make things awkward, Paul chuckled and said, well, I guess that's fine. He looked at Rudy and said, you're still a bit too young to be thinking about that sort of thing anyway. Rudy glared at Paul and said, then why the hell did you bring it up? Rudy! Zenith crossed her arms and said, language. Ah. Sorry, Mom. Rudy nodded and then looked back at Paul. What, did you just want to embarrass me to make up for getting smacked around earlier? A little, yeah. You're a completely grown adult. Why am I the mature one? Paul waved his hand and said, oh lighten up, Rudy. At this rate, your hair will turn gray before a wait. Rudy jumped out of his chair, growling. Before he could go too far though, Roxy grabbed his shirt and held him back. As she did, she frowned. Rudy. Calm down. I am. Rudy paused and then took a deep breath. After that, he slowly sat back down and said, I am calm. At least, I'm calm now. He trailed off, mumbling under his breath. Roxy frowned, carefully staring at Rudy. It was odd. He had always been level-headed. But recently. At that time, a baby girl's cry echoed. And shortly after, another one did as well. Zenith sighed and said, and now your sisters are awake. Rudy winced, suddenly looking guilty. Lowering his head, he mumbled, Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Mama Lily. Lilia smiled and said, It's fine, Rudy. You haven't played with Aisha in a while, have you? How about we all spend a bit of time together? Ooh! Zenith clapped her hands together and said, That sounds great. We can even read Rudy's favorite story together. Perugius's story isn't my favorite story, Mom. But okay. Can I take turns holding Norn too, Mom? Of course! Watching all of that unfold, Paul slowly raised his hand and said, What about me? Zenith looked at Paul and hummed before saying, You can come after you clean the dishes. Norn started crying harder. And because of that, Aisha started crying harder too. Zenith started walking off to the bedroom. Don't cry, sweetie. Mommy's coming. Lilia followed after her and said, Calm yourself, Aisha. I'm almost there. Rudy walked after Lilia and said, Mama Lily. I don't think Aisha understands you yet. Telling her to calm down. Aisha's cries suddenly cut off, replaced by a soft sniffle. Rudy blinked. Lilia looked proud and said, Your baby sister is quite intelligent as well, Rudy. Zenith pouted and said, Well, Norn's cuter. Lilia sighed and said, They are both cute, Zenny. It won't do to compare them. Sibling rivalry is no good. That's right. Rudy hopped forward and stood between Lilia and Zenith. Well, it doesn't matter. I love both of my sisters just the same. Zenith smiled and then pulled Rudy into a one-armed hug. You're sweet, Rudy. But be careful not to spoil your sisters too much, okay? I'll try. After that, the trio entered the bedroom, leaving just Paul and Roxy at the dining table. Roxy sighed and went back to eating her food. Paul noticed and laughed. Jealous that your cute disciple got stolen away, Roxy? Roxy waved her hand and said, No. Just a bit envious. You, Zenith, Lilia, all of you have such a close relationship with your children. Even though Rudy was so different, you loved him all the same. She paused and then said, Perhaps I may be a bit jealous. It was different for her. Because she didn't inherit the natural ability to use the magical telepathy spell to communicate with the other Midgard in her village, she grew up in silence. Her parents raised her with kindness, but love. They would always give her a strange look. They supported her, but there was never any warmth. No kind words spoken or shared. Paul shrugged. It's only natural. Even if your kid turns out weird, that's still your kid. And also, there's something magical about it, you know? He turned to look towards the bedroom and said, When you become a parent, all you want is the best for your kid. And it changes you too. He laughed and looked at Roxy. I mean, look at me. Roxy nodded. I suppose that's true. If an inconsiderate and shameless flirt like yourself can settle down, there must be something to it. But even so. She rubbed her arm and muttered, I wish that my parents had been as warm as you all are to Rudy and his sisters. Paul liked messing with Rudy. Take a few moments ago for example. But even so, he always made sure to not go too far and assure Rudy with that warm and supportive smile. though it always seemed a bit smug as well, but that was Paul's natural looks, so it couldn't be helped. Anyway, Paul made his affection clear. And both Zenith and Lilia were even more explicit in that with how they hugged and cheered Rudy up. It wasn't like her home. Not like that eerily silent place where everyone seemed to barely have any emotions. Paul stood up and stretched. I don't know your parents, Roxy. But you shouldn't blame them too much. Especially if you're the first child. I mean, you've seen us raise Rudy, right? Zenith's been a great mom, but I've been a terrible dad. You have. You aren't supposed to agree. Roxy chuckled. Paul shook his head and then said, anyway. I'm sure your parents love you just as much as we love Rudy, Norn, and Lilia. Maybe more. So cheer up a bit, okay? He paused and then said, actually. They're probably really worried about their teenage daughter running around the country by herself. Ah. Roxy spoke up. That's not true. Paul blinked. You mean they're not worried? Roxy felt her face heat up. And no. They probably are worried. After all, it had been decades since she last returned home. And decades without her sending a single letter as well. And now Roxy felt guilty. Maybe she should head home to pay a visit? After all, with Mage Sight and her new research, she might be able to finally communicate with everyone. But that was later. Roxy shook her head and said, not that. I meant that it isn't true that I'm a teenager. Huh? Roxy gave Paul a blank stare. Did I never mention it? This year, I turned 41. You definitely didn't mention it. Oh. Man, Zenith is going to be so jealous. Roxy blushed and mumbled. I could have sworn it was mentioned when you hired me. To be fair, we were distracted by Rudy and it never really came up again. True. Paul shook his head and walked over to the kitchen. Anyway. Could you give me a hand? It's cold and I really don't want to have to pump and melt water just to wash the dishes. Roxy rolled her eyes and then waved her hand, conjuring up a metal bucket filled with water. Thanks, Roxy. Thank me by not doing anything reckless and involving your entire family in cleaning up your mess again. Cross my heart and hope to die. I'll prepare a eulogy. Fair. Chapter 71, The Genius Teacher's Observations. As if the hectic events were a lie, time marched on with nothing but peaceful days. In the morning, Roxy woke up and prepared lesson plans for the day while Paul and Rudy headed out of the house. Roxy wondered just what Paul planned to do after the mess he left in Roa as well as the situation with the Noto's family. But he kept sending letters to his cousin Philip and it seemed that things were fine there. Apparently, Philip mentioned that he would handle the situation in order to compensate for the mess his daughter and father had caused. And that Paul could just go back to his usual job. Roxy personally thought that was suspicious. And the others did as well, but better that they were safe out in the countryside where they could prepare the battlefield and avoid casualties versus the packed inner cities. But anyway, Paul and Rudy left the house early in the morning. Paul left to go on patrol with Laws while Rudy left to pick up Sylphie and head back. That was another thing too. Ever since the conversation about how Rudy felt regarding Sylphie. No, ever since the two came back, there was a bit of an awkwardness around them that hadn't been there before. Both of them were always happy to be around each other. In fact, Roxy would go so far as to call them glowing, especially with how it seemed to affect the two enough to have their mana flash and resonate with each other. Which was another strange phenomenon. Those seem to happen a lot around Rudy these days. In any case, while awkward, the two were still close. And after a short while spending time together, that awkwardness vanished as they engrossed themselves in fun and games. With Roxy supervising and joining in, of course. Even though she wasn't officially hired as a magical tutor anymore, since the Greyrats were gracious enough to let her stay and also feed her, it was the least she could do. So that was how her morning went. Rudy devised a new game to play that was really a new form of mana manipulation or training. Roxy furiously took mental notes while mixing in some proper magic exercises so that they could get some traditional training as well, even if the traditional method might be wrong. Then in the afternoon, Paul and Laws returned with Miss Rose. After that, Rudy left with Paul and Laws to practice swordsmanship and overall combat skills outside while Sylphie went to watch. In the meanwhile, Roxy went to teach magic to Zenith and Rose indoors while Lily attended to Norn and Aisha by reading them storybooks. By the time evening rolled around, Sylphie and her family waved goodbye and headed home. Rudy came back to watch over his baby sisters while Zenith prepared dinner, and Lilia went to train her swordsmanship with Paul. Roxy got a bit of a breather to collect herself while helping Rudy take care of his sisters. And then it was dinner time, where they all shared a happy and warm meal before turning in for the night. Well, everyone except for Rudy and Roxy. Like in the past, the two of them talked about magical theory, what mana truly was and its limitations, as well as potential hypotheses to test in the future. Altogether, it was just like the happy days back when Roxy was first hired. The relaxed and carefree days where she taught her brilliant student, where she felt like part of the Greyrat family, minus the intimate affairs and moans that used to take place. Those had been replaced by Norn and Aisha's cries as well as a fatigued Paul moving around the house to calm the girls down. But all in all, peaceful days continued and time passed by. And like that, winter turned to spring. Live. The faint sounds of birds chirping outside. Roxy blinked and blearily rubbed her eyes. Morning already. Sunlight poured in even through the blinds Roxy put up, which meant that it was probably already a fair bit into the morning. Roxy sighed and then started getting ready for the day. A splash of water on her face to wash off the sleep, a blast of healing magic to get rid of the lingering fatigue, changing into a fresh pair of clothes, and then she was good to go. After stifling a yawn and doing some light stretches, Roxy glanced at the notes she left on her desk. Cross-sections of magic circles laced together in a three-dimensional structure. Scribbled notes on the margin with various calculations. Oh! That's why I woke up late. Roxy walked over to tidy up her notes and flipped through them. Summoning magic. Right. I was working through various hypotheses. It was something she had been considering ever since Rudy had left with Paul and Sylphie to visit Roa. That time, things were fine. The mysterious being W didn't attempt to start any insidious plots or interfere with them. And neither were there any enemies that arrived to try and harm them. But Roxy couldn't stop thinking about what if. Paul was fast enough to clear the distance between Roa and Bina village in the span of an hour at full speed. And both Rudy and Sylphie were fast as well. Especially since they had started seriously working on flight spells together with Roxy to refine it. But even then, that took time. Time that they might not have if a terrifying enemy like Orsted reappeared. Not only that, but there were too many people to protect. Zenith, Lilia, Norn, Aisha. Both Paul and Rudy trusted her to protect them. And both Zenith and Lilia had faith in her ability as well to keep them safe. But Roxy didn't. She realized it last time. While she was certain that she could hold her own and at least survive against anyone below the Emperor rank, that was all. PFT. Roxy realized the ridiculousness of that thought and shook her head, tucking her notes in a drawer. To think the day would come when I would consider being able to survive against king-ranked opponents as insufficient. If it was her past self, she would have been thrilled to think that she had become that powerful. Ecstatic that her magic had grown enough to where the only ones she had to fear were the elite few that barely numbered 100 in the entire world. It was a wish come true. Roxy was certain that if she walked out and offered her services, she could get accepted as a royal magician in any kingdom. Barring that, she could go adventuring and become an S-ranked adventurer in no time due to the versatility of her refined magic arrays. Her past self would be over the moon. It was the recognition that she always wanted. The accolades she could take back to show her sure show how she knew better after all. But she had a different wish now. Different goals. Roxy wanted to protect them. The family she had gained, the friends she made. the reckless genius disciple of hers who always pushed himself too hard and needed to be reined in at times. But she was aware of her limits. Unlike Rudy and Sylphie, who seemed to be able to store boundless amounts of mana within their bodies as well as use ambient mana, Roxy could only store a small amount. More than the average magician, for sure. And she made up for it with her carefully constructed magic arrays system that took full advantage of ambient mana and external mana sources. Still, it wasn't enough. The amount of effort she would need to be able to use elements as freely as Sylphie or to manipulate raw mana like Rudy was astronomical. Roxy could see how it would be done. But she didn't have enough time to achieve that level before chaos unfolded. After all, while Being W had been silent, there was no assurance that he wasn't plotting and making moves behind the scenes. Roxy was worried. If that Being W had been plotting since the time she first met Rudy, which seemed to be the case as the monsters near Bina village started acting up around the same time. And if that Being W had as many resources as Roxy feared judging from how he had been present in Chiron Kingdom. The odds were high that something would happen soon. Something big. Rudy had continually foiled that entity's plans. And it seemed like that entity was determined to either break up Rudy's family or get rid of them all entirely. Which meant they were short on time. There wasn't enough for Roxy to waste trying to reach the same level as Rudy and Sylphie. Perhaps if she had started what she was doing now when she was a child. But whatever the case, she didn't have time to waste. So Roxy thought about it. How could she compensate for the lack of mana? The lack of innate affinity? No, what was the best way to utilize her abilities? She was smart. Roxy was confident in her intelligence. While not to the level of Rudy, who made leaps in logic that were completely unfathomable, she was certain that she didn't lose out. She was also diligent and meticulous. When it came to magical studies and research, Roxy had graduated top of her class. So when taking those two major strengths into consideration, what could she do? What could she work on that would provide the most value and aid? And so far, the answer seemed to be summoning magic. A complicated magical system that was heavily reliant on magic circles instead of chance. One where a single error could mean disaster. But also one where success could result in something miraculous. Like summoning a powerful spirit to protect them from Being W's influence. Or like being able to send everyone away to a safe location through a reverse summoning by using a magical circle as an anchor point. It was possible. Roxy was sure it was possible. And since she managed to take a summoning magic primer with her from her time in Chiron Kingdom, she was making progress. But she just didn't have enough time. A soft knock at Roxy's door, along with a soft giggle. After that, a cute baby girl's voice called out. Roxy! No seep! Up, up! Another baby girl's voice echoed afterwards. You up? Roxy blinked and then smiled. Walking over to the door, she carefully opened it. Two cute baby girls were standing there. One had soft blonde hair tied up in twin tails. Her clear green eyes shyly looked away when Roxy stared at her. The other had wavy red hair tied up in a short ponytail. Her crimson eyes shone with mischief and she confidently met Roxy's gaze, unlike the other girl. Norn and Aisha. Roxy bent down to eye level with the girls and said, Did you two naughty girls sneak out again? Norn's face turned red and she shook her head, hiding behind Aisha. No. Aisha giggled and said, Yeah. No seeping. Up. Roxy put on a stern face and said, That's no good. It's dangerous to go around by yourself. Norn tilted her head, confused. But Aisha shook her head and hugged Norn. Got big sis. Roxy poked Aisha's head and said, You might be younger, but you shouldn't drag your big sister into these sorts of things, Aisha. K. Roxy sighed and then reached out to carry Norn. The blonde baby girl shyly clung onto Roxy's shirt. Aisha pouted and said, Me. Me. Roxy shook her head. Bad girls don't get rewards. Now come on. She took Aisha's hand and started walking off. We should find your mothers. Where are they right now anyway? Norn? Sweetie? Where are you? Zenith's concerned voice echoed from outside. Aisha! Lilia's sharp voice called out. Where have you gone, you little gremlin? Norn's eyes widened and she trembled, holding onto Roxy tighter. Aisha just giggled. Roxy sighed. Well, at least Rudy's sisters were just smart children and not monstrous geniuses who overturn the known rules of magic. Hopefully. Chapter 72, The Genius Teacher's Headache. Roxy called Zenith and Lilia inside and then handed off the baby girls to their mothers. Norn went quietly, immediately clinging to Zenith just like she did with Roxy. But as for Aisha... No! Rossi! Aisha teared up and held her hands out to Roxy. One go! Roxy shook her head. Not this time, Aisha. There's something important that I have to do with your big brother and Sylphie today. Lilia huffed and shifted Aisha in her arms so she couldn't squirm. You are being a bother to Roxy, Aisha. Honestly, you have as much energy as your older brother did when he was a baby. No! Aisha shook her head. One watch Rudy and Sylphie. Lilia walked away and said, You can watch later. For now, come keep mommy company while I do some chores. If you behave, I'll tell you stories about your big brother. Aisha gasped and gave Lilia a bright smile. Yay! Lilia sighed and then headed outside with Aisha. Zenith shifted Norn in her arms and then smiled at Roxy. Thanks for watching out for the girls, Roxy. And sorry if they woke you up. I know how late you study. Roxy waved her hands and said, It's fine. She smiled and reached out to poke Norn's cheek. The girls are cute, so I don't mind. Norn flinched and then buried her face in Zenith's chest. Zenith laughed and said, Seems like Norn's still shy. Roxy pulled her hand back and said, She might just feel a bit guilty. Aisha seems to keep dragging Norn into a lot of trouble. Zenith looked down at Norn and patted her back. Yes, well at least she's being a responsible big sister. Aren't you, Norn? She cooed and then tickled Norn's sides. Norn giggled and then let out a bright smile. Roxy smiled as well, but then she looked outside. Well, I should prepare for Rudy and Sylphie's return. She glanced back at Norn and waved. Bye, Norn. I'll see you later. Norn shyly looked at Roxy and then waved. Bye, Rossi. Zenith let out a happy squeal and then hugged Norn tight. You're so cute, Norn. Mommy loves you so much. Love Mama too. Zenith squealed again. Roxy shook her head and then walked outside. It was a beautiful day. Clear blue skies, a bright and warm Sunday. That was getting close to the highest point in the sky. At most 2 hours away from that point. Roxy covered her eyes at the bright light and said, I slept in more than I thought. She usually woke up at the brink of dawn, so quite a few hours had been wasted today. Roxy sighed and then made her way across the courtyard and past the gates surrounding the Greyrat household to the open fields outside. The vivid green grass shifted as a breeze blew past, making it look almost like an emerald ocean. Altogether, a perfect and picturesque setting, just like a pretty painting. That would be ruined as soon as Rudy and Sylphie arrived. And speaking of those two, the gentle breeze shifting the grass grew more intense and then light giggles drifted from above. You're too slow, Rudy. Well, sorry for not being able to make the wind my best friend like you, Sylphie. Sylphie and Rudy. The young elf girl did a loop in the air before gently touching down on the ground next to Roxy. Smiling, she waved and said, Good morning, Miss Roxy. In contrast, Rudy plummeted to the ground. Just before he collided though, a pillar of magic circles flared to life and slowed his descent, letting him land lightly. Of course, because his landing was much more violent, his silver hair was completely windswept and spiked up in random places. Gah! Rudy scowled and quickly conjured some water to wet and fix his hair. How do you stick the landing so easily? Even if I skip the magic circles to slow me down, I either crash or bounce off the ground a few times. Sylphie giggled and said, well, maybe Rudy just needs to believe more? Mana can do whatever you imagine, you know? Rudy gave up on fixing his hair and started smoothing down his clothes and tidying up his usual gray scarf instead. As he did, he said, yeah, but still. And morning, Master Roxy. Sorry we're late. He sighed and said, some terminate boars tried spearing us on the way back, so we had to deal with those first. Roxy walked over to tidy up Rudy's hair and said, it's fine, Rudy. I woke up a bit late today anyway. Rudy's face turned red as Roxy fixed his hair. Off to the side, Sylphie started to pout. Roxy noticed and laughed before leaning back. Relax, Sylphie. I won't take Rudy away from you. I know, Miss Roxy. But I wanted to fix Rudy's hair. Oh! Rudy immediately walked over to Sylphie and turned around. Could you check to see if my scarf is on right, Sylphie? I think I fixed it, but it might be messed up. Sylphie immediately brightened and said, of course. Here, Rudy. Move this, tuck this in, and done. Rudy smiled and said, thanks, Sylphie. You're the best. And Rudy's my best. Huh? Sylphie blushed and said, I mean, why you're my best friend. Why yeah. Rudy blushed too and said, why you're my best friend too. Watching the two interact so cutely, Roxy felt a slight pang of yearning in her heart. But she quietly tucked it away and instead let out an exasperated sigh. You two are still like this, huh? WWH do you mean, Master Roxy? Ha ha ha. Why yes. I don't know what you're talking about, Miss Roxy. Hopeless. Absolutely hopeless. Then again, they were still children and probably didn't understand the emotions they had. But that was a talk that Paul and Laws had to give, not Roxy. She decided to ignore the usual awkwardness those two had and instead focus on what they were doing today. So Rudy. Roxy focused on her disciple and said, you mentioned yesterday that you pinpointed an oddity in the mana of both you and Sylphie and wanted me to look at it? Hearing Roxy's professional teaching tone, Rudy calmed down and nodded. That's right. It's something that I've been thinking about since we got back from Roa but only just ironed out. I think it's a bit dangerous though, so I wanted you around before I tried anything with it. Roxy blinked. And then she slowly turned to look towards the house. Specifically how close they were to the house. Is this dangerous in the abstract sense? Or is this dangerous as in the incident dangerous? Rudy's ears turned red and he said, that was one time. How was I supposed to know advanced ranked spells blew up for me if I chant them? Sylphie giggled and said, so Rudy makes mistakes too, huh? She looked at Roxy and said, you know, I've never heard how Rudy was learning magic from you, Miss Roxy. Oh, it was a disaster whenever he tried applying it. Roxy looked off into the distance, recalling how she had to cast Cumulonimbus just to stop Rudy's fire spell from burning up the entire farmland. I wondered sometimes if it was worth the trouble. I wasn't that bad. How many times did you make your master apologize that day again, Rudy? Rudy cleared his throat and said, anyway. He looked at the house and said, it should be fine. But, put up a lot of magic barriers just in case? Roxy rolled her eyes and then waved her hand. Her magic array flared and the magic circles flew out, encircling the house to form a giant magic barrier formation. Seeing that, Rudy let out a sigh of relief. But the moment that happened, Zenith's voice called out. Rudy! Don't blow up the house or I'm making you build a new one from scratch. Rudy flinched and said, I won't, Mom. Promise. You'd better. Don't be like your father. Rudy started to sweat and looked at Sylphie. You, could you keep an eye on it too, Sylphie? She paused, tilting her head. As Sylphie? But building a new house for everyone sounds fun. And I think we can do it, right? Rudy started to sweat some more and said, we can do that later. But I'd be happy if you kept watch too. I don't want to scare Aisha and Norn, you know? Oh. Sylphie nodded. That's true. Okay, I'll make sure Rudy doesn't cause a mess like Mr. Paul. Please don't tempt fate. Rudy sighed. Never mind. But anyway, Master. He turned to Roxy and said, I'm going to recreate it, alright? Let me know what you see. And if I start doing anything weird, scold me a bit? I think that should be enough to pull me out of it. Roxy blinked and then slowly said, You aren't making a good case for why we shouldn't do this experiment far away from your house, Rudy. From the sound of it, Roxy was starting to feel like this was a bad idea. Rudy paused. It probably is. But at the same time, if this works like how I think it does, this is probably the safest place to test it as well. The thought of accidentally hurting my cute baby sisters should be enough to stop it. And if it isn't, that should work to fix it. Roxy blinked and then narrowed her eyes. What did I tell you about keeping things to yourself again, Rudy? I know. It's bad. But it's something that I'd also not rather ever want to test, or have a way of easily explaining it. I'll think about it more and tell everyone when I sort it out. But for now. He held up his hand and focused. Let's get started. Roxy sighed. All right. But after this, no more magic studies for a month. Rudy blinked. Wait, what? Why? Because a certain someone has completely forgotten that he's still recovering and has yet to restore his mana reserves to full ever since he got back. Sylphie gasped and then rounded on Rudy. You said you were fine. I am. I just, haven't taken the time to refill yet. Rudy paused and then looked at Roxy. Wait. I thought I was doing a good job of hiding that. How could you tell, Master? Roxy shook her head. I couldn't. But I figured that you would be doing something like that. And it would be impossible for you to have rested with how often you have been using magic. As expected. Master Roxy can see right through me. Sylphie pouted. I could tell something was off with you too. Rudy laughed and patted Sylphie's head. Then sorry to worry you, Sylphie. Sylphie blushed. Roxy cleared her throat. The anomaly? Oh. Right. Rudy stepped back from Sylphie and said, Anyway. I'm starting now. Let me know what you see, okay? Roxy focused, carefully staring at the bright and vivid crimson mana circulating throughout Rudy's body. I'm ready. Sylphie, you watch too, okay? Okay, Rudy. Rudy nodded. Then. He took a deep breath and said, On go. 3, 2, 1. Go! At first, nothing happened. But then Rudy's expression shifted. As if he was recalling unpleasant memories. No. As if he recalled something that angered him to his very core. And with it, there was a pulse. Roxy's eyes widened. What in the world? Around Rudy's heart, the flow of his mana started to invert. And the moment it did, flickers of silver and emerald mana started to appear. It was foreign. That mana didn't belong to Rudy. It didn't look or feel like Rudy's either. And yet, it was. It had to be, since it wasn't being rejected by Rudy's mana and perfectly melded inside of it. But that. Heh. A cold voice. Like I thought. So this is the power of a demon god. Rudy grinned. But it wasn't a happy expression. Sylphie's eyes widened. Are Rudy? He laughed and said, What was I so worried about? Like this. Yeah. If it's like this. Rudy laughed again and then looked up at the sky. Let's try it. That bastard's sitting in another dimension, but if I do this. A ripple. Rudy's crimson mana continued to change to that eerie silver and green. At the same time, it started to reach out, lacing with something invisible. Roxy panicked. She couldn't understand it. She couldn't understand it, but she could sense that something unthinkable was going to happen if she let it happen. Then she remembered what Rudy said to do if he started acting up and quickly ran towards him. He looked at Roxy and smiled. What is it, Master? Is it impressive? Do you finally dash? Roxy lightly chopped Rudy's head and said, Dummy. Stop being like your father. I hate that. Rudy's smile froze. And then his mana immediately changed back and he started to tear up. BB, but I didn't do anything? He sniffed and then ran over to Sylphie. Sylphie! Master Roxy's being mean to me again. I need hugs. Yeah. Sylphie blinked, still confused. You Teether there? You. Roxy pinched the bridge of her nose. And here she thought she couldn't get any more headaches. Chapter 73, Check, Riposte. In the Crimson Dragon Mountain Range, a strange sight was occurring. The area was infamous for the hordes of crimson dragons that surrounded the peaks. Hordes dense enough that, at times, it appeared as if there were crimson mists surrounding the peaks. Each crimson dragon was powerful. Enough to where it would often take coordination between teams of A and S-ranked adventurers to fell even a single one. In short, the crimson dragons were peak predators. Beings of enough power that they could go practically anywhere with impunity. Fearless. They knew caution and could tell when they were outmatched. But there was no being alive that they feared. But that changed. On one particular mountain peak. Or rather, on the plateau that had formed after the mountain peak was cut by Rudy's spell, crimson dragons scrambled, frantically smacking each other back to the ground as they tried to escape from a predator beyond even them. How interesting. A quiet but stern voice. With it, an invisible pulse of power welled up, suddenly dragging a crimson dragon towards the center of the plateau. It roared, frantically flapping its wings to try and escape. But before it could, a white blur crossed the plateau. From that blur, a hand reached out, tiny in comparison to the crimson dragon's giant form. And then the crimson dragon exploded, erupting into red mist. But not blood. No, the crimson dragon hadn't been turned into a mist of blood. Instead, it had been ripped apart into raw mana. The one responsible for that stepped forward, walking into the mist. A white fur coat. Silver hair and golden eyes. A stern face that seemed like it hadn't smiled in centuries. Orsted. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, drawing in the crimson mist. And as he did, he felt his mana reserves fill. It was a minuscule amount, far from enough to help him cast any of his higher-level spells or techniques. But the fact that it replenished at all. Orsted opened his eyes and then laughed. After that, he glanced at the glimmering crimson crystal in his left hand and said, Hidegami no. As Rudeus would call you, being W, the dragon god smirked and said, You have made a fatal blunder. While I know not what circumstances led to this outcome, it appears that this timeline shall be your last. A mere byproduct from Rudeus's spell had the ability to reduce living creatures into raw mana. And while Orsted was still researching the crystal's properties, his intuition told him that it could potentially serve as a catalyst to convert other mana as well. If this was what Rudeus could create by accident, then what could that child do in the future? No, what would that child do in the future? Orsted shook his head and then looked at the quivering crimson dragons around him. They stared back, frozen in fear. Orsted thought for a few moments and then nodded. You all have become too arrogant. With just those words, he stepped forward and grabbed another crimson dragon, converting it into mana. Roars filled the air. But unlike the usual fearless battle cries the dragons usually sent, they sounded more like strangled screams. Live. In the citadel of Roa, Technique God Laplace, currently under the alias of Pierre Simon, stared out at the Fedoa region from the highest tower of the Boreas Manor. Glancing at the Crimson Dragon mountain range and then at Bina village, Laplace clicked his tongue and said, Both my little brother and that little rascal are getting a bit too excited. His emerald eyes flashed, turning a pure gold. And with that, he could see it. Distortions were forming. Tiny ripples that were insignificant right now but would quickly swell into unstoppable tidal waves if left unchecked. Laplace rested his hand on the hilt of the crimson sword sheathed at his left side. As he did, he thoughtfully wrapped his fingers on it and said, it was only a moment, but Perugius would definitely move now that demon god Laplace's mana flared up again. And being W's bound to have realized the dead end he created by trying to rush things to avoid fate. Not to mention that the future is narrowed even further now. One of Laplace's eyes turned green again. But instead of a normal pupil, it was a spiral. At this rate, it's checkmate. Even if he moves his apostles, things won't change. He can try to rope Perugius in, but I can handle that. And my little brother Orsted should have fixed his mana situation from that radioactive mana waste that little rascal accidentally created, which means it's over. The end. The way that the flow of destiny was going, all the paths led to Hidegami's demise. And the more he tried disturbing it, the more that events would speed up. Since that guy could see the future too, he was bound to be panicking. Especially after Laplace dismantled the source of the upcoming metastasis event that guy tried to trigger early. Which meant this was the critical time period. After all, a cornered beast is the most dangerous. Laplace muttered and continued gazing at the distortions. What will you do now that you're mortal, being W? That side's battle already ended in our win, so this is your last shot. A soft wind blew past, ruffling the white coat that Laplace wore. And then soft footsteps echoed from the stairway behind him. Master? Are you still up here? Rostalina's voice. Laplace deactivated his magic eyes and then turned around with a soft smile. Just keeping an eye on things. Did you have fun? His words stopped in his throat when he saw what Rostalina was wearing. Or rather, what she wasn't wearing. Rostalina let out a coy smile and said, you've been using a lot of mana recently, so it's time for a mana transfer, isn't it? Live. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. In the void world, the boundless space between the former 6 worlds, Hidegami roared and thrashed about. How? How does that kid keep having things work in his favor? Hidegami gnashed his teeth and then growled, Rudeus Greyrat. He swept his arm through the empty space and then gazed into the future again. A split stream. The river of time that was originally one branched off into countless streams. A few of them had dried up, but that was fine. The others were still going, so Hidegami didn't think of it much. But it suddenly changed. In an instant, Hidegami had a vision of his end. But not just one end. 2, 3, 10, 20, 100, 1,000. In the infinite possibilities he could see, all of them led to his end. But not only that, in each end, he sent a message back to his past self. Don't provoke him. Rudeus Greyrat must not become your enemy. What the fuck do you mean, don't provoke him? If I leave a dangerous kid like that alone, I'm going to die anyway, you dumbass. If he could, Hidegami wanted to reach out and strangle his future self. How did this mess even happen? A sudden change. 7 years ago. Before that kid was born, everything was great. He had his apostles all over the world and was free to manipulate things as he wished. There was a weird anomaly around that he couldn't see throwing things off, but it wasn't a big deal. That guy couldn't move fate much anyway. But then that kid was born. Rudeus Greyrat. The moment that kid was born, the future blurred. Not only that, but the river of time split into 2 main streams, one split into countless more streams, each showing his death. The other showed himself wrapped up and chained before a group of people he didn't know, forced to a fate worse than death. The singular future broke. Time itself shattered and distorted, split in twain. And now Hidegami was caught in the flow, just like everyone else. Damn it. Damn it. A dead end. His death. After all that he worked to accomplish? After all the careful ploys and gambits he executed to take out the other gods and get his role as the one true god? No. I won't accept this. Hidegami gnashed his teeth and glared back at the river of time. He was stuck now. If he could, he would have chosen the stream leading to being chained since there was a margin of success. Since he managed to pluck that lost soul adrift in time and glance at his memories, Hidegami knew what he had to do to prevent falling into that trap. But he missed it. The moment Hidegami grabbed that soul, he locked himself into the other path. The one with numerous dead ends. Meaning, subtlety didn't work. Direct interference didn't work either because there's a cheating bastard hiding from me here. Then, fine. If you want to cheat, I'll cheat too, you son of a bitch. There were cracks. Since time fractured once already, it was easily fractured again. And because it was easily fractured, the established fate was one that could crumble at the slightest interference. Which meant that he could act. The distortions unfolding meant the spell that damned dragon god placed on Hidegami to keep him in the void world were slipping. I'll let you have your fun for now. He watched Rudy play around with his baby sisters. He saw the ripple of power from an invisible source at the Crimson Dragon Mountain range. He observed Perugius set off with his servants to strengthen the seal on demon god Laplace. The distortion that he planned to use to change the board wouldn't work anymore. That cheating bastard hiding from his view had erased it. But that wasn't the only one Hidegami had in store. No. Fate had changed a fair bit around Roa, but not as much as a certain other area. Hidegami let out a chilling smile as he stared at Bina village. Focusing his gaze back on Rudy, he said, "Have fun. Get stronger. Grow up, make friends, fall in love. Enjoy your life and make beautiful memories. That's going to make it all the more satisfying when I take it all from you, Rudeus Greyrat." Chapter 74, The Greyrat Family. A lot happened. First, it turned out that using the powers of a demon god was really intoxicating. Enough to where I felt unstoppable. Except that it gave me a pounding headache afterwards. Probably because it was literally getting drunk off power and mana, or something. Or maybe Master Roxy hit me too hard too. Anyway, that was a can of worms we had to work out sometime. But far from home next time. Can't believe I actually started trying to create an extra-dimensional gateway by brute-forcing a wormhole while I was using that mana. Not only that, but I was grounded. Grounded and forbidden from using mana. Mom and Mama Lily weren't happy to find out that I was using magic when I still hadn't completely recovered my mana. Not only that, but they also weren't happy about me tapping into what definitely seemed to be fragments of a demon god's power that was lying dormant in my mana somehow. Dad completely agreed with them. He also took me aside later and gave me a long lecture about how even if I had the power of a demon god at my disposal, I was forbidden from going around and demanding virgin sacrifices or slaughtering the general populace. That was good. Dad was at least trying to instill some morality. Though, considering his track record and the fact that he planned to kill not only his own brother but a whole bunch of other people to take over the Nodo's family if push came to shove, he probably wasn't the best person to have that lecture. Long story short, grounded because of using demon god powers and lying about my mana being topped up. That was the first big thing. Second. Sylphie. Sylphie and Master Roxy. It was complicated. Sylphie was my best friend. I liked being around her. She made me happy. I liked seeing her happy. And it seemed that I made her happy too. Enough to where she was seriously considering what my dumb dad said about her becoming my fiancé. But she didn't understand what that meant. Well, that wasn't entirely true. She understood a little bit. The whole fairy tale part about being together forever, love, and the whole shebang that came with being married. Except it was on the same level as a girl imagining being swept up by Prince Charming. Probably. I wasn't sure. Sylphie was smart and mature for her age, but I didn't know if she really understood still the full extent of what that meant. Fortunately, Mr. Laws and Miss Rose were putting a pause to all of that talk. Yay for playing the "they're still just kids you dumb asshole" card on my dad. That didn't save me from the awkwardness between me and Sylphie, since that possibility had been dropped by Dad, but Master Roxy was doing a great job of smoothing things over by keeping things to a normal routine. Norn and Aisha helped too. My cute baby sisters were a perfect distraction for Sylphie, since they loved seeing her do magic tricks. So things were mostly back to normal. Dad came back home and continued his normal job. There weren't any signs of issues cropping up from our exploits in Roa. There wasn't going to be any ramifications from the capital for what Dad did to the knights, according to Philip, at least. Not sure if I entirely believed that, considering I was 99% sure that being W had been involved. But whatever the case, things were back to normal. Playing with Sylphie and Master Roxy in the morning, lessons with Dad in the afternoon, watching my cute baby sisters in the evening while Mom and Mama Lily prepared dinner. And then at night, chatting with Master Roxy until I started nodding off and she tucked me in for bed. Happy times. Peaceful times. But you're distracted, Rudy. Dad's voice. A brown blur. Dad's training sword, swinging towards my head. I pivoted on my heel and parried with my own training sword. After that, I clicked my tongue and swung my sword at his outstretched arm. Why do you keep aiming at my head? Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Dad stepped back, moving just beyond the range of my sword. He chuckled as the sword brushed just in front of his shirt and said, "As a Greyrat male who's inherited all of my looks but your mother's smarts, it's even more important for you to learn to dodge blows to your head, you know?" After saying that, he stepped forward and swung his sword again. I crouched and tilted my sword over my head at an angle. A soft clack echoed as Dad's attack was stopped by my sword, sliding off to the side instead of smacking my head. I quickly jumped back and took stock of the situation. We were outside in the grassy plains just past the gates of our house. Sylphie wasn't here today since Mr. Laws said there was going to be an important guest over at their home. Master Roxy said she was feeling anxious just staying at home all the time, so she was taking over Dad's job of patrolling today. Which meant the only people at home right now were my immediate family members. And speaking of my immediate family members. Go big bro! Jigo Rue! Aisha and Norn cheered. You had better not hurt Rudy again, Paul, or I swear to Mealy's you'll regret it. Mom scolded Dad. Smack your father in the face a few times, Rudy. And Mama Lily calmly supported me while giving express approval to teach Dad a lesson or two. Dad flipped his sword around, caught it in a reverse grip with his left hand. Glancing over to our audience cheering from the gates, he sighed and ran his right hand through his hair. Man. I really am chopped liver these days, huh? I shrugged and said, you pretty much cashed out all your trust at once, Dad, and then went into the negatives. It takes a lot to climb out of debt. He chuckled and said, true, true. It's my just desserts, so I guess I can't complain too much. You still trust me though, right? Barely. Mention anything about a betrothal contract, fiancé, or love interest around me again and that trust is gone. Dad sighed and said, I still think that it was a good idea. Besides, Eris really isn't a bad girl, you know? You two would probably have a good effect on each other. Me? And that crazy girl who attacked Dad on sight and made Sylphie desperate enough to tap into the same demon god mana that I had somehow? I narrowed my eyes and then stepped forward, swinging my sword. Since his sword was in a reverse grip, it would take too long for him to bring it around to block, so. Clack. The familiar sound of wood clattering. Dad, somehow spinning around in time to parry even with the reverse grip. I clicked my tongue and stepped back, carefully analyzing him. Whoa there, Tiger. You don't need to be that mad. Dad laughed and then tossed his sword through the air, winking at Aisha and Norn as he did. An opening. I immediately whipped my sword towards his face and ran forward. As I did, I focused. Dad was skilled, but he was still an instinctual fighter. So I could take advantage of that. Since the attack was fast, he would dodge. But since he was being cocky by trying to show off, he would also be unarmed. So it was my chance. Dad was definitely a better sword fighter than me. He was also a natural combat genius. But he wasn't someone who could come up with new things. Like he admitted, Dad was dumb. If he saw it once, he could replicate and improve on it. But he wasn't the sort of person to sit around and think up a new technique. Not like me. And speaking of new techniques, after running a few steps, I dug my right heel into the ground and kicked off, flipping through the air. A feeling of weightlessness. Almost like I was flying. And then when I was just about to reach the top, I spun around and slammed my left heel down on my dad's head. At least, that was the plan. Whoa! You're getting pretty creative these days, Rudy. A light push. That was all I felt before the world flipped again, my vision swiftly filling with green grass as I flew towards the ground. But I was expecting that. I anticipated the possibility of Dad intercepting. An aerial attack was ripe for counterattack or redirect. Since it was the latter. Impact. But not with my head. I slammed my hands on the ground and then forcibly twisted my body, swinging my legs around. Ho! An impressed sound from Dad. I ignored him and instead focused on my next actions. A sweep of my legs parallel to the ground to divert the momentum, tracing out a circle with both. And as they came back around, I pushed off the ground with my arms, launching myself towards Dad with a full-body force kick. Whoa! I missed. As expected, Dad dodged the blow. But also as expected, my attack ended right where my sword had landed. And so as the trajectory brought me back to earth, I rolled and grabbed my sword along the way before springing back to my feet. Dad didn't pursue. Instead, he stared at me with a proud look on his face and said, "You almost got me there, Rudy. See? You're just as good as your old man was at that age." "Oh, shut up." I grumbled and walked back over to him. Damn it. Now I have to figure out countermeasures for you working that into your footwork somehow in the future. Thanks for the idea. That would definitely solve a few problems with sword god techniques. Maybe dual wielding would work then? I sighed and walked back to the gate. As I did, Aisha giggled and ran towards me. "Big bro! Up!" I smiled at her and did as she asked. "You have fun watching, Aisha?" "Yeah." Swoosh, swoosh. Aisha mimed swinging swords around and then gave me a bright smile. "Big bro, cool." Dad walked over and then snatched Aisha from me. "But Daddy's cooler, right, Aisha?" "Oi!" Aisha giggled and said, "Dotty zoom." "That's right, Aisha. Daddy goes zoom." Dad smiled and then spun Aisha in the air. "Spin!" "Wee!" Mama Lily stared at Dad with blank eyes. And then she turned to look at me. "Rudy." I walked through the gate and nodded. "Yes, Mama Lily?" She glanced at my wooden sword and said, "Do you mind if I borrow that for a while?" She shifted her gaze back to Dad and said, "I believe it is my turn for some practical training with your father. Knock yourself out." I handed it over to her. Mama Lily took it with a smile. And then she quietly walked after Dad, who had started running around the outside of the gate again with Aisha around his shoulders. At that time, Mom walked over while holding Norn. "That father of yours still doesn't know a shred of caution, does he?" I stretched and said, "Give Dad some credit. He knows better than to do something stupid with Aisha and upset Mama Lily." Mom giggled and said, "That's true. She's got him on a tighter leash than I do these days." I nodded and said, "Guilt is a very powerful noose. Especially for Dad. For him, the more responsible he became, the easier it was to guilt-trip him into doing things. And since he was doing his best to be a respectable and responsible dad since Norn and Aisha were at that impressionable age, well, guilt-trip was super effective." "Machum." Mom let out a content smile and said, "It's also very good leverage for getting your father to do what I want." And that was officially too much information. Though it did explain why Mom was so insistent on learning wind and barrier magic. And why they moved Norn and Aisha to the room near me. And why Dad seemed so energetic and relaxed these days. Oh. Guess Aisha was going to officially be a big sister sometime soon? I shook my head and then reached over to ruffle Norn's hair. How about you, Norn? I couldn't beat Dad, but did I do good? Norn giggled and said, Rue, cool. Mom laughed and said, that's right, Norn. Rudy was really cool, wasn't he? She tickled Norn's chin and smiled. Norn giggled harder and then held out her arms to me. Rue! Hug! Mom's smile widened and she held Norn out to me. Geez. I picked Norn up and held her close. You really are too cute, Norn. Aisha was like a little firecracker with how much energy she had, but Norn was like a giant ball of sunshine. She nuzzled against me and said, Love Rue. I paused and then looked at my mom. Mom blinked and tilted her head. What is it, Rudy? I know Dad says it's bad to kill people, but hypothetically dash. No, Rudy. You can't kill your sister's future boyfriend. I wasn't going to ask that. Mom rolled her eyes and then grabbed Norn again. No means no. Now come on. They'll probably be a while, so how about we get started on cooking dinner? She shifted her attention back to Norn and said, You want to help with that, Norn? You won! Mom let out a happy squeal and hugged Norn tight. Ooh, my Nornie is just the cutest. Arue. Norn looked panicked and reached out for me again. I sighed and said, Mom. You're scaring Norn. Oh! Sorry, Nornie. Mom set Norn down and said, Here, Dash. The moment Mom let Norn go, she ran and ducked behind me. Mom blinked. I laughed and then gently led Norn out from behind me, holding her hand. Come on, sis. I'll protect you from our scary mom. Rue Pumice? Coo. Rue. Forget Mom. I straightened as much as I could and said, Your big brother promises that he'll protect you against the entire world, okay? So don't you worry about a thing. K. Norn smiled and then moved closer to me and pointedly away from Mom. Mom huffed. Fine. Mommy will just be sad by herself. Norn tensed, glancing at Mom. I patted Norn's head and said, Don't get fooled, Norn. The hug monster will get you if you aren't careful. If you want to run around free, you have to know when she's pretending. Like now. Norn looked at me with wide eyes and then gave a serious nod. Mom gasped. Rudy! What? It's true. Your happy hugs are dangerous. Especially with her generous assets. Those were enough to kill, you know? And apparently enough to kill for two, judging from Dad. Ah. Puberty was going to suck, wasn't it? Chapter 75 Divergent Future. And that's another one. Roxy picked up the magic stone from the corpse of the boar monster she killed and tucked it in her bag. After that, she wiped her forehead and took a look around. The forest by Bina village. Since she was getting restless, and since she didn't want Rudy to get inspired and start messing with things while he was recovering, Roxy headed off to experiment by herself using the pretense of patrolling to give Paul a day off. A gentle breeze blew past, causing the trees to sway and their leaves to shift, sending a few drifting down as they broke free. Roxy plucked one out of the air and smiled before letting it free. After that, she glanced back at the corpse and sent out a burst of flames, incinerating it. There probably wouldn't be an issue with just burying it or leaving it for other creatures to take care of it, but Roxy would rather not risk the chance of a mutated undead Terminate boar emerging and wreaking havoc. So to make sure of that, she didn't stop until the corpse was a pile of ashes. After it was though, Roxy continued on her way, moving deeper into the forest. As she did, she saw bright crimson lights scattered about. Rudy's magic barriers. They worked fine. Since the intent was to keep Being W away from the area, the magic barriers flooded the area with holy mana to prevent Being W from using his But that created a problem that Rudy didn't account for. A roar echoed from nearby and a lumbering brown mass charged towards Roxy. A bear, and one that had turned into a magical creature judging from the mana rolling off it. Well. Roxy glanced at the bear and pulled out a magic stone from her bag and held it out towards the bear. As good a time as ever to test this out. A complicated magic circle peeled away from Roxy's magic array and wrapped around her hand. Come forth, my magical guardian. A simple chant combined with a complicated magic circle. Then, with the magic stone as the fuel. The magic circle flew out from Roxy's hand, along with the magic stone. Brilliant lights splashed, mana distorted. And then a silver blur shot out towards the bear. A soft schnick echoed. The sound of something being cleanly severed. After that, a pair of thuds. The two halves of the bear's corpse. And then something flew back towards Roxy, gently floating around her and emitting a soft chime. Roxy blinked. Are you what I summoned? A floating bundle of silver shards, rotating around a bright blue orb. I didn't have anything in mind when I cast the spell, but what are you? A spirit? An elemental? The spirit pulsed and then let out a soft chime. After that, it floated over Roxy's shoulder. Well. Whatever you are, I appreciate you answering my call. Shing! Roxy smiled and then looked around at Rudy's magic barriers. In the meantime, let's go fix my disciple's work. It's no good to have it leak mana like this. She glanced at her summon and said, I'll be counting on you to watch my back, okay? Shing! Live. A cozy home on the outskirts of Bina village, close to the forest. There, a group of 4 people sat around the dining room table in a tense silence. 3 in that group were a family. A beautiful mother, a dependable father, and a cute young daughter. The 4th was a visitor. Someone who sent a letter earlier to announce her presence. And someone who had just arrived that morning from Roa. A tense silence filled the room as Laws stared at the elf woman seated quietly across from them. She was the same as he remembered her. No, considering that he had been an infant at the time, Laws couldn't be sure. But the fact that she wore a carved wooden necklace that matched his own, and the fact that he felt nostalgia and happiness just from seeing her. A female elf with curled blonde hair. Beautiful crimson eyes that were currently filled with a strange emotion. A mix between happiness, regret, and pride. She was dressed modestly, wearing a simple gray robe. However, the robe hugged her figure, leaving nothing to the imagination. A fact that Rose had definitely picked up on but was carefully ignoring considering who their guest was. Sylphie seemed to be interested in the robe though for some reason. And that was the cue for Laws to break the tension before his cute daughter could get any more strange ideas into her head. So, Laws said. What brought you back here, mother? Mother. A simple word, but foreign to Laws. Because of that, as he said it, he instinctively pursed his lips, uncomfortable with the word. The elf woman let out a wry smile and said, if it makes you uncomfortable, you can call me Rostalina. And I can just call you Laws, if you prefer. Laws shook his head. No. It's fine. I will get used to it, mother. Although. He frowned and said, the priest told me that my mother's name was Elinalise? Ah. Rostalina let out an awkward smile and said, it's a long story. One that explains why I gave you up instead of raising you like I planned, but for now, would you introduce your family to me? I'd like to know the name of my son's beautiful wife and daughter. Of course. Laws felt weird. Happy at the woman. No, at his mother's eagerness to meet his family. But at the same time, it was odd. She was a stranger. She should be a stranger. And yet it felt like Laws had known her for his entire life. Was that just the natural bond between a parent and their child? If Luffy was separated from them at birth, would she recognize them if they reunited? Laws hoped that she would. Even if she didn't, Laws would be happy just to see her again and how she had grown up. And that must be how his mother was feeling right now. Knowing that made Laws relax a little. Right. Even if he resented her a bit for abandoning him. Even if he had to grow up and sort things out for himself without parents to rely on, she had her own circumstances. And she was here now with the intent to reconnect. That was all that mattered. Besides, Rostalina was still better than Paul's family in Roa. Laws wrapped one arm around Rose and said, "This is my beloved wife, Rose." Rose looked at Rostalina and bowed her head. "It's nice to meet you, Miss Rostalina." Rostalina smiled and said, "It's my pleasure." "But Rose, is it?" Rose tilted her head and said, "Is something wrong with my name?" Rostalina waved her hand and said, "No, no. Just a strange coincidence. Our names are fairly similar." Rose nodded and then smiled at Laws. Then perhaps meeting Laws was fate? Laws smiled and laced his hand together with hers. Rostalina looked over to Sylphie and said, "And who is this beloved child?" "Ah." Laws looked over at Sylphie and said, "Luffy, why don't you dash?" "Miss Rostalina." Sylphie interrupted her father and tilted her head, carefully staring at Rostalina's body. Laws frowned. "Luffy." Sylphie flinched, realizing that she spoke out of turn. Rostalina waved him down and said, "It's fine, Laws." She looked back at Sylphie and said, "What is it, dear?" Sylphie was hesitant, but then she nodded and said, "Are you really my grandmother?" Rostalina blinked and then she laughed. Letting out a warm smile, she said, "Yes. I suppose I am." Laws poked Sylphie and said, "Don't be rude, Luffy. At least introduce yourself." "Oh." Sylphie bowed her head and said, "I'm sorry, grandmother. My name is Sylphiette. But, She looked back up and said, "Are you the reason why I have demon god mana like Rudy? Because you have a little bit of it floating around inside of you too." Silence. Laws narrowed his eyes and stared at his mother. He hadn't noticed it earlier since he was still getting used to seeing mana and everything it meant. But now that it was pointed out, his mother's mana was mostly an enchanting pink color. But there were flickers of silver and green mana flowing through her body as well, especially centered around her abdomen. Rostalina blinked, confused as Sylphie and her family suddenly stared at her. And especially when they started staring at her abdomen. But then she turned a deep red and covered her face. "Oh my. I didn't expect you all to be able to see it. This is embarrassing." Sylphie frowned and said, "Are you a vessel for the demon god, grandmother?" Rostalina laughed and said, "No, no. I didn't expect that his mana would be visible or mistaken like that. But you're mistaken. And quite a bit too young still to hear about the cause." Sylphie blinked, tilting her head in confusion. Rostalina pressed her hands on her red cheeks, letting out a shy smile. Laws's eyes widened, suddenly realizing what his mother was implying. "Ahem." He cleared his throat and said, "In any case. It is great to finally reunite with you. Now, what brings you here to Bina village after all these years?" "Well." Rostalina lowered her hands and said, "I was nearby and I heard that my son had settled down with a family, so I wanted to visit. And I wanted to apologize for not raising you like your siblings." Laws blinked. "Pardon. I have siblings?" Rostalina looked embarrassed. "Ah, well." She glanced over at Sylphie and said, "This story may not be appropriate for my cute granddaughter?" "Oh." Sylphie tilted her head. Rose stood up and grabbed Sylphie by the hand. "Let's go practice some magic together, Luffy. Let your father and grandmother have some time to catch up in private. But I want to hear what grandmother has to say. It's not a story for children dash. I'm mature enough. Mr. Paul said that Azura Kingdom girls can become women when they're 10. I'm much more mature than that. It seems like I will need to have another chat with Paul later. But this isn't a matter of maturity, Sylphie. It's a secret between your father and grandmother, just like the secrets we keep." Laws blinked. Wait. What secrets? Oh! Sylphie nodded. Okay then. I still want to know though. No worries. I'll wheedle it out of your father later. For now, let's go play outside. Okay. And like that, it was just Laws and his mother. An awkward silence filled the air. Laws stared at Rostalina. She stared back at him. Time passed. And then Rostalina sighed. Well, I guess I should just say it. Laws blinked. Say what? You see. Your mother. That is, I. Rostalina blushed and fidgeted in her chair. This is harder than I thought. I didn't think I would be this embarrassed. Laws let out a kind smile and said, It's fine, mother. I promise I won't judge you harshly. After all, she couldn't be any worse than Paul's family, right? Really? Rostalina's eyes widened and she let out a relieved smile. All right. Then up until when you were born, your mother was a whore. Laws's smile froze. Pardon? Rostalina paused and said, No, I guess that's wrong since I paid them? Rostalina tapped on her chin and said, Well, I slept around a lot, did this and that with both men and women, spread my legs as a hobby dash. Hold on. Laws rubbed the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache starting. I must be hearing you wrong. Cece, could you start over? There was no way, right? Even if he didn't have a good opinion of the woman who abandoned him, something like this. Oh, sure. Rostalina nodded and said, Since we got that awkward bit out, I can say it easier this time. Put it bluntly, Laws. Your mother's a retired slut. Perhaps I've judged Paul too harshly. Ooh. Right. Before that kid got married to Zinni Dash. Stop. Rostalina laughed. Laws covered his face and groaned. Live. In laborious manner, 3 men sat around a round table, looking at each other. The first was a stern older man with graying hair. Lord Sorrow's Boreas Greyrat, the one who governed the entire Fedoa region. The second was a younger man with light brown hair and a genial smile. An expression that contrasted with his sharp, narrowed eyes. Philip Boreas Greyrat. And the third was a man with an ambiguous age. His handsome face seemed young, but his silver hair and the wisdom in his deep green eyes were well beyond an ordinary youth. Pierre Simon. Sorrows growled and said, I still disapprove. That upstart brat. I just wanted to test him a bit because my arrogant nephew boasted so much. Then the kid runs his mouth and denies all my effort, saying the world isn't so cruel. Bah. Philip chuckled and said, Well, father. I can't deny that Rudy was a bit much that day. But I also heard that father was quite wild when you were younger as well? And that you also shouted about changing the world and protecting the peasants? TCH. Sorrows crossed his arms, growing silent. Philip smiled. The man who called himself Pierre looked at both Philip and Sorrows before saying, It seems that Rudy made quite an impression on you too. Sorrows's eye twitched and he said, Shut up, fortune teller. You are already pushing your luck with the fact that I haven't thrown you out the window by now, let alone allow you to stay in my home. Philip waved his hand and said, Ignore father. His ego is still a bit bruised at being beaten by a child. Sorrows immediately jumped out of his chair and ran around to punch Philip. But right before he did, he paused. Philip blinked and said, What? Are you not going to discipline me for my impertinence, father? I don't feel like it anymore. Sorrows grumbled and then walked back to sit in his chair. Pierre stared at Sorrows and muttered, So that's where Eris inherited it. Philip laughed and said, Yes. My daughter does take after father. A bit too much, I would say. Sorrows huffed and looked at Philip. If you set a stronger example instead of being a pushover, perhaps she would look to you instead. Philip gave his father a sidelong glance. And if you didn't pass over my efforts all the time and discipline me while letting my older brothers off, perhaps I would, father. Sorrows flinched and looked away. Philip smiled and turned back towards Pierre. Well, enough pleasantries. You said that you had something to report, Pierre? Pierre nodded and said, I resolved the mana disturbance floating above Roa and routed out the rest of the rats Prime Minister Darius sent to try and abduct Eris. Sorrows uncrossed his arms and turned serious. So you confirmed it then? Pierre nodded. I did. But there isn't enough proof to connect him. However, he tapped his fingers against the table and said, I did learn of another ploy. I am sure you are aware of the Purple Horse House? Sorrows's eyes narrowed. Are you implying that fat bastard is going to try it on another ancient noble house? I'm not implying. I'm saying. Pierre leaned on the table and said, Tristina Purplehorse, the first daughter of Viscount Freitas Purplehorse. Within the year, she will be kidnapped by Prime Minister Darius and forced to become his sex slave. His face twisted in disgust and he said, if I could, I would go there right now to end that scum's life. But if I show up, a powerful protector might spring up out of nowhere. Philip let out a dry laugh and said, yes. I suppose if an emperor-rank magician like yourself were to appear in the capital, it wouldn't be strange for people like the Sword God or Water God to emerge. Pierre laughed as well and said, right? It wouldn't be dangerous, but things would get pretty hectic. Not to mention that the puppet master behind the scene might decide to flip the table. H'm. Philip tapped the table, tilting his head in thought. And then he nodded. You're certain of this? Pierre smiled. Why? Do you not trust me, Mayor Philip? I don't. Philip's already narrowed eyes turned into slits. Showing up at a time like this and giving advice while perfectly solving our key issues. I would be a fool if I were to trust you. That's fair. But advice is just advice. Pierre stood up and stretched. You are more than free to ignore it. Of course. He looked at Sorrows and said, there are consequences. You would know that well, would you not, Lord Sorrows? Sorrows rose to his feet and glared at Pierre. You are too arrogant, magician. If you think so, so be it. But regardless, my job here is done. Pierre stood up as well and looked off into the distance at a floating castle fortress in the sky. After that, he shook his head and walked off, his white coat trailing behind him as he did. Waving his hand, he said, send Eris on a trip to Bina village with Ghislaine. It'll do everyone some good. Or don't. At this point, it doesn't really matter. The door shut behind Pierre. And then it was just Philip and Sorrows. Sorrows gnashed his teeth and said, that arrogant bastard. He looked at Philip and said, don't tell me you plan on listening to him? Philip slowly nodded and said, I don't. It's just too convenient. But if it is true, and if the Nodos family are truly wrapped up with the Prime Minister as well. He glanced at Sorrows and said, are you planning to run wild, father? Of course. Sorrows growled and said, that Paimon is betraying his father's memory by stooping to such depths. And for that fat bastard to dare. He gnashed his teeth. Philip chuckled. Well, it seems that this is a perfect opportunity for my cousin. Weren't the Nodos complaining about Paimon being a terrible leader? And if what Pierre said is true, with the Midsummer Festival being hosted by the Nodos family this year and welcoming all the ancient noble houses. Sorrows paused and then said, those bastards are going to try and get away with it during the celebration. How sly. All the more reason to get a foolishly honest person like my cousin at the helm, is it not? Sorrows spun around and started walking off. Keep it up, son. Weak as you are, you show some promise. Sorrows's footsteps echoed before fading away. And then it was just Philip alone in the room. He sighed and said, weak. Yes. I'm as weak as ever. But. He stood up and walked over to the window, staring out at the sky. Even weaklings have things they want to protect, father. And if it takes underhanded tricks and relying on outside power to do so dash. Husband. A stern female voice. Philip turned around to see a beautiful woman with crimson hair walk in the room. Her violet dress trailed behind her as she entered. Hilda, his wife. Philip put on his usual genial smile and bowed his head. Hilda. I'm sorry, the meeting went longer than dash. I heard from that man. Are you truly sending Eris away as well? Silence. Hilda, staring at Philip with an unreadable expression. Philip turned around. You don't need to go about this in such a roundabout manner, Hilda. If you are dissatisfied, you are free to leave. He waved his hand dismissively and said, Take what you desire. You are young. Beautiful. And you have proven to be able to produce heirs. A cold and clinical speech. I am sure that any man would dash. Before Philip could finish, he felt someone grab his hand. Philip tensed and looked over to see Hilda standing there. She stared into his face and then sighed. After that, she let out a strained smile and said, This is why Eris doesn't respect you. She placed her hand on his cheek and said, Husband. You promised me, didn't you? You said you would protect me and our family even if it cost you everything. But... She lowered her hand and then reached down to grab Philip's left hand, fiddling with the wedding ring he always wore. You shouldn't sacrifice your happiness so easily like this. Philip looked away and said, That Pierre said some useless things to you, didn't he? Only because my husband wears a mask too well. So, talk to me. Don't hide your pain behind that smile and let me share it. TCH. Philip blinked away his tears and muttered, That meddlesome bastard. Live. Laplace rested his hand on the hilt of his sword as he walked out of Roa. Him. Crimson light spread in front of him, tracing out a tree. But most of the branches were gone now, leaving just the trunk. Yet, even that was flickering, on the verge of blinking out. Seems like being W's made a reckless decision. Stopping future sight entirely can prevent the future from being locked in, sure. But this is a pretty big gamble, you know? Silence. Laplace tapped on his sword and then shrugged. Well, that guy's probably going to try something big, but it'll take time. For now. He glanced at Bina village and muttered, I'll let my beloved assistant reconnect with her family and leave Rudy alone. Since we're running off script now, I should make some preparations. I managed to stop that for now, but it still needs to happen in order for the way to cut that bastard down to open. And with the distortions the way they are, it's inevitable, but there's no reason as many people should die this time around. Silence, with nothing but the sound of Laplace's footsteps as he walked off. I should probably prepare for the worst-case scenario of Rudy developing viral magic and necromancy as well. That was a mess to clean up. The magic night probably won't happen, but the Conqueror might emerge at this rate. Demon Lord is unlikely, but I should make sure to clear things up with Perugius Dash. Laplace paused and then let out a sigh. And I need to stop this habit of talking to myself. He shook his head and then swept his sword. Space cracked, for a moment scattering crystal shards that showed various incarnations of Rudy in each one. But then Laplace stepped through the crack in space, vanishing along with the shards. Live. I paused, suddenly feeling a strange sensation in my chest. A flicker of anxiety. I frowned and then looked out the window of the living room. Rue? Norn tugged my shirt and said, Okay? I smiled and patted Norn's head. I'm fine, Norn. Now, I was showing you some magic, right? Norn smiled and clapped her hands. Bubble! I laughed and held up my hands. All right, Bubbles it is. Now, watch closely. Nothing in my hands. Nothing behind my back. And now, splush! I waved my hand, causing thousands of tiny water balls to float in the air. Norn giggled and reached out to grab them. I smiled, releasing my hold on the water balls so that they would turn back into water when Norn grabbed them. Except, they didn't. I froze, staring at Norn. She gave me a bright smile and held up her hand, holding a bundle of unpopped water balls. Water balls with mana maintaining their shape. Mana that was clearly coming from Norn. Rue! Did it! Why yeah. Ah. You certainly did. Alright. So either Norn was a complete magical genius that put even Sylphie to shame when it came to mana manipulation. Or mana radiation was a thing and my stupidly dense mana was affecting the people around me in ways that I didn't expect. I wasn't sure which was worse. Rue! Catch! Norn giggled and threw the water balls at me. I laughed, doing my best to keep a straight face, and caught the water balls. Good job, Norn! Now, how about we dash? Before I could finish, Norn let out a deep yawn and then started rubbing her eyes. Rue. Seppi. She reached out to me and said, hug? Of course. I pulled Norn into a hug. And then she instantly fell asleep. Which of course caused all the water balls to fall on the ground with a soft splash. Wait. Rudy. Mom's voice echoed from the kitchen. I lifted Norn up and then looked towards the kitchen. Why yes, Mom? I know you love your cute baby sister. But what did we say about using magic? I sighed. I'm not allowed to. But it was only a little. Then it's only a little bit longer that you're going to be grounded. That's fair. I sighed again and then walked Norn over to her room to put her to bed. At least I can work on magic circles in the meanwhile. Technically that wasn't using any of my mana, so it would be fine. Technically. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching. I appreciate you and I'll see you in part 4. Peace.